It's 8:37. Roll call. President Davis. Here. Vice President Broussard.
Here.
Joining us via Zoom. Cavello. Here. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Daigle. Commissioner Daigle is joining us via telephone.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Barrett.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lyman.
Here. Here.
Here. Thank you, sir. Governor's advisor representatives. Dwayne Pacheco is absent. Jenny Wildcat.
Here.
Thank you. Dan Schiffer. Here. Thank you. Senator Driscoll. Here. Thank you, sir. Representative Newsom. Representative Newsom, I believe, is absent. Welcome first. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the November 19th, 2021 annual call meeting of the Wyoming Pari-Mutuel. Primary mission of the Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Commission is the protection of the wager of public health, safety, and welfare of the participants of all walks of meetings and pari-mutuel activity. Individuals who wish to address the commission today will be recognized and called on by the president to speak. Chairman to speak. After the chairman is recognized, you please clearly state your name and the name of the organization you represent prior to addressing the commission. All comments, questions, responses must flow through the chairman by addressing the chairman each time you wish to speak. This procedure ensures the orderly flow of discussion during the commission meeting. All meetings of the governing body of the agency or public meetings open to the public except as otherwise provided pursuant to Wyoming Statute 16.4. This meeting is being held live and via Zoom, and we will be taking breaks periodically throughout the morning, and we will break for lunch and be back after lunch at 1 o'clock. Please turn off your cell phones if you would. Make sure the same. We'll mute those. And inclusion on the agenda does not necessarily constitute a commission action. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. At this time, let's declare the meeting. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, thank you everyone for being here. We've got a fairly extensive agenda today.
At this time, Charlie, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
To approve the agenda as presented. Made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. Okay, we'll proceed down here to the approval of the minutes, Charlie.
Thank you. We have the minutes for September 1st, 2021 in your packets, commissioners. We have the minutes for the September 21st meeting in the packets. On the September 21st packets, we've updated this on the website. We did have a change. Yes, sir. Mike Miller represents the Wyoming State Liquor Association. Instead of Cowboy Stills. Changes. Then you also have
During discussion on the minutes. For approval of all three, one motion. Moved by Cactus to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Sherry. All in favor? Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Motion approved. All right, Charlie, item number 4. Disciplinary action of Luis Gonzalez, trainer's license.
Yes, thank you. Item number 4 is clear matter of Mr. Gonzalez, trainer license 0946. We have with us today to present this to Mr. Larry Eason, Senior Assistant Attorney.
President Davis,
Yes,
President Davis,
go ahead, Randy.
I don't know what, maybe Nick can adjust your guy's mic over there. I'm having it's like, there's an echo between Charlie and Bob, and it's not coming through very clear.
Social distancing. How's that? Any better?
Barely, it's about the same.
We'll turn it over now to Mr. Eason.
Thank you. My name is Eric Easton. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General with the AG's office here in Casper. I've been assigned by the Attorney General to be the prosecuting attorney for the Pari-Mutuel Commission. So just kind of explain that a little bit. In our office, we split up duties. I'm here in Casper, so I'll be prosecuting. I'm just down the hall, actually, from Charlie, in the building over there on Warner Court. Mike Kaler is the advising attorney, so he's the one who would look to get questions about anything we're presenting as for prosecution or settlement agreements. So I'm just here to work on prosecution disciplinary cases that come before the commission and work with Charlie and Nick on those cases. We have 2 in front of us today that we're presenting to you, 2 settlement agreements related to Luis Gonzalez. These are 2 separate actions that occurred in June of this year, Wyoming Downs. In both of those cases, there were blood tests drawn after racing was completed, and those were positive. At the time, the stewards took action and assessed fines on both of those cases of 60-day suspension and a $1,000 fine. Under your rules, we have the ability to refer that to the commission for additional fines and penalties, and that was done in this case. So we started the administrative process to increase those fines. We gave notice to Mr. Gonzalez, sent a petition of complaint. He has the services of an attorney in Florida who's licensed in Wyoming, and they're talking to us about possible settlement agreement. So what we're doing is presenting 2 settlement agreements to you today. One is 21-0010. The second one is 21-005. So these occurred in successive weeks, actually. 2 separate actions, 2 separate horses. So what we're proposing, the way the settlement agreement is that the commission approved settlement agreement that would impose a fine on the first one of $2,000 and a suspension of 6 months. And the second one, we're proposing a fine of, because it's the second violation, it's a fine of $3,000 and a fine of 1 year. So that would be concurrent with the 6-month suspension in the earlier case. So what we're asking for is a total of a fine of $5,000 for both violations together and suspension of 1 year. I don't know if I can answer questions for you. I apologize that this probably got to you fairly late. It's always difficult getting the settlement agreement signed and all the copies signed by all the necessary parties. So we didn't get it signed. We came to an agreement about a month ago, but we didn't get the signature from the Mr. Gonzalez until yesterday. It was faxed to us. And we can fill out the rest of the form and signatures by myself and by counsel for Mr. Gonzalez and then also Mr. Moore as well.
Is Mr. Gonzalez here?
I doubt it. They've agreed to let me go ahead and present this to the commission today.
Well, at this time, Commission, I guess, how do we want to proceed here? Do we look for a motion, Mike, on this to accept this finding?
Yes, it would be a motion to approve the fishing settlements agreements as presented. Yes, Mr. President, it'd be a motion to approve the two settlement agreements as presented.
And at this time, I would be looking for a motion to approve the two settlement agreements as presented by Eric Eastman.
President Davis, if I can real quick, just like council or Mr. Gonzalez has her hand raised, I'm going to bring her in.
Okay. If you would please.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. How are you? I think most everybody's mute buttons are on.
Yes, we'd like to keep it that way.
Oh, okay.
Is there, you have a statement for the commission at this time?
Yes, I'm representing Mr. Gonzalez, as Mr. Easton pointed out, and I just wanted to point out Mr. Gonzalez is ready, willing, and able to, resolve this matter. He has, paid his fine that was levied initially. He's trying to work with the commission. He takes responsibility for what has occurred, and under the set of circumstances, I know he's responsible. This was something that happened that was out of his control, but he does accept responsibility for it, and he wants to make amends and have this matter put behind him. I also want to let Mr. Easton know I did send over, it was just before the hearing, I sent over the order that was signed. I signed it as well. I sent him signed copies that Mr. Gonzalez had signed yesterday. So you should have everything executed on our end.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Do you have anything to put into this, Charlie?
The recommendation from our office would be to accept this, resolve this and move forward. So, and I would hope the motion would be to accept and then listing the docket number 210010, docket number 21005.
At this time, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Do we have a motion?
No, we're looking for a motion to accept. Is there a motion? I would move we accept the agreements. Dr. Berry?
Second,
Is there a second? Thank you, Randy.
second.
Okay, discussion on this. I had one question, and maybe Charlie can walk us through this. With the 1 year suspension, is that from November 18th, or is that from the original ruling?
That would be from the day that you would approve the agreement
From today.
from today.
Any other questions?
Mr. President, I have a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Berry.
What's the protocol on number of violations that occur before someone has their license?
When you're speaking, you turn your mic on. Question again, so the public.
What's the protocol on how many violations have to occur before someone's license is revoked?
Thank you, Dr. Perry, for the question. The stewards have adjudicated the original violations, and because of the limitation of the number of days, and the amount of money that they can assess, they do refer this on to the commission. And so that's why it's in front of us now. Each case is taken on its own merit and on its own values. So as far as a strict hardcore check the box type of protocol, there's not one necessarily.
So there could be multiple infractions. Or is there a limit, like 3 times you're out, and 1, 2, 3 threats, and your license is suspended, or is that up to the state?
Well, we're currently suspending potential for a suspension here. And I'm not exactly sure I understand the question. I'm sorry.
I guess what I was asking was how many infractions can the trainer incur before they lose their license in Wyoming?
Thank you. Again, each and every case is taken on its own merit, mitigating and aggravating circumstances. We don't have a set in stone. You have so many violations here necessarily.
President Davis is Commissioner Leinen. The question is for Charlie or Mike also, and I want to make sure that Mr. Gonzalez representation is aware. If we suspend his license in Wyoming for a year, that suspension carries over to the other jurisdictions, or the other commissioners in other states also accept that. So basically, our suspension follows him wherever he may want to go. Is that correct?
Yes, that is typically correct. Yes, sir. Correct.
I just wanted to make sure all the commissioners understood that and Mr. Gonzalez representation understood that. So.
Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, with regards to Dr. Berry's question, then looking back, do we have any knowledge of there have been any previous violations by this particular trainer?
Just these two,
Thank you.
as far as I know.
Are there any more questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
if I can make I just started doing this prosecution job with Charlie, so we're kind of developing how this process is going to work. There is not anything in your rules that specifically says, you have 3 violations and you're permanently suspended or anything like that. But we're going to look at these individually and see, what the magnitude of the violation is. If it's something fairly minor that maybe you did several of those, maybe if it's something major that's caused severe disruption, maybe that causes an immediate, the first time we would ask for revocation of a license. So I think it depends on the particular facts of the case and how we develop these in the future with the particular circumstances. So it's no hard, fast rule. There's nothing specific in your rules that say, like I said, 2 or 3 violations. And you can have steward violations that don't come up to the board as well. It's certainly not always refer this to the commission.
So at this time, we have a motion on the floor by Dr. Berry and seconded by Randy to accept the findings. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carried. Hey, Charlie, we're looking to go to the Enforcement and Integrity Safety Act, number 5. Ed online.
Yes, he is online, and thank you. Item 5, Horse Racing Integrity Act, commonly known as HISA or HISA. We have Mr. Ed Martin, who is the president of the Association of Racing Commissioners International, joining us today to kind of help bring us up to speed. Thank you, Ed, for joining us, and we really appreciate you taking the time. Thank you. I'll turn it over.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioners, and Charlie. It's an honor to be with you today. I had hoped to be with you in person But United Airlines was going to require a COVID test to get on the plane and another COVID test to go home. And I just thought that was excessive, and I didn't want to patronize them. But I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to help you out here. I didn't realize they did that for domestic flights. Some airlines are, and some airlines are not. The Horse Racing Safety and Integrity Act is still scheduled to take effect for thoroughbred races and horses effective July 1st next year. We have held numerous implementation meetings with state regulators across the country to identify issues in terms of implementing this. What has happened is in recent weeks is that they have standing committees that govern track safety and another one that covers anti-doping and medication policy. And the committees have released their draft rule proposals, which we've circulated to the regulatory entities, and we've had 2 online briefings with HISA staff as well as staff of the United States Anti-Doping Agency. These drafts will be considered. They're out for public comment, and they want people to comment through the HISA website. And the HISA board is scheduled to meet on December 2nd to finalize what it is they are actually going to propose to the Federal Trade Commission. The Federal Trade Commission is the rulemaking entity. The Federal Trade Commission had put out a scheduling order for HISA rules, and that would have required them to submit their rules literally weeks ago. HISA does not intend to submit their rules, at least make any submission to the Federal Trade Commission until December 6th. And I'm now being told that there are significant parts of the HISA program that may not get proposed to the Federal Trade Commission until early January. So the regulatory scheme is coming out piecemeal, and there are decisions that states are going to have to make, and that is the extent to which you will continue to operate certain regulatory functions as they pertain to thoroughbred racing, or whether you would just get out of it and hand it off to this new federal authority. There are 2 court challenges to the constitutionality of the law, but no judge has issued a scheduling order or issued a stay. So we've taken the position at RCI is we're just going to assume this needs to take effect, and it's possible that could happen at some point. I'll give you a broad overview. What's happening on these calls is the draft HISA rules, in some respects, micromanage many things that the State Racing Commission already does. It's kind of like, I grew up in a house where it was, if it's not broke, you don't fix it. The concern here is that in an attempt to fix what maybe can be fixed and should be fixed in the regulation of horse racing, they are extending themselves into areas that are not broken. What that's doing is it's forcing a lot of states to say, well, if you insist that these programs be done this way, then you do it. And you figure out how to pay for it. And that's your That's your authority you have under the law. You know, usually when the federal government wants to partner with a state and have the states operate a program consistent with the way they want them to do it, there's a financial incentive. Think the Medicaid program. There's no federal incentive for a state to run the program or continue to run the program the way HISA envisions it needs to be run. This is an enormous change. I mean, collectively, the state racing commissions across the country spend over $100 million to regulate horse racing and all the wagering on it. HISA is only going to affect thoroughbred racing because they are not going to take on quarter horse racing or standardbred races. There are some states that would like to opt them in just because of the simplicity of operations. It doesn't make sense to have a state commission test barn personnel in the test barn and then test barn personnel paid for by HISA also in the test barn to deal with the thoroughbred horses. So you're basically looking at the potential loss of a lot of public support, literally millions of dollars that's presently being spent to help police thoroughbred racing. And state budget directors are looking at that money as possibly something that could now be shifted elsewhere. So this is quite a little quagmire the Congress has put the racing industry in. They anticipate to have to levy assessments on what they call covered persons. Covered persons are pretty much all trainers, all owners. They include breeders, although it is questionable whether the breeders are potentially financially exposed if they are not licensed by a state racing commission. And I don't know any state racing commission that licenses the breeders. Veterinarians would be considered a covered person in racetracks. So there is a cost to all this, and we don't yet know the cost that's going to be passed on to the thoroughbred industry. And how they're going to do that right now, nobody knows. They haven't put those rules out. They haven't even put rules out with regard to how they operate themselves. The chairman of the HISA authority informed the ARCI board in July that they were not subject to public records requests or open meetings laws. And we had made requests to have observers observe their committee meetings as they put together these rule proposals. It becomes apparent that the committees gave little consideration not to maximize and utilize the existing infrastructure in place and potentially save money on an industry. The racetrack safety rules, for example, micromanage how the regulatory veterinarians are to do their job. They get into questions of fire safety and paddock security. They have a mandate for synthetic surfaces on a redo if your track surface needs to be redone. I mean, these are, and there are requirements that would require the hiring of additional regulatory veterinarians, which are sometimes extremely hard to recruit for a racing regulatory agency. Because of the limitations of compensation the state allows. So it's creating a mechanism by which there could be costly mandates on racetracks that choose to operate thoroughbred races. Now, given your situation in Wyoming, none of this applies if you don't simulcast out your thoroughbred signal. It has no effect on the simulcasting out of your quarter horse signals, but it does on your thoroughbred signal. And I guess you have to make a decision as to, as this becomes known, especially as the costs get defined, what is the most practical approach for Wyoming. I will say this about their medication rules. Their medication rules have been largely written by the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency staff, and they emulate the program that is currently in effect for human sport. There are some significant differences with regard to what we are collectively used to. For instance, pretty much all drugs are considered class 1 prohibited substances, even in training. And if it's found in a horse in training, it's a violation. Now there are exemptions for NSAIDs, but they classify drugs by the function that they have on the horse's systems, as opposed to by what we have been used to relying upon, which is the uniform classification document, where we've classified drugs based upon their ability to affect performance, and then assigned recommended penalties based upon the seriousness of the violation. This is kind of a one-size-fits-all approach, and the violation occurs by virtue of the substance being in the horse. Now, they will have screening limits; they will not be made public. But it's a bit of a difference. What they do not do, and there's a concern, and you know, we don't have our arms around this just yet, but there's a concern that there are substances that would be normal and appropriate to treat a horse that is injured, and or to mitigate pain on a horse that injured itself, you know, through in a training situation. That if they were to find those drugs, that would be considered a violation, and which would be a deterrent from a veterinarian or a trainer basically trying to keep a horse comfortable. And I'm not sure that that's the most humane thing to do for the horse. Now, in human sport, they have a therapeutic use exemption program where if a horse has a medical need, you ask permission, you disclose what you're doing, and you cannot be brought up on a violation. The proposed rules would only allow a prohibited medication from being administered if it's a life-threatening situation. Well, not every situation is life-threatening. So I think that's a weakness in the proposal that came out of their committee, and hopefully the HISA board will correct that. Another weakness that came out in their rules, and there's two major glaring ones, is the fact that everybody's prior regulatory record prior to July 1st, 2022 will not be considered as a aggravating factor should somebody be brought up on a drug charge. In other words, the usual way we deal with this is if we look at somebody's record, if it's a first-time offense and it's a minor violation, we sometimes give them a warning or a pass, or we mitigate the penalty. If somebody has a history of non-compliance, repeated non-compliance, then we aggravate the penalty. We give them a tougher penalty. They would wipe everybody's record clean on July 1st next year. I don't think the USADA is comfortable with that. but they're being advised by HISA attorneys that that is a requirement of the act. I looked at the act. I could see where you could maybe try to interpret it that way, but the act includes language requiring the HISA to include in their baseline rules the ARCI multiple medication violation point system. But that implies that you are going to consider a person's record in determining the extent of an appropriate punishment going forward. So that's a weakness. I don't have no idea if the HISA board is going to correct that or not prior to it going to the FTC. Another thing that gives me pause on this is all the testing will be done by the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency, and the notification of a bad test will go to the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. It will not go to the stewards. The stewards will not be involved, nor will the State Racing Commission be involved in the enforcement, prosecution, or adjudication of thoroughbred medication violations. That will all be handled by the HISA enforcement agency, envisioned to be the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency. The U.S. Anti-Doping Agency may notify a state commission that somebody has a drug violation, but you, under their rule, would be prohibited from disclosing that. In fact, the formal notice of a violation that HISA would, that the U.S. Anti-Doping Agency would send to a trainer would not be a public document. I mean, right now, if an allegation is made of a doping violation or medication violation, and the steward issues a ruling, that is a public document. And it creates a vulnerability. For instance, look at the Kentucky Derby this year. If because the Baffert situation, the betamethasone positive, is not finalized, that would not be public until it is finalized. So if Bob Baffert didn't tell the world he had a betamethasone positive, nobody would have known about it, even to this day. So the thing that hits me is that creates the possibility where somebody could get a bad test, nobody would know about it, and it could quietly go away and nobody would know. I mean, we try to keep honest people honest here, and I think the level of transparency that currently exists in the current system is better at doing that than what's been proposed. I'm not casting any aspersions or suspicions, but to give that type of power to an entity that is not subject to public accountability laws, that just personally hits me. It just doesn't hit me right. There are a lot of people who are having second thoughts about the wisdom associated with this law, people who supported it. It's kind of a moot point. There are some really good things in the bill with regard to uniformity, expanding jurisdiction over the actual horse. I think the self-funding mechanism is good if exercised prudently. But you know, the jury's kind of out now on the HISA board. I think they made a strategic mistake in not partnering with the state racing commissions who have been in this regulatory space for many years, have a depth of knowledge and experience as to what works and what doesn't work. But I think the last thing they should be thinking about doing is adopting a policy that would potentially limit the ability to keep horses healthy or to keep horses out of pain during strenuous training. I mean, I think the therapeutic use exemption program they have in human sport is basically weaker than the anti-doping program we currently have in equine sport, because they allow prohibited substances with an exemption to be in an athlete when the athlete competes. And I don't think we should ever be in that position in horse racing. But I think that there is an extension of what they've proposed to maybe do that, at least create the possibility where a veterinarian can treat a horse and the horse doesn't have to be suffering more than the horse already is. So those are my takes on it. The FTC in their scheduling order wanted the rules to be out in public so people could comment. They've had no public work sessions. They've had no public hearings. We invited the HISA commissioners to listen in on the briefings and conversations with the state regulators that have been held on their 2 sets of rules that have come out. But this is it's not in the form, in my opinion, it needs to be in at this stage of the game if this is going to take effect next July 1st. And there are increasing voices wondering whether or not it's even possible to get this thing off the ground next July 1st. I don't know what to tell you with regard to the assignment of thoroughbred days for next year. You may have already done that. I think you have. But if a track intends to export their thoroughbred signal, they're going to have to make some serious decisions with regard to whether they want to expose themselves to these unfunded mandates that are coming down. And you have to make some serious decisions as to whether or not you are willing to expose the state to unfunded mandates. This whole scheme was modeled after the financial industry's self-regulatory authority, FINRA. The difference is FINRA can, which regulates all the financial brokers and the brokerage houses and so forth. They don't have a choice but to do what FINRA wants and do it the way FINRA wants it done. So they modeled this for horse racing after that. And they made a tragic mistake in the bill in that they considered the state racing commissions a racing constituency. Well, the racing commissions are not racing industry constituencies. They're independent regulatory bodies that ultimately answer to the public. So they're in a bind is that they can't force a state agency to do anything. So, and their level of micromanagement and replication of things that are already in place and working is driving up the cost on their end and threatening literally millions of dollars of public support that goes into this. So where does all this end? I don't know. But the next clue is going to be what exactly does the HISA board, which is struggling right now to try to figure out how to, what to do and how to pay for it. There's some very good people on that board, but the board was constructed in a way that did not have adequate representation, any representation from smaller jurisdictions. It's a very thoroughbred centric board, and it's basically people who understand racetracks that are on that board are involved from major racetracks like the New York Racing Association's Belmont and Saratoga and Aqueduct. So, I know there were concerns about having some voices heard from smaller states. So we expressed that to the HISA nominating committee. I might as well have stood up and tried to, melt my roof in the middle of a raging blizzard. They just totally ignored all that. So it is what it is. And I wish I had better news for you, but this is the reality that we're all going to have to sort through. So I'll be willing to take any questions as best I can.
Thank you, Ed. That's very informative. I do have one question. From the state's position, if the ruling comes into effect in July 1st of 2022, what time frame do we have in there to, like you say, maybe not send our signal out, maybe what alternatives, if any, are there for the state and the time frame? Is it immediate, or do we have a 90 days before we get to, or do you have feeling for that?
Well, I can't answer that because I don't know. You know, we've raised the possibility of phasing certain things in. The HISA staff doesn't seem to have a lot of answers whether that's something that's even possible or it's something the board is considering about. You know, we've offered. You know, the ARCI has offered to try to help them sort through this, but we did that starting last January. They didn't get their board in place until May, and they didn't really get a staff in place until middle of June. And then we were still willing to try to help them, you know, put Humpty Dumpty together here, you know, in a way that was workable. But we were kind of kept out of those discussions. And now in the 11th hour, they're plopping out these rules. You know, this isn't rocket science, but what they've done is I think they've made it dramatically harder on themselves by how they've conducted themselves to this point. So I don't know what to tell you on that score. The only thing is, I would encourage some very honest and blunt conversations with your track operators to see where their heads are at. I know you've got some mixed meats. I mean, you could export the quarter horse races and not export the thoroughbred races, and figure a way to, you know, not economically disadvantage the thoroughbred folks too much by that. There's obviously, you know, I would try to stay loose and give the tracks as much flexibility as they would need to try to keep it all going. But if they're going to get into a small track is going to have to hire additional regulatory veterinarians, maybe pay for an equine medical director, maybe even pay for a whole new track surface. You know, now you start talking some significant money, and the only thing I would say is once the costs become very well apparent, if this becomes a totally impractical and the situation is something that is going to result in a loss of economic activity in Wyoming in racing, or could potentially undermine significant portions of the industry, I would engage your members of Congress to be loud and aggressive on this. Congress, I worked on Capitol Hill for 10 years of my life when I was younger. And I've seen Congress pass bills that they really didn't know what was in these bills. They were tacked on to some must-pass piece of legislation at the last minute, like this was. And they, rather than make a mess, they passed a technical corrections bill. And I kind of had hoped that it would become readily apparent by now that a technical corrections bill would be necessary, and then maybe the industry could all get in the room together and come up with something they could live with. But there seems to be no impetus on that right now. The quarter horse folks, American Quarter Horse Association, the U.S. Trotting Association, and others are challenging the law in court. The costs of defending the HISA lawsuit are going, HISA has told us they're going to pass those back to the industry in terms of fees. So I know that in early July, they were several $100,000 into legal fees. I can't even imagine where they're at today. And, you know, these cases haven't even been argued other than, you know, some filings. So this is quite a challenge.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Randy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and this goes to Charlie or any of us on the commission here. Currently, none of our operators export any signal outside of the state. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct. Wyoming horse racing and Wyoming Downs have been sending their signals for a few years, several years.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That is not correct. We do send our signals out.
Okay. We as a commission don't make that decision. That's the operators, correct?
Yes, we authorize the sending of that signal pursuant to the Interstate Horse Racing Act. But that is a decision that the racetracks do make. Yes.
So if the racetrack operators chose not to send their signal come July 1st, this would be a moot point for the people in Wyoming.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
I can share with you, Mr. President, without mentioning the individual states, but there are states that are considering, you know, that regulate multi-breeds of horse racing, that are considering just handing the whole responsibility. And these are states that simulcast out, you know, significant racing on the thoroughbred side. They are thinking of handing their entire program off to the HISA and the USADA. And part of that goes to the concerns of who's going to be responsible for levying fees. And I hate to bring a political assessment into this, but I have shared these thoughts privately with some of the HISA people. Is they made a dramatic mistake in the statute by not creating a carrot to help states, an incentive, financial incentive for states to run the program the way they'd like to have it run. But the way the statute is written, the state can hand off the regulation, the anti-doping regulation, including, you know, the sending to their testing lab, in some cases the contracting with the lab, the collection of the samples, the out of competition the testing samples. Now we're learning from their rules the conduct of the pre-race exams and a number of other things. That this is going to cost money, and HISA, the statute basically puts HISA in the position of sending the states a bill. They'll tell you in next April how much it's going to cost, and they'll send you a bill. And in April, you'll tell them whether or not you're going to do it, or they have to do it. But that bill's got to get paid by somebody. Ideally, the people who wrote this bill thought the state racing commissions would just increase fees on people. Well, state racing commissions are public entities, and you answer to elected officials. And what HISA's been told in some of these calls is that, you know, their governor, their legislature is not of a mode to increase fees or taxes, for that matter, on anybody, especially since next year is an election year. So they've been getting told pretty much routinely that the states are not going to be increasing fees to pay for this. And that's created the dynamic where they're going to have to assess the fees. And whoever assesses these fees is, they're not going to be the most popular people because, you know, the racing industry is used to paying its taxes, and their taxes come back in the form of the funding for the racing commission in many cases to conduct these programs. Well, if the state no longer conducts these programs, the programs are going to have to be conducted and they're going to have to be paid for. The danger here is that a lot of state budget directors will say, hey, I just picked up a few $1 million that I could shift to fill potholes or fund schools because this new entity's got the ability to pay for all this itself. And the HISA board members that I've spoken to, they understand the danger here. How they sort it out, we're not privy to those discussions. But I think a lot of this could have been avoided, but if we would have needed to be at the table earlier than being brought in the 11th hour.
That just remains to be seen, doesn't it? Are there any other questions? Commissioners? Any questions from the public? Brett? Anything out there in the wild blue yonder? No one. Charlie?
Yes, thank you, President Davis, and thank you, Mr. Martin, for joining us. Full
No,
disclosure.
thank you all, and thank you for not shooting the messenger.
Full disclosure for everyone, the Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Commission is a member of the Association of Racing Commissioners International. We're also a very active member among board of directors. And again, throughout this whole process, my concern has been that we have not had representation from small jurisdictions. And originally, we had submitted letters to the HISA board asking to be a part of that and represent some of the smaller jurisdictions, the Rocky Mountain area. And again, as Mr. Martin has alluded to, at almost every juncture, we've come necessarily need you to be a part of this. I have also had several conversations with our federal delegation. There are individuals in the offices when this was happening, expressing the state of Wyoming's concern with this. So, you know, we have done that, and again, we've tried to be a part of this throughout the whole program. You know, and if you could just do one thing for me, I'd appreciate it. Just kind of a bullet point options. And I know you put that together in one of your presentations. You know, you can ignore it and see what happens. You could jump in and do it, or I think the option that we're going to have to look at potentially is not send those signals out. It is a small revenue, but Ed, if you could run through that quickly, I'd appreciate it.
Well, you know, I raised the issue to HISA on one of these calls. I said, you know, you can't force the state government to do anything. And I says it's kind of the same argument that you see in especially in cities in California who've declared themselves sanctuary cities and have decided they're not going to assist the federal government in the enforcement of the immigration laws. It's the same principle. And the person I was talking to was an attorney who actually is a major fan of sanctuary cities, and I think his jaw pretty much dropped because he realized that the parallel is absolutely the same. You know, the states don't have to do any of this. So there is a part of it, and I wouldn't encourage anybody to disobey a federal law, but there is a part of it. You've authorized the export of signals to the extent that you've authorized that, and they continue to be exported. HISA would have to shut that down. Now, whether they would actually come into a state like Wyoming and risk the wrath of the Wyoming congressional delegation and the senators and go to court to shut down the export of the signal from Wyoming Downs, that remains to be seen. So, I mean, that's an option. Is the state agency can just say, we're not going to do any of this. And if you want to enforce this, you go ahead and do it. The other option is you can enter into an agreement with HISA to do certain things, as well as the USADA in terms of sample collection. They're going to be looking for the states to use your lab and use your sample collection. HISA, I mean, I can't imagine. I think HISA thinks you will do that for free based upon your existing funding. That's up to you if you want to do that for free. But the other thing is you could say, well, you want us to collect your samples, we're going to charge you X number of dollars because, you figure out how to pay for that. So that at some point, there's going to be a direct conversation between the Wyoming Commission and HISA, and probably another parallel direct conversation between you folks and the USADA as to what you're willing to do and what you're not willing to do. Now, these are HISA mandates on the racetracks. They would love to have you send your personnel out to enforce their mandates. Well, you've got that decision whether you want to do that or not, and whether you want to do that under your existing funding or charge them money for it. And some of those mandates are going to be very unpopular. The people who are in the major squeeze here and are exposed are the racetrack operators and the owners. And I think what's going to happen with the owners is if a person wants to get involved in horse racing and own horses and race horses, they may decide, there's just too much expense owning a thoroughbred. I might just want to own a quarter horse because I'm not under all this stuff. And I can still have as much fun and as much, roll the dice and maybe make some money on it over there rather than in the thoroughbred side. And so there's going to be a big change. As far as other options for you, Charlie, I think that's pretty much it. You're going to, at some point when they know what stuff's going to cost, they're going to want to sit down and try to make it work. But if you don't mind me asking, how many thoroughbred races do you have on an annual basis that are simulcast out of the state? That might, I'm asking a question you may not have readily available in front of you.
Thank you for the question, Ed, and you're absolutely correct. I don't have that in front of me at this point. It's minimal. And, Mr. Joyce just motioned and said about 50 from Wyoming horse racing. Yeah. So,
the good news is you've got alternative gaming there, and that gives your legislature a tremendous opportunity to maybe sidestep some of this.
yes, and thank you for that. And for everybody in the room, best case scenario with the rules and regulations and the dollars to implement this program, it would be virtually impossible for the agency to pivot and be able to cover some of those additional costs. Additionally, as we've talked in several of these meetings, veterinarians are very difficult to come by. It's a tough thing, and very interestingly is we're finding that a lot of states have that same issue. It's not just Wyoming, it's some of our states with large populations finding the veterinarians to do this. a covered race, in the definitions, and Ed, correct me if I'm wrong, is a race that has a thoroughbred in it. So it could be a mixed race. You could have potentially, if you're wanting to send that signal, the quarter horse would go one direction under one set of rules, the thoroughbred would go another direction on another set of rules. So, you know, at this point in time, I think that we have to look at this, you know, for the initial July 1, simulcasting out of Wyoming, the thoroughbreds is not necessarily, it's not an option until we've had more time to review this, consider it, and then see whether it's something that the state of Wyoming and the racetracks can fund and deal with. So we did have one question here.
Wasn't a question, President Davis, remark for Wyoming Downs is 100. Yeah, so it's a small amount also.
Of 100 races from Wyoming Downs on the thoroughbred side?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions from anybody on the commission? Anyone joining us here today on this while we've got Mr. Martin here? He's spent a ton of his time on this. Come on up. You can come on up here.
I don't have any questions. I just have a couple of comments from what I'm gathering from what's being discussed is that
Turn on your mic.
I'm Wade Johnson. I'm a veterinarian that works at the tracks in the summertime. And in the discussions that I've heard, what Ed was saying, they talked about HISA funding, but from what I'm gathering, there is no HISA funding. It's just state owners or racetracks. So I don't know if that's confusing. It is to me when you say that HISA is going to, you know, you can turn it back to the HISA funding, but that's non-existent. That's just comes back to the people in the state. The other part of it is being a veterinarian with the regulations that they're proposing. If we went with those, I'm done working at the racetrack because if I can't treat those horses during the week, if they're going to come in and test them and find bute in this horse and it's, you know, an illegal substance at that time, or different things like this, or medications, then there's no sense to be there. And so you're eliminating that. And on the regulatory part of it, at least in our state, there's not enough days for me to be a regulatory veterinarian. I have no interest in that because I could not make a living in that. And on the other hand, I couldn't avoid my practice for the summer just to do regulations and stuff like that, because being regulatory, you can't work on any of these horses during the week or anything like that. So it's just, from my side of it, I think it's a losing proposition all the way around for us. That's my comments.
Thank you. Do you have any response to that, Ed, or?
Yeah, first of all, they do count covered persons as potentially, they do count veterinarians as a covered person, which means you could be assessed a fee under this. Whether they will or not, I don't know. But I would urge, I mean, I think that what Doc just laid out is a very practical effect of something that some people thought looked good on paper. If you start losing, you know, veterinarians to help care for these horses, or you cannot get regulatory veterinarians, I think you know, that undermines what the act is supposed to be helping to do, and that is to safeguard our horses and improve integrity in the sport. And I would very strongly encourage everybody to make your comments known to the FTC when these rules are ultimately put in. The FTC is the rulemaking authority. And I think the FTC was hoping that whatever HISA puts in, they could just rubber stamp and that would become the rules. But I think what I'm starting to hear from a variety of different areas is that the last hope, they don't have a whole lot of hope that HISA is going to fix these things. That they'll have to be fixed at the FTC level. And if they can't be fixed at the FTC level, they're going to have to go be fixed at the congressional level. But I would start preparing, I wouldn't ignore the opportunity to weigh in on these pending rules. I mean, they did not take into consideration a lot of, a lot of the details here. It was a big thing. It's easy to be for uniformity. There are some people, it's easy to say we need to have no performance enhancing drugs in a horse when it races. And the implication is that we allow that rampantly, which we never have done. The only thing that was allowed was Lasix, and it was disclosed to the public. But they created a picture in people's minds that was not necessarily true. And even when you hear these USADA people talk about the rules, that we're going to get rid of performance enhancing drugs when the horse races. Well, we don't allow performance enhancing drugs in a horse when it races. I mean, that's what we've been doing for years. But that's a political talking point. It's not necessarily accurate. Let's put the Lasix argument off to another side. I mean, I remember when that came in, that was an equine welfare program to protect horses that had EIPH problems. It doesn't hurt the horse, but it does help the horses that need it. Everybody, it's probably, it's disclosed to the public, so people make their wagering decisions based on that. They don't make their wagering decisions based on whether a horse is on Lasix or not. So this is, but I would not be silent through the public comment period. If you got something to say, definitely say it, because you might end up with something you don't like.
Thank you, Dan. Or Ed, please. Is there any other comments? Commissioner? Thank you very much for your time, Ed, and keep us up to date if you would.
My wife wants me to have a COVID test to come out of the room. I don't know what's going on. Have a good day. Thanks for the chance to be with you. Hopefully one day I'll be up there with you.
With that, Charlie, we are at our 10-minute break. We will break for 10 minutes. Back in here. We'll be back here at 2 minutes before 10.
sit down, we'll start the meeting here shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. We'll call the meeting order. It's 10:04, a little late, but next item on our agenda is item number 6, responsible growth of gaming. And with that, Charlie, is. Yeah, that will be.
Yes, Commissioners, just a quick roll call. President Davis? Here. Thank you. Vice President Broussard?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Cabello? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Daigle?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Berry? Here. Thank you. Commissioner Lyman?
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Pura? Here. Thank you. Everyone is back in.
And with that, we'll proceed with item number 6.
Thank you, President Davis, Chairman Davis, whoever. Bob. Item number 6, responsible growth of gaming. What the commission was hoping to get to today in this, and I'll read the intro here. Responsible growth of gaming and saturation. With the rapid growth of the gaming industry in Wyoming, we need to be mindful of the consequences in the surrounding ecosystems and rules and regulations that frame our decisions. In addition, we need to understand the industry is in constant change and the technology is in perpetual motion, requiring constant adjustment when possible. You know, the industry is moving fast-paced. It's very difficult sometimes for regulators to keep up with that. It's the nature of it. It's the nature of state bureaucracies and federal bureaucracies. The first piece we have here is the off-track wagering and skill-based music game locations. And we want your input. We also would like input from our tribal neighbors on some of these, the net effects that we may have. But I've got listed here just for discussion points, the current location, what's working and what's not working, whether it's skill games or whether it's the off-track wagering locations. Also, something that's important is your customers. While, that's your job to deal with your customers and things, but also we need to understand, have a good understanding of that and be able to make our decisions, the commission's decisions, with customers in mind. Maximizing the tax revenue, that is something that this agency has to look at on this. So, we've got to make sure that we have programs implemented. We're in these locations in a conservative manner, embracing technology on our side to minimize our cost of the oversight and regulation. And then on the same topic here, the off-track wagering locations, skill game locations. What's the future look like? Where's that crystal ball? Who has a crystal ball? If you've got one, don't give it to me. I don't want to see what's ahead. It scares me sometimes. So, and again, like I said, the commission wants to hear from all parties, seeking input on what's next. Specifically, what should the locations look like and the next steps in responsible growth in gaming. Some of this discussion may reach over to some of our rural discussions with the skill games. And some of that, talking about, the locations where we are going to get into that, we'll get into the rules with the skill games rules, talking about the designated areas, restricting those, not restricting those, kind of what those things appear to. So I would open this up at this point back to President Davis and the commission.
Thank you, Charlie. Yesterday we had a small gathering and we went to a variety of different venues here, and it was very eye-opening to me and the commissioners here. So if you guys have some questions or missed the tour, it was good. Nobody has any questions? Well, that's short and sweet. Anybody have any questions about current locations and what works and what does not work?
I always, if I can jump in. We have, okay.
Hey, thank you, Jonathan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Jonathan Downing, representing Cowboy Skill and Pace-O-Matic. Also joined by Catherine Wilkinson for moral support. And just as far as appreciate the opportunity to visit and have looked at this agenda item as far as wanting to see where you wanted to go and what types of discussions you were thinking. I think this is going to lay a foundation for some of the discussions when Director Moore has talked to industry about doing the work groups and partnering between the industry as well as the commission through some of those work groups and possibly bringing some things back to the commission in some of these areas. Obviously, once the rules are out, you'll probably see some more comments from industry on those areas. But for perspective, and this is one of those that we've reminded folks that the legislative process as well. It's been roughly 18 months since taxes started getting collected on skill games, and I have not seen many state agencies, no offense to the others, be able to stand up a program on this scale as well as collect taxes on this scale in such a rapid, short period of time. And on top of it, do it during all the other stuff that's been going on since 2019 and we're going to do it with it. So on that end, we probably haven't said that publicly, but I do want that on the record as far as this commission and the staff with challenges as far as everything else under the sun has done an incredible job in that way. And at times they've been more firm than we would like them to be. Just kidding. But along those lines, it's like I think we do need to look at a framework as far as designating game areas, because there are some areas there that we as well as our client has some concerns on. The definition of the locations and the expansion versus saturation discussion, I think, are very key. They're not something that we necessarily be solving today, but when we have advocated before the legislature from the very beginning, we have been on record for responsible regulation, responsible growth in gaming, and mainly talking about ensuring that we have free markets, open competition, consistent and fair application of the law and rules, because there are plenty of challenges within all the industries that you have your hands full with. But as far as when we're looking at the rules and the reasons why we had wanted to have sideboards in some of those areas, and some of that will still probably be coming through legislation. Some of it through the framework of Senate File 56 and through the leadership of the legislators that have helped draft that and get that legislation in place so that we do have a responsible approach to gaming in Wyoming. And by responsible, I mean, and we've had examples of gaming in other communities across the country. We've also had plenty of discussions as far as what does that look like for Wyoming. In our discussions, it doesn't mean that you have gaming everywhere. And so that's why we had the discussions as far as 21 and over areas, adult oriented types of areas. In the areas where you have truck stops along I-80, there were areas this last year while everything was shut down that you had that entertainment product available for folks that were crossing the country, and that was still generating revenue for the state of Wyoming at that time. Well, a number of our friends in other parts of the industry were shut down, and we're very conscious that that opportunity was there. We're also very sympathetic to where they were, because we all were having those challenges. And so looking to the future, you have the commitment from all our Cowboy Skill operators, which today you met some of them yesterday and throughout our limited meetings, but it's with our operators. I mean, that's why Catherine and I are here, and our manufacturer as far as Pacematic, but we have in the back, which I don't think you want to hear from everybody, but we have the Waylanders with Wyoming Amusement. Nick and Leslie, they're out of Casper and more in this part of the state, and then Nick and Leslie George, also Wyoming Amusement, but a separate company out of Sheridan. Matt Stevian's back there also, sorry, I missed you, Matt. Matt Pascal with Entertainment Experts. Ryan Gilson with Jewel Box out of Basin. And then Pat Jenkins with Jenkins Brothers Music out of Rock Springs. And being in Southwest Wyoming for part of my life, you always make sure to say Rock Springs and Green River and Southwest Wyoming. And he's got a big hunting trip coming up soon, so we're very jealous of him in that respect. But along those lines, though, it's I do want to say thank you to the director and the staff, because I mean we have pushed on a number of areas where it's going. Hey, of course, we'd like things yesterday, but part of that pushing is also ensuring that within the industry that the rules and regulations that we have in place, as well as the current law in the books, and our commitment to still improve that law and legislation. It's part of that commitment that we made when we were asking the legislature and other elected officials to support allowing for responsible skill games in Wyoming. Mr. Chairman or Director Moore, would you like to get into more specifics on any of these, or is that a good foundation for before we do work groups later on?
Very good for a foundation there. You know, like the commission keeps saying they want to do it right the first time.
Expand on some of it, that'd be fine too.
And Mr. Chairman, as far as doing it right and doing it right the first time, I mean, this is one of those areas where I think we should take our time. The foundations are in place. We know that there may or may not be changes in this next legislative session, which we're roughly less than 8 weeks out, somewhere there. And so some of those pieces, it's back to the challenges of going. It's back to conversations on rulemaking and those types of things, and when do you adapt it, or when do you go into those. So I mean, some of that's contingent upon what the legislation wants to take. They've got a full open session between budget and between redistricting, and then between getting ARPA money out. And so we're conscious of that, and we don't want to be overwhelming or taking up too much of their time as far as their schedule, but we also recognize that we have some things to clean up there. Mr. Pascal, if you'd indulge us, if you would like to come up, and we could cover a little bit on some of those space areas that we've seen in other jurisdictions where it might be beneficial to take a look as far as how do you know, whether it's a half wall on some of these 21 and over areas versus like a trucker lounge and a truck stop. And
Matt Pascal, Entertainment Experts, Mr. Chairman, Commission, thanks for having us here today and letting us talk a little bit. So before I do get into that, I do want to say thank you as well. I'm one of the few folks that are in the Cowboy Skill group that are not a Wyoming resident. I don't like to say it up here, but I'm from Colorado, but we've had operations in Dinah. We've had operations in Cheyenne for several years and love being part of it. And one of the things that I get to see is working in other states. I get to see the way the legislature works and the way that the state departments work and things like that. You guys have an amazing opportunity in Wyoming, and I hope you folks can keep it that way. And the way that you treat people and the way that things get done in open communication, it's really great. So thank you for that. Thank you for working for us, and thank you from everybody for the opportunity that we have here today. So that going forward, I think one of the things for me and for our group is we talked about when we started this process years ago, kind of as a backfill for an existing business that we already had with pool tables, jukeboxes, crane machines, video games, things like that. And we got multi-generational, we call ourselves amusement operators, and I've been in that business for 30 years. Never participated in a cash in, cash out type of machine. And I think it's important to understand that we kind of went down this road as consumer electronics became more and more prevalent. the opportunity we had to create entertainment opportunities for folks in on-premise locations started to dwindle a little bit. So we're always looking for what's kind of that next thing. And that's how we stumbled upon skill games in different markets and things like that. We introduced it in Wyoming, and from the day we started with it, we wanted to stick in the same roadmap that we had, which was on-premise liquor licenses and truck stops. We've been there with our other amusement devices for years and years, decades, and we wanted to stay in that road. So from an expansion portion, if that, I know that's not your world, that's Mr. Ogden, Driscoll, Senator Driscoll on the end, that's going to be a portion of what they're going to have to take up. But we like the confined area. We're very happy with where we are, and we like that roadmap. As far as what the commission and what the state sees as far as where these machines ought to be in those locations, I think we all agree. It's not for everybody. It's not for children. It's for responsible adults that can make decisions and justify their own entertainment dollars, right? So that's in a 21 and up area. Director Moore has talked about half walls, things like that, where it's an obviously designated spot for these machines. We're in favor of that. We need, obviously, if that's the direction the commission wants to go, we need time to comply with that. But we're happy to do it.
Mr. President, good morning. Leslie George with Diamond Amusement Inc. Thank you again for the tour yesterday. It was great to go through all of the different locations with you. In our businesses, prior to operating skill games, the Crown Amusement industry, we've been operating here in Wyoming for many of us decades. And that core industry of recreating, and when you said earlier about customers, our customers are our bar owner and club partner locations. And we feel like in our existing business, plus with skill games, that we are partners with them. So the secondary customer is us in our locations working together to give the operations of our equipment to those customers. So pool leagues and dart leagues have been real pivotal in our history, and we've grown that recreation in our state. We offer great state level tournaments. Players that play locally in my hometown can qualify with local leagues to go and compete in Las Vegas. At other international competitions put on by sanctioning bodies that have consistent rules for the sport. So a lot of parallels when I hear you speak about racing and that passionate recreation and competition. So I thank you guys for the focus. I know that we're working together towards getting the rules really right. And I'm all for that. I think patience is key as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, just in closing, as far as the industry that Catherine and I represent and have the privilege of being next to, when I was a little kid in the Flathead Valley, before we got back to Wyoming, because the earlier part I was up in Kinnear, and had a lot of friends up there, up on, as far as between the eastern Shoshone and the northern Arapaho nations. And we were up in Montana for a little while, and my uncle Al and my aunt Sharon, which if we were at a legislative meeting, we weren't supposed to use proper names and everything, so apologies for that. But they ran alpine bending, and it was point operating business. And they've also since come close to retirement now. Uncle Al's a Korean War vet, and he's now retired, but in Montana had been through some of the other things that were precursor to having skill games that like what we have in Wyoming. And in the northern part of the country, as far as, and I've been up there a few times over the years, but it's what we would call for, and when you make a decision, if you're going to represent an organization or industry, it's the people that are in there that matter, and it's whether or not they're conducting their business with integrity. And Mr. Pascal's family had been a member of the Associated General Contractors of America, which Charlie's familiar with, Director Moore's familiar with, which those tenets were skill and integrity and responsibility, which Commissioner Cabello was familiar with during his time on the Transportation Commission. And so with respect to the companies that are around the table, it's our commitment to still continue to represent with integrity, but also to stay in our lane, to provide those services to those small businesses that are Wyoming grown. And it's that, and we're happy in that space. We obviously respect the areas where the tribes are. We respect the areas where the horses are. And that's where it sits. And so as we come up with a framework in Wyoming for what this looks like moving forward, I think it's imperative that we don't get overrun on certain areas, because that's not what a number of legislators were expecting when they decided to support having regulation for skill games. That by regulation, that's why it's, keep it to 4 machines per location. Realistically, you have around 800 license holders as far as bar liquor licenses. That gives you an idea as far as what that number looks like as far as a market. When you start to get over that, then you start to get into saturation, then you start to get into a lot of other challenges that come with that within industries. With respect to truck stops and convenience stores, would let some of those folks speak for themselves. But as far as the demand for some of those entertainment activities for a lot of the over-the-road truckers that travel the country, those are also areas where those entities have a demand for those types of entertainment. At the end of the day, there are some of those areas where you do want to ensure that it's a 21 and over environment. And so as far as having a reasonable approach to that, that's what our commitment would be on how do we help affect that type of change through regulation, and then in legislation if it becomes necessary, where folks are saying, hey, we would like that a little more clarification. And with that, I think I've probably spoke long enough, but we're open for more. You have a tremendous agenda today.
Commissioners at this time?
Thank you very much for coming today and being here. On your location specifically, and then we'll ask this of everybody that's involved in this discussion today. What's working? What's not working? What's working as far as your customers are concerned? What's not working as far as customers are concerned? And then also what's working and not working from our, as far as the oversight and the regulation? Do you have any suggestions there?
John? Chairman Davis, Director Moore, thanks, commissioners, thanks for the question. So from an so guys on the street, we always think what's working, it's operational, right? So I think from a commission side, we've worked with the commission a bunch on, if we get a complaint about a machine not working or whatever the case might be, your team's been amazing with communicating with us. And I hope that we've worked really hard to in turn reply back and keep you guys up to date on any issue you might have. Because listen, I don't want to sit up there and talk about issues, but we know this is the world we live in. There's always going to be some communication in between, and how we handle them as a group is what's important. So far, I think that's been great. On a strictly operational side, the TRTs, which is the ticket redemption terminal that we introduced in the state last year, where the customer can print their ticket and they show an ID and they can cash it on the spot. It's been it's been a great opportunity for us. I think the customers appreciate it. I think the commission appreciates it, and it's been a good part of our business, and we're hoping to do more of that. Other than that, I think it's been really good. We're very fortunate to be here.
Feedback from customers, is there expansion, or what are you hearing from people that you service?
President, thank you for that question. So we have, obviously, as a group, we represent a majority of the on-premise bar or on-premise liquor locations in the state. And we do have constantly folks calling us, wanting to know what the current legislative state is of any expansion. Obviously this has been an interesting road going through a potential sunset date and things like that. So those folks that do have the machines love it, right? It's been an incredible opportunity for them. It's not a game changer, but it's helped significantly with growing their business and keeping them in business, especially through COVID times for those folks that were open. So those that don't have it, that we continue to service, that maybe waited, kind of wanted to see what the waters were, they're constantly reaching out to us and asking, how's things going? What are the opportunities for us going forward? And of course, we talked about, as Jonathan said, what we'd like to see in the future and what the legislature has in mind. But again, we're trying to be patient, but we do have, to your point, the customers, our end user customer, we've had great response from them on the software, the way the gameplay is, very reasonable and thoughtful, play amounts and jackpot amounts and things like that. As far as additional customers wanting machines, people are patient, but we've got some folks out there that like that. So.
And to add to that, I mean, we're conscious of the challenges that are out there with transfer of licenses, because we're dealing within the finite pool right now. We're conscious that how that works is obviously there's some internal concerns as far as if you have transfers that are outside of that, not outside the finite pool, but at least within the finite pool. And so we're wanting to be respectful of that. I would like to do a shout out to, as far as the law enforcement staff of the commission, because Mr. Laramani and his team have been very effective when there's been concerns, and I was remiss in introducing Guy Cameron, as far as some of you know, from when he was a state senator or heading up Homeland Security. But as far as our compliance side internally, I will say that just to confirm Mr. Pascal's comments, that for a period, my cell phone was listed on the website for questions, and so I was getting a call a couple times a week. And as far as interesting is like, how do we transfer machines? How do we get machines? Those types of things. And occasionally was getting calls on couldn't get a ticket to work properly for getting it cashed. Now, a couple of those were about 12 or 1 in the morning, which I still picked up because they're Wyoming numbers. But that being the case, I'm sympathetic to, now that goes to him, so I don't have to worry about it as far as Pascal. But that being the case, though, it's one of those that it's important that we service those customers. We're also very conscious that it's still new, and we're conscious that there are limits to how far you want it to go, because some places are just not appropriate for certain devices, and that's what we leave it.
Thank you. Chairman Bob. Go ahead. I have a couple of questions. Are you all Cowboy Skill? Are there any other people represented, different companies that have skill games in Wyoming besides Cowboy?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Berry, yes, essentially as far as Cowboy Skill, but Cowboy Skill is mainly 8 operators that had come together. They're Wyoming businesses. They had previously operated machines that were not Pace-O-Matic machines, and Pace-O-Matic being the manufacturer of the Cowboy Skill games. And so of those 8 operators had the opportunity, if they wanted to do a different manufacturer, that was in their lane, because they're independent businesses that can be operating in that space. In addition to your second question, there are other manufacturers and operators of skill games in Wyoming, and I believe there's 1 or 2 that are here today or might be online, that have been licensed by the commission, and would defer to them as far as their own individual product.
Troy, I see Bryce Lee. Can you get them up? I see a hand up.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of. We'll go to you.
President Davis, this is Commissioner Leinen.
Go ahead, Randy.
Part B of this particular item is growth and market saturation. All of this is so new, other than the historic horse racing parlors, including off-track betting. Have any of you skill-based operators, since the online wagering has come on and we're not even 6 months into that, have any of you seen a dip in your revenue? Or from what I've seen from the charts, et cetera, and everything that Charlie puts out and the staff puts out, I haven't seen a dip yet in anyone's revenue. Is that where you're at with this?
President,
And any one of you can,
Commissioner Liner, this is Troy Sweet with Sweet's Amusement, Powell. We have not seen a dip in our revenue since the start of the sports betting. I've had my hand raised for a bit. I had a question or a comment from a little bit before that I wanted to address real quick if I could. I just wondered if on this rulemaking calls that the Pay-Somatic officials were talking about, are any other manufacturers or operators or vendors in on any of this rulemaking? And if so, how do I join in on that, as I was never invited, I guess?
This is Director Moore, Troy. I can respond to that real quickly. We haven't started those calls yet, and once those do start, we will definitely have you join us, along with all the other skill-based amusement game representative licensees. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Randy, we have a response for your question here. Hang on. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. Commissioner Lyman, we have not, as the onset of online sports wagering came in September, we have not felt any impact as we've been on a consistent quarter by quarter growth curve across the state in the skill games for Cowboy Skill.
I'd also like to direct that question that I had there to Wyoming, to the historic horse racing operators. Have you seen a dip of any kind since the the internet sports betting has come up?
Commissioner Lyden, when we get, well, let's work with the skill-based amusement game group at this point, and then we'll ask the same question of the other operators, if you don't mind.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Nick Agopian, I represent Bankshot LLC and S&C Vending. I think my colleagues with Cowboy Skills set a good framework. I agree with what they said about what's going on in the marketplace. I think their comments about location, designated areas within locations, I agree with. There's value in having that in the rules. What I want to do is first and foremost, I've said it to this commission publicly. I've said it to the legislature publicly. Thank you. You're working hard. We see it. Being able to stand up a regulatory scheme as has already been indicated is difficult. We appreciate the fact that this commission and the staff are accessible, and here we are still working on it. What I would identify as most important is rules. Let's get the rules going. It just really impacts so many things. The discussion, the thing that isn't working for us is being able to move locations right now. But it's not a complaint today, simply because the commission has already indicated its intention to address that rulemaking. They've said it publicly. We've heard it privately from Charlie in meetings as we've asked for these sorts of things and guidance on how to move forward. So we know it's coming. Please don't hear it as a complaint today. We as a company believe and agree with the opinion that the Attorney General provided to this commission and shared with the legislature about the availability for the expansion of skills games in this state. We believe it's on the table. In believing that it's on the table, you have to stand behind what's already been said publicly by this commission. Rules need to be in place. So we're back to rules. Director Moore and his staff have worked really, really hard. So we see that coming. We have heard and asked to participate. We expect and know that we will be able to participate. We believe that other states have good examples of how to implement industry-wide standards across the region. And it's our understanding with the hiring of consultants by this commission to advise on the draft and those rules, that it's most likely to take those things into consideration. So we think it's probably in the right direction. And with that, we believe the potential is there. And we see Wyoming as a great marketplace. One of those things I think I heard Cowboy Skill suggest, or I think it was Mr. Pascal, confusion amongst locations about the availability of the games. If this commission was inclined, some sort of status for the public, if you follow that train of thought about expansion is available today under the plain language of the statute, we have operators existing within the state that have an active relationship and understand what's going on. But there are others that may not be. And so providing some of that guidance, clarification, talking about the timeline and the rules, and being clear that today's not the day that expansion happens, probably. If they're reading the website and seeing that, that might be helpful. Within those rules, you know, I think you've already identified that the statute's pretty clear about what's needed. And all of this is really to say the actions of this commission is what's going to help guarantee that the public has confidence in these games. Because the public's already benefited from these games with all of the revenue that we're seeing flow into the state. Quarter over quarter, we're seeing increased play, and that's generating increased income for the state. And that probably lead me to my last comment, and I would ask Director Moore or the chairman, could you tell us about your budget? I was just asking Mr. Carpenter about what agency number. I was going to look and see what that budget is. I know that there's been discussion with the legislative committees about the need for additional staff. And that ties right into this generating public confidence component that this commission provides. And what is that budget request? How can we articulate the value in funding those things? You know, this commission is in a unique position that it's self-funded, same as the other commission that sits behind that same dais. And so there's some benefit there and potential, but making sure that we understand. And I think we just say now that we support increased funding for the commission to ensure that there's adequate staffing. Really, I think one of the things, start off at a market rate. You know, this is new in terms of coming in, making sure that you can get the right law enforcement people, the right accountants, the right sorts of folks in, and they want to be here in Casper. So with that, I'd stand for any questions. Sorry if I went too long.
Thank you for the questions. In the director's report, I'm going to address the budget. We are agency 038, and the Pari-Mutuel Commission is on the state budget department's website, and the budget is out there now. But I do have that to address during the director's report. As far as directives and guidance, I know that's very important. We are hoping that in the next 10 days, we may have a directive prepared for you, giving you some guidance going out. So, you know, I think we really appreciate all that you're doing, and you know, to kind of back up just a little bit, kind of the philosophy that I have is whether it's horse racing, whether it's historic horse racing, skill games, or online sports wagers. I think we need to address issues in a ecosystem, kind of a framework. We're all in this boat together. And while it's hard to get everybody rolling in the same direction, but we need to remember that the commission doesn't exist without you all regularly. You all don't exist, well, some markets, I guess, without a commission to be with you. So there is some partnerships that we need to keep and continue to maintain. Jumping towards the rule discussion, and I don't want just to switch it off topic that has come up here, and it's important to address. Currently, we have for the skill-based music games, we have technical standards that we're drafting. They consist of over 45 pages of technical standards. We also then have the skill-based music game rules, which consist of over 54 pages. They are currently in process of reviewing line by line and seeing if we have that statutory authority to do that. There's going to be a lot of editing of that and delete of it, and we understand that. We have taken other states' guidance, Nebraska, DC, Ohio's guidance on their rules, and trying to blend those into a set that works for Wyoming. Once, while we are behind our time that we originally put out, life got in the way. I'll just share with you real quickly. We had 6 individuals that were quarantined shortly after the year, and then we felt the next day. A few of them were sitting up here and in the room, and quite a bit of that. And we're fairly sick too, with the whole situation. And then I've had some issues with some personal issues that have taken me off the front slightly, and then now we're back out there again as well. So we outlined briefly, and I don't want to go through this too much, but we've got general provisions, permit to use taxes, payments, and some different things here. And we'll cover those this afternoon and then discuss more about the rest of the meeting. So, I think it's super valuable for all of us to hear what's working, what isn't working. And one of the other things that, again, I know Mr. Levin attacks things in this same kind of fashion. As far as what the public wants, we have to be mindful. This industry is just breakneck speed. So with that, what does that mean to you all? We need to address your requests quickly. That increases revenue to the state of Wyoming, to everybody. With any kind of gaming, whether it's store tracing, whatever it is, freshness and a fresh product is what drives those revenues. So, because we're in a situation, we are putting a tremendous amount of money to the general fund, to the lizard, and so on and so forth. We need to attack those requests and review those as quickly as possible and get those in front of the commission. Again, to address some of that too, Mr. Laramendi and I have been working on some proposals for this commission to where some things do not require commission approval. We will be presenting that probably at the next meeting with that, so we can speed that timeline up. But again, that's something that we do with the historic basis. We have a lot of things that we can approve for them that makes that process go quicker, and we want to place you in that same message. So that's enough of me at this point. So. Oh, is there anything else you got, Calvin?
Just briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Absolutely agree. We need to get this right and ideally get it right as much as we can the first time. And that's why it's, take the time that's needed right now to get it right. And where we may see some legislative changes, we're conscious of that. I do want to remind everybody though, it's like you as a commission, you as staff have moved very rapidly, and that is something that we have not really celebrated in this state, but we need to. It's like everybody's been so focused on negatives in a lot of areas where it's just like pat yourselves on the back. Not too hard as far as regulation on this side, but joking aside though, it's like you've done a great job in a very short period of time, and don't forget that.
Mr. President, thank you. My last note, you said what is working, and it just kind of came to me that I wanted to express. There's been conversations about appropriate new gaming that could enter our state, and the discussion of reducing parameters similar to skill games for their distribution. And so I like to clarify that we have 4 parameters, $3, $3,000, 4 per age 21. The 5th regulation, in my view, is the skill-based amusement game definition. So it changes the play to the consumer, and that's working in our markets.
We have a hand up over there, Nick.
Mr. Sweet.
Go ahead, Troy.
Yeah, President Davis, Director Moore, as far as what's working and what's not working, I just received a phone call from one of my customers that's actually watching the video on YouTube, and they wanted me to ask about advertising. If advertising that they have skill games is allowed or not allowed. And also a second question, on your compliance checks, I guess there was some done here the last 2 weeks or so with a gentleman, I believe he said his name was Doug. My locations just were a little concerned. He didn't have any credentials or, or anything like that and was a little standoffish. And I just wondered if anyone else had that same issue or if that was just the norm or what was happening there.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet, for the questions. I'll take your last question first because that's alarming in my mind. None of our employees will always identify themselves. They will introduce themselves when they're in any location. They have their credentials with them. They will not perform any inspection, any task without identifying and showing you their credentials. So if anyone else is coming in there representing Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Commission, Gaming Commission, whatever state of Wyoming, we should expect that and get that ready. Your first question, as far as advertising, that is something that's your business. As long as you're advertising and different things they're stating, no one under 21 can play. That is for you to do. State of Wyoming doesn't feel like into that. We will, in the rules, be addressing some of that and have that in the rules when those do come out. No one under 21, and then also at some point we will be doing the rules as far as the problem gambling, responsible gambling aspects of that as well. I hope that helps you.
Yeah, that pretty much answered my my question on the advertising. I just I'll have to do a little further digging on this this person that came in and claimed that he was with the Gaming Commission but didn't have any kind of a badge or anything like that was state issued to show to, or didn't offer to show it to my location as far as I was told.
And as a follow-up on that as well, if you've got those locations, Mr. Sweet, feel free to reach out to either Nick or Mike and let them know. And they can do some research on there and maybe figure out what's happening and clarify something for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
And with that, be sure to write down these comments so we can have them and implement them into the process. We appreciate your input.
Thank you, President Davis. It was nice to hear from the skill-based amusement games. Now it's time, we would like to hear from the historic racing, the off-track region individuals that are here in the room. If you'd like to all of you come up here to the front or individually, again, we pose the same questions to you all. Your current location, what's working and what does not work? Also, what are your customers looking for? Maximizing the revenues. Is there any suggestions that we can give us or we can help you as far as maximizing the revenues in the state? And then what do you see your locations in the future? I see that we have Mr. Joyce is coming up also. 307 horse racing is here in the room at this point.
We have one for us as well. What the commission would like to hear is down that same kind of vein with the skill-based amusement games. What are you seeing? What do you feel like? What can you suggest? Feel free to jump in.
Good morning. My turn on there. Good morning, Jack Greer with 307 Horse Racing. Happy to contribute to the conversation today. It's been a very productive meeting so far. We appreciate all of your time. In regards to 307 Horse Racing, it's been exciting and busy up until this point, and it's going to continue for quite some time. It's been a serious undertaking joining this industry in Wyoming. Very exciting, very positive. We've been well received by our customers and trying to expand as quickly as we can, but also as responsibly as we can throughout the state. We do have another submission for another location to the commission. Hopefully we can get that going as soon as possible and should have several others to follow. In regards to things that work and things that don't work, I think we're just getting into that ourselves. So I'll have to rely a little bit on Wyoming Horse Racing and Wyoming Downs to speak to their experience in the industry. Means that they have more than our company does. But up until this point, our customers are happy to see us. The horse racing folks are very happy to see us. The live racing piece of this is taking off very well. Hoping to have a more successful meet year after year. More horses, more trainers, more owners, and more breeders. That is the idea with the horse racing industry in Wyoming. That was the idea between the historical horse racing machines in Wyoming and the off-track betting. So as much as we can do as 307 Horse Racing to continue to expand the historical horse racing industry and the off-track betting industry to promote and support live horse racing, that is our intention. And we're excited about it. We really are. We appreciate every one of you on the staff, President Davis, Director Moore, all of you involved with this have been nothing but supportive so far, and sincerely appreciate it. With that, I'll stand for any questions, but before I do that, I'll pass it over to Kyle Ridgway here to add anything that I haven't touched on. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Commissioners, Kyle Ridgway, CFO of 307 Horse Racing. As somebody practiced law for the last 10 years and then has now spent time in this industry, I've learned a lot in the last 8 months or so. And in terms of trying to give some thoughts in terms of what our experience has been of things that I think is helpful for this commission. As somebody who's talked to community leaders in 8 to 10 different communities and counties around the state about the historic horse racing and the live racing, what I've found and what 307 Horse Racing has found is that we spend a lot of time educating community leaders from city councilmen to city attorneys, county commissioners from time to time, local business leaders about what the historic horse racing is, how it's pari-mutuel wagering. There's a lot of confusion in these communities where, kind of like Commissioner Moore, or excuse me, Director Moore explained, everything's moving quickly. The technology changes a lot. And I found that a lot of the communities are trying to get their arms around what the differences are between all these things. We have online sports betting, we have skill games, and then we have this historic horse racing. Can you please explain to me what these machines are and how they work and how they tie horse racing? Frankly, that's been a great experience for us because what it allows us to do is be ambassadors for the commission and for what our mission is, which is the linkage between these machines and putting on the live races, and what that does for the communities and what that's done for Gillette. So as far as the responsible gaming thing, coming from a private law practice, that's something that's important to me personally in terms of what our perception is for our locations in the communities. And as much as anything, I don't know that that's anything that the commission can do. That's really on us operators to run responsible establishments, to create partnerships within these communities where people understand what we're doing, support what we're doing, and get what the benefit is, not just the tax revenue piece, but the entertainment value, what these do for bar and restaurant operators, and what it does for the live racing and that particular industry, which when you educate people about that, and you get to have a 5-minute one-on-one conversation with somebody, they get it and they're excited about it and they understand what that's all about. So we've had a lot of success with that. One of the things that I would say, and I would echo what a lot of folks have said, is the staff is fantastic. Director Moore, and Special Agent Larramendi, and the rest of them are very accessible in answering our questions. But I would agree that they're spread incredibly thin. And I've said this to all of them, that I can't believe that they do the job that they do with the amount of resources that are available to them. And I know that that's not necessarily anything that this commission can do, but we would certainly support a bigger budget with more staff to let them do what they're trying to do. I was looking at the inspection numbers, and it's incredible that working with them to get our locations open with everything we have to submit and everything we have to review. And frankly, we're moving at rapid speed to have 5 or 6 of these open in 5 or 6 different communities by early next summer. That's a tough lift for the staff to review in a timely fashion. And that's just our little piece of this that doesn't include sports betting, skills gaming, and everything else. So we know everybody's been working very hard, but I think that's what I would say. It's really incumbent on us as operators to interface with local community leaders and be ambassadors for the positive things about this industry, what it does for the community, and to be responsible operators, because that's really what's going to prove this out more than anything the commission can do. It's what we as operators can do for you in the community. And that's all we had for 307.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay.
Eugene wants to save the best for last, I guess. Thank you so much, Chairman Davis and Commission, for inviting us up here today. You know, the elephant in the room is we're not open in July. And I think free market and competition are the right way for this industry to succeed. And if that model is allowed to expand in the state, very frankly, it will ruin the industry. As far as what's working in locations and technology, we're going to have a presentation later today. I know some of you were there yesterday to see some of the new technology. And we're going to be up here talking about the IDBET system and really trying to move forward with technology that really replaces, at some locations, potentially antiquated equipment when we feel like as a business, it's a good business decision to do that. And really utilizing technology that we all use, which is these, our phones, and being able to make the simulcasting not lost later, but really more of a part of the OTB, and that's what we're hopeful for. I'm happy to answer any questions, but that's all I have.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, hopscotch around a little bit. Commissioner Lyman asked about sports wagering and if it had any effect on our business. We have not seen any at all at this point. I know they've just started, but we will continue to track that. The other comment I would want to make is that in reference to the skill games, working with them, staying in each other's lane, so to speak, that if you look at the bill that created historic horse racing, and you look at the bill that created skill games, legalized skill games, both of them are doing what they're intended to do. It was all about the horse was our mantra when we tried at the legislature to pass House Bill 25. And it has had an incredible effect on the agribusiness that is horse racing here in Wyoming. When we originally spoke to the governor and the legislators, we brought up Kentucky which was the gold standard for thoroughbred horse racing and breeding. And they were having problems. They were losing broodmares out of the state. Historic horse racing came in and not only helped the breeding industry, but it also helps the racetracks that were hanging on by their fingernails in that state from the competition outside of the state on their borders from racetracks that had alternate forms of gaming. So, you know, when you look back on that bill and what it's done, it has created a economic model where owners and breeders can make or have a reasonable chance and get a return on their investment. We look at the Wyoming bred program and the numbers in that. We look at the number of live race days. It's been an incredible success. And then conversely, looking at the skill games bill, it was to help the mom and pop bar owners. And that's exactly what it's done. Those 4 machines and those bars, whether it's $2,500 or $3,000 a month, is lifeblood for those operators. So when we talk about market saturation or expansion, I think it's a little premature. I think it's supply and demand will reign. And I think that, you know, the markets will decide really. I mean, you want to tell Natrona that 6 OTVs is too much right now? I mean, I don't think they want to lose one of them. And yet there are still counties, Pari-Mutuel counties we're not in, that we need to get to. Anyway, so I think things are going as intended. I think that not the Gaming Commission, the Pari-Mutuel Commission, maybe soon to be the Gaming Commission once again, is doing an incredible job trying to keep up with all this. When historic horse racing came in, it took us close to a year to get the rules together before we were allowed to operate. Now, we had the advantage from the state of Kentucky and from the Association of Racing Commissioners International that had the foresight to draft rules and have that. Skill games were a little bit more difficult, and it might have been a rush to get them up and going. You hear a little bit about that needing to tweak the rules and change rules and create rules, but those are growing things, and these are all good problems to have. And as we look at the future, I think that the markets will dictate. I think there's a lot of upside growth potential for gaming here in the state of Wyoming, and that's going to be a benefit to all the stakeholders and all the citizens. I think that it's grown in a very responsible way with the help and guidance of this commission and with the integrity and the character of the operators that operate in the state. And with that, Mr. Chairman, any questions?
Are there any questions from the commission? Randy, did you have any questions up there?
Mr. President, I think Eugene answered the question. I saw the other 2 operators basically shaking their head in agreement with that they haven't seen anything since the online or since sports betting's come in. You know, we were asking what worked and what didn't. This may be to Charlie, but it would also be to Wyoming Downs. We authorize satellite locations in Natrona County. Are those operating successfully for Wyoming Downs, and what kind of play are those machines in those satellite locations getting?
Chairman Davis, Director Moore. Oh, thank you. Chairman Davis, Director Moore. I guess I thought I'd only have to worry about mute if I was on Zoom, but I guess that's not right. Tracy Lakeack on behalf of Wyoming Downs. Unfortunately, Mr. Nelson had to leave, so I don't have specific information for you, Commissioner Lyman, but we can get you information. Those sites are up and running. They each have 4 machines in them. We looked at one yesterday in the tour at Trooper Bingo. I think what was explained yesterday is right now those machines are limited at $3 $3 play. And we have also limited the jackpots on those in those small OTB locations. Sorry, that's probably not the specificity that you wanted, but I don't have the answer at my fingertips.
If I can
Thank
follow-
you.
if I can
I'd
follow-
like,
Go ahead, Randy, sorry.
other than that, I only have one other comment. My term expires during this next legislative session. I want to thank Eugene particularly because it seems as though he and I are leaving this at the same time. It's been a pleasure working with you for the last 8 years, Eugene, and I wish you all the success in the future.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Lyman. I truly appreciate those comments. I will say that I might be changing roles, but I'm still going to be involved in this industry up to my hips. I'm not going anywhere. It took me 15 long years to get back here full time, and I have a pretty good life. Got my horses, have my wife. We like camping. We like racing in the summer. We like skiing in the winter. And we're blessed to live in a place where most people wait their whole lives just to come here on vacation. So with that, Randy, you're not going to get rid of me that easily, and hopefully we'll see you at the races.
If I could expand on President or Commissioner Lyman's line of questioning as far as the smaller sites. I think what he was trying to get to is, are they profitable? Are they currently profitable? They're still in the test mode. I know you have James here that could probably answer that question as well.
Thank you. James told me if I made him come up here, he would talk to me anymore. James, can you come up?
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, commissioners. They're still in a test mode. We're still working through a lot of issues that we've had. We temporarily had to close one down because of ownership. So we just got that reopened. Sorry, everything's going off at once. I wasn't prepared to speak on this. The revenue is not as great as we were hoping to be. It's a little bit different product than what we offer at our OTBs because we're not limited on the jackpot because you can't limit the community that way. But we had chosen some games that might not be as popular as some of the games at the OTB, so we're seeing different results because it's not the same game mix that we had.
The other thing I will just add is, Chairman Davis and Commission, is that the other part of our presentation today is the IDAVET presentation. And I think part of it, FastBet has limited us in what we're able to display for simulcast. And we found that technology hasn't been as seamless as we would like. And I think what IDAVET brings is the ability to broadcast more races. And our proposal, part of our proposal for IDAVET is to replace FastBet with IDAVET, just using that new technology. And then just the interface on IDAVET is just so much more user friendly.
I believe we'll get a presentation on that a little bit later.
With that, we have only one person or one entity in our gaming family that we haven't heard from. Former Commissioner Wildcat. Would you have any comment?
Are you moving on to item B or the was the market saturation? Like, we have somebody online that would like to speak on behalf of the Northern Apple tribe. Ms. Claire Johnson.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, I believe we do.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Pari-Mutuel Commission members, Chairman Davis, and Executive Director Moore. My name is Claire Johnson, and I'm a representative and attorney for the Northern Arapahoe Business Council. And I want to apologize. The tribe had planned to have the co-chairman here this morning, but he fell ill and was unable to attend. So the council has given me permission to speak on their behalf this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to offer comments on behalf of the Northern Arapahoe tribe on this complex issue. Recently, we've all seen how fast gaming expansion has been happening in the state of Wyoming. The Northern Arapahoe tribe has previously cautioned that the complexities of expanding gaming and that the tribe opposes opposition to the continued expansion of gaming. In fact, the tribe stated that even a slight expansion could be a slippery slope that could lead to full-scale gaming throughout the state. Out-of-state interests can make expansion sound like a profitable venture for Wyoming, while in reality, without very careful consideration, expanding gaming will offer minimal benefits to Wyomingites while sending a lot of money out of the state of Wyoming. As more and more machines are added throughout the state, tribal gaming facilities are seeing a decline in our revenue. While introduction of historic horse racing terminals and then skill games entered the state market, there has been a clear decline in the tribe's gaming revenue during the periods of expansion. The tribe does track foot traffic within our gaming properties, and there has also been a decrease in visitors at the properties from areas of the state which have active historic horse racing parlors or a larger number of skill-based games are available. For the Northern Arapahoe people, this has more impact than just missing out on profits. As a tribal government, the tribe does not tax tribal citizens. Instead, the tribe relies on revenue-generating ventures such as gaming to fund government operations and provide services for the Northern Arapahoe people. In some cases, we seek assistance from the state to help supplement our services. Gaming has been beneficial to the tribe and the residents surrounding the reservation in Fremont County, and has allowed the tribe to help strengthen and improve the local economy while providing numerous jobs in the Fremont County area. The tribe's comprehensive regulatory scheme protects tribe gaming revenues and preserves the integrity of gaming operations while not oversaturating the market. Oversaturation can be a very real problem. This happens when expansion moves too fast without fully understanding the market and any potential unintended consequences. Currently, the quick expansion of skills games is having a negative impact on tribal gaming in Wyoming. The tribe is concerned that further skills game expansion, and it is the tribe's desire for the legislature and the commission to make their intent clear on the expansion and the rules, and for the legislature to act in the upcoming budget session. The tribe is very concerned with the drip-by-drip expansion of gaming that is happening before the tribe's eyes, and with the consideration and changes to scratch-off, lottery, skills games, historic horse racing, and even sports betting. Individually, these games may seem like a slight expansion. However, collectively, it is a huge expansion of gaming within the state. The tribe asked the legislature and the commission to take a serious look at this, as there needs to be strong regulations to ensure that consumer confidence and protection within the state. To make an analogy, that the expansion of gaming is just like toothpaste. Once it's out of the tube, it can't go back in. Gaming needs to be done on Wyoming's terms and not rushed. Consideration of expansion needs to be done the right way, the Wyoming way. I appreciate the opportunity to share the viewpoint of the Northern Arapahoe tribe and our great concern over the possible saturation of the gaming market in the state of Wyoming. The tribe looks forward to continue to having robust conversations with the commission on these issues and appreciates your invitation to speak to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any questions from the commission, or Kenny, would you like to expand you?
No, she summed it up for me.
You summed it up there.
Yeah, if you have any questions, then feel free to ask.
Any questions from the commission? Public?
President Davis? And, I'd like to make a comment on this. I appreciate where you're coming from, and I'm sorry to see that you're losing revenue. But when there was a historic or an OTB with historic horse racing machines opened in Riverton, it did not prove to be profitable because it was competing basically head to head with the casinos or the Indian gaming. So when they're competing head to head in the same location, your casinos basically ran the other guy out of town. So I just wanted to make sure all the other commissioners knew that.
Thank you, Randy. Go ahead, Senator Driscoll.
I guess I have a question as far as excuse me. Are the tribes that you're just Northern Arapaho, or you represent both? Are you looking at other types of expansion yourselves in the future, or what are your plans without saying a whole lot? What are your plans going forward? Obviously, I'll go ahead and thank you.
Senator Driscoll, with Northern Arapaho, as the commission knows, they recently opened a physical location sportsbook since the tribe was unable to join in the state market. The tribe is continuing to explore opportunities to be included in the state sports betting market. Other than that, at current, the tribe is discussing bringing back bingo, but that is all that's on our horizon presently.
What would it take for you to be able to participate in space sports? I guess I wasn't aware you didn't get it.
Currently, the legislation makes it so that you have to be operating in 3 state regulated jurisdictions. The Northern Arapaho tribe operates under secretarial procedures and is not regulated by any state. Because of that, the tribe is unable to join, so a new bill would need to be amended to grant an exception to that jurisdictional requirement for both tribes so that they'd be able to enter into the state online gaming market as a vendor.
Thank you. We'll be addressing that at some point. I don't know. So, Chairman's radar that I know Director Morrison there. Likely there will be something to deal with. And, so I'm not going to handicap whether it's not.
Yeah, there's a difference between the sports book, which is a brick and mortar, there, and what we are offering in the state. Are there any other questions at this time? Hearing no further questions on this issue, we'll go to the next one there, which is item number 7, general commission business. Number 8, chairman's report. Okay, chairman's report. We've been busy with the TRW meetings, and it's been very informative. And working with the TRW committees, we went to the budget hearing with the governor. What other ones do I have here? When we visited with HISA and what's happening there. Of course, Charlie will touch on a timeline of why we're a little delinquent on the gains of skill, but we're still going forward. And with that, I would stand for any questions. none, all right, next item. Financial report.
Thank you, Chairman Davis. Commissioners, you our most recent financial administrative services financial statements. Any questions on those? I'm willing to attempt to answer those. Just as a side note, A&I Accounting Division provides those to us. And we need a motion to accept these, if that is the norm.
There a motion to accept the financial report as presented.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Moved by Cactus, is there a second? Full second. Dick? Yes. Okay, Dick? Any discussion on the financial report as it stands? Hearing none? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any more ayes out there? All those opposed, say sign. Aye. Put down all aye. Okay, motion carried on the financial report. Okay, items down there.
That would be 7C, wagering activity reports. We would have our senior accountant, Ian on the line here to address those. Commissioners, we are running somewhat behind. So I think in the past, a lot of times, you've, if you want an explanation of each one of the reports, that's totally up to you. If it's self-explanatory, please answer questions on those.
You want to give us a brief rundown, Dee?
Yep, sorry. We're having a hard time hearing you guys over there, so I apologize. I'm going to be brief with these. So I'm going to start out with the third quarter simulcast totals. As you can see in your packets, I've broken them down by operator. So the combined total from January 1st to the end of the third quarter is $2,882,268.20 on that. The third quarter historic horse racing totals, again, are broken down by operator in your packet. And that total from January 1st to the end of the third quarter, $683,466,615.85 there. And you can see in your packet, we've also got some different charts that you can review as well that are broken down by operator and by county. Going into the skill games, the net proceeds for the third quarter for skill games was $6,532,118.28. For the last totals here for the third quarter skill games, there was a typo on the total tax revenue since inception, and that has since been changed, the wording as well. So the total tax revenue for third quarter, again, that's just for third quarter, was $1,306,423.64. We have revised the total tax revenue to show that since inception, that does include fees such as operators fees, sticker fees, etc. And that was changed to $6,353,062.31. And that's just a brief rundown of what we've got there. If you have any other questions, need a breakdown, please let me know.
Any questions at this time for Dee? Thank you, Dee. We're going to item number E, which is investigating report.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, commissioners. So in your packet, you'll see a breakdown. We have two separate breakdowns, one for the live racing and everything involved in live racing. The other is just a standard investigative report. I'll kind of briefly go through that. This is
effective as of October 20th. So some of these numbers and totals are actually off. They're a little bit low. So for the current year, we've completed 93 OTB inspections and security site assessments. We've completed 490 skill game location inspections. Over the course of the year, we've received 17 skill game complaints. All of those have been rectified, and most of those were a bad ticket printout or a machine was not working correctly. We've actually received 2 OTB complaints in the last year, which is a very low number, which we like to see. We received a total of 12 general gambling complaints. Out of those 12, we actually had a criminal case recently adjudicated in Ventura County that resulted in a couple of guilty pleas for illegal gambling. So far in 2021, we started breeding stock inspections last month. Towards the end of last month, we're sitting at 90% completed at that right now. This actually shows that we're at about 60%. Over the course of the last 3 weeks, we've raised that to about 90%. I think we have about 60 more breeding stock to check out.
Did we get George?
Which one?
George's
Anytime.
Yeah. It's easy to see. Yeah, check my words.
It's great. Binoculars from the highway. I see those ones. Moving on to the investigative report from this will be the 2021 race season. Over the course of the live race meets, we completed 1,769 barn inspections over the course of around 4 months. We completed 162 searches for electronic devices. We monitored the gate and the starting gate. The start of the race is 279 times. We monitored the saddling paddock 374 times. We monitored the jocks room throughout the races 208 times. We had our number for total euthanized horses due to racing was 7 this year. No contraband was found. No horses were quarantined. We had a total of 33 administrative hearings. Those would have been steward administrative hearings. We received just a couple of track condition complaints from jockeys and trainers. We completed 617 alcohol tests on jockeys. Not just jockeys. That included jockeys, gate crew, anybody that was in the racing area. And we didn't have one positive alcohol test all year. Straight. That's it. I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for Nick at this time? Go ahead.
President Davis, Commissioner Lynan.
Go ahead, Randy.
7 horses euthanized due to racing. Any attributable fact, is there a common factor in those horses or not?
Commissioner Lynan, there's not. And I could go back and pull all 7 incidents, but they range from just a broken leg. One of them just actually went down. I think it was hot and the horse just went down on the way back to the barn. But I can pull up all of the details on those and outline what the contributing factors are that we can see for those.
I think that's fairly important simply because, we had a fairly lengthy discussion with Ed Martin this morning, and one of the reasons for the HISA rule or HISA law in general was because of a lot of the things that had happened in California, particularly at Santa Anita, with horses going down and having to be euthanized, et cetera, and everything else like that. We were really concerned about this 2 years ago. We were trying to figure out whether it was the track or the age of the horse or whatever and everything else like that. I personally think that we keep as good a records as anybody does in the industry. And just so that we make sure that we're following up on that, it'd be good to have that information available. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Lyon, I'll prepare a supplement and break down each one of those contributing factors that we found, and I'll email that out.
I'd be particularly concerned about the age of the horse, because that was something that we were looking at previously.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, just a couple quick questions. One, thank you. Looks like you haven't spent much time. We appreciate the work you do, and hopefully we get some more staff to help. Really appreciate it. The couple of instances of illegal gambling, you explained kind of what those were, and are those felony charges, the way statutes are in Wyoming? I'm curious what you're calling illegal gambling, what they did to be illegal, and what the results were.
Certainly. So they could have been illegal professional gambling. The prosecutor's office decided to take them on the misdemeanor level with the session laws, because the penalties of the session law and the misdemeanors are actually greater than the felony violation penalties. So there was several things included in it. Mainly what it circled around was the illegal operation of skill games, failing to get a license, failing to pay taxes, operating to patrons under the age of 21, and there was one other one, but I don't have it in front.
Follow up. These intentional violations?
They were. So we attempted multiple times to discuss these and get them to shut down, like this, explaining what the session law did, what the steps were to get them licensed and legal. And it was after multiple attempts to have them just shut down to no avail, then it went to the prosecutor's office.
Sounds like a felony. That was what we put felony in for, was intentional violations. Would encourage you from my end. I think prosecution on willful violation of skill use. That's incidentally, is one thing. Willful and intentional. I think slap on the wrist. That behavior.
Would you like to send me that information?
I would really like to see it.
Is there any other questions today? Hands up? Oh, you're right there.
I can't tell you if there's any hands up. Is there any hands up on that right side of my screen?
Okay. With that, thank you, Nick. Live horse racing health. Brandy.
Good day, Good day, President Davis and Commissioners. I'm live streaming from the beautiful Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Commission office right across town. So it's good to see you all on here. I'll be quick. We'll start with the live meets for 2021. We had a great summer season. We actually ran 5 months out of the year this year with 50 race dates. It really was a great year for racing in Wyoming. With adding, having the three people and operators there. The first thing we'll take a look at is the statistics from the 2021 live meets. It shows, I have a report there, but the main thing is we had 50 total race dates in Wyoming. We had 438 number of races. Out of that, we had 312 starters. Purse contributions from the operators totaled over $2.7 million. Total purses paid out to horsemen for those 50 days of racing came to over $3.2 million. And with their handle, with Wyoming Downs doing the most with 1.7. They had a great year for Wyoming Downs as far as the on live handle wagering, but the total from all operators was over 2.3 million. So the live race meets really held their own even with the COVID and the events of what the world's in right now. So live racing was good. We had horsemen from all over the country come to participate, thoroughbreds, quarter horses, all the races were really great. Director Moore had done a wagering activity and first distribution report, which is in your packets. One of the things that I'd like to kind of focus on is for the 2021 totals. Out of that 2021, it's broken down by 307 Wyoming Downs and Wyoming horse racing. But one of the important things is the average purses per race. For 307 this year, it came out to just at $5,700. You had Wyoming Downs with the 6,154, and Wyoming horse racing was $6,754 for the average purse paid, which is an important number to watch for our horsemen and the importance of that. But on that report, you can also see the total race days and averages there. So it's just a fun little chart since 2014 that Director Moore keeps up on, just kind of where we're at and how it grows. So that's very interesting. As far as the live meet, we did a lot of testing this year. We're about the safety and welfare of the horses. Right now, just in 2021 alone, we've done over $90,000 paid to the laboratory for testing these racehorses. We did 928 samples that we submitted to industrial labs. We changed this year from Truesdale to industrial labs, and we really had a good rapport with those people this year. Out of those, we did 679 blood samples, 222 hair samples, and 27 urine samples that were tested. Now, out of all of those 928 samples, we did have 10 positive test results that came back due to medication violations. One of them was a class 2, and then 9 were class 3 and 4s, which are basically therapeutic drugs in their system. So the class 2 was the only major one that wasn't a therapeutic drug and more of an enhancement drug for that. Now we have been discussing, we do have a submissions from the commission that we'll discuss in a later meeting, I believe, on the live meets. We did have some security issues. We have some test barn issues that we need to really focus on in the jockey quarters areas that we will be presenting, I believe, at a later time. But all of the staff have reviewed that and put in our submissions to go over with the operators as far as racing office and what we kind of need to move forward from this point. But overall, the live racing was great this year. Thanks to the operators and all the horsemen that participated, it really turned out to be a good meet for everyone involved. Does anybody have any questions regarding the live meet?
From the commission at this time for Brandy. Sounds like you did a stellar job. Thank you, Brandy.
So moving on, I'll just go over the Breeders' Award really quick because I know everybody's interested. From January 1st to September 30th, we have a total of $2,760,827.06 in that fund, with the 3 months remaining. I predict we'll definitely probably hit 3 million to maybe 3.2 million if everything goes right. There is a breakdown of what goes into that number, which is the ADW numbers, The live meat numbers are still to be determined. I'm still working on those. But historic racing from all three in the simulcast from all three. As you can see, 307, they did not open till September 22nd. So those numbers are low. And also, just as a note that due to the shutdown in Gillette, the Breeders' Awards are roughly taking about a 20 to 25% hit, just due to the shutdowns as well as the late start of 307. So hopefully next year, those with everything going, hopefully everything will be up and running, and those numbers are good. But I think we're sitting okay right now on Breeders' Awards. I don't have a tally. I still have to put in the race results from Sweetwater, but I predict I'll have that done by the end of the month. So I'll kind of know what the points roughly will pay. We've had a lot of, due to the positives, we've had a lot of hearings and stuff in redistributions of funds. So we're kind of working on that just to make sure we got all the results right for that. So I think we're holding our own as far as that. So I'm happy about that as far as the Breeders' Awards. Is there any other questions regarding Breeders' Award Fund?
Any questions? Nope, you got on that one, good, Brandon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on here. Online sports wager. Okay.
I'm sorry. This part where I think Charlie will take it over regarding Dan Lapierre's letter.
Yes, thank you, Brandy, for your presentation. Appreciate that. The next item in the live racing, we did receive some letter from Mr. Dan Lapierre, who is in your practice commissioners, speaking about they're anticipating forming a horsemen's group. But then also in your practice commissioners, they did go through and had some suggestions they wanted to bring to the commission's attention. So we'll turn it over to Mr. Lapierre to introduce himself, who he represents, and the information in your packet.
Mr. Chairman and Director Moore, Commission. My name is Dan Lapierre. I represent the Wyoming First Horsemen's Group. It's a new group we just formed, but it's just strictly the horsemen, not just a bunch of good old boys. So the questions that you have in front of you was just a quick poll we did. I say quick, it took me 4 days of calling people. The changing of the awards doesn't change it that much, awarding points. So you have it all in front of you, what the totals were and whatnot. I've talked, if you skip down to the pyro test, I have talked to the state vet, the assistant vet, and he told me that it is now required. And I just would like some explanation how that happened. It was not required prior.
Charlie, would you like to touch a little bit on it? It has to do with some of the tracks, basically, and the way they're operating.
And thank you for the question. And we've talked about this somewhat offline. First off, this happened when we had a situation where we had an outbreak in the state. We had several horses that had to be euthanized in the state because of the infection. And we still have a horse in Uinta County that is quarantined. At the direction and guidance from Dr. Logan, the state vet at the time, and the commission determined that we would put that in rules and regulations to protect it. My staff and myself stood right there as we were euthanizing horses in different locations because of this issue. Now, as we all know, there's basically two ways this infects our livestock. One way is through a tick, which does not exist in this part of the country. The other way is through a needle and syringe. It's in not cleaning a syringe, doing that. So again, at the time, the commission was very concerned, changed the rules, changed the regulations, and are continuing to stay in touch with the Wyoming State Vet. Dr. Hazel will be here this afternoon after lunch to address it. She apologizes, and she is the new state veterinarian in the state and has a tremendous amount of experience from her previous employment around the match racing and the different things in other parts of the country. It is still extremely concerned about pyroprosmosis and the passage of it, and continues to recommend, as Dr. Logan does, that we have that information. So, you know, as far as the request goes, it is in the rules and regulations. That is law. Yes, the state vet at the time had chose not to do it at their level because they didn't feel like this was something that was affecting other aspects of the equine industry. So they relied on their relationship that they've always had and continue to have with the agency to be above and beyond protecting those municipalities, as you do. You know, everybody in this room is concerned about that. So that's just kind of the, you know, the view of that. Again, she is remiss she was unable to join us this morning for this, but will be here this afternoon to explain in why she would like the commission to continue. If the commission was interested in changing the rules, that's a process in itself again that we would have to address and do that.
Do you have further comment there?
Well, yes and no. I knew that would be Director Moore's answer. But I also wanted the public to hear, because I have spoke to the assistant vet. I knew what the explanation was myself. But I keep getting these questions from people. That's the only reason I skipped down to that. These other changes, they're for the commission to look at. That this was the horseman's opinion on these. And there was one other thing that you'll indulge me. I had this question asked of me several times. Horses that are born in Wyoming, should they be able to run in a Wyoming bred race, minus the points, if they're born in Wyoming?
You know, we'll take note of that, of your question. That may be something that Randy would want to follow up on. Which one is that?
Well, it's not on your, I didn't get the question until after I submitted this. That's why I asked you to indulge me on that. You know, it's just one of them deals that myself, I just came back from the heritage place. I bought 3 mares, they're all bred. They're gonna be born in Wyoming. Should they not be able to run in a Wyoming bred race, even though they can't be credited, or get the points? That's the question I have.
I would think that would be something maybe Randy, you could address that as a question.
Yes, Commissioner, President Davis and Commissioners and Mr. LePere. So we're actually working on that right now to do the definition. At this current point, Wyoming bred races are for Wyoming accredited horses, which means that they have paid into this program and meet the requirements. So at this point, the way that the rule has always been interpreted was that the horses had to be accredited in order to run in Wyoming bred races and earn points. The ones that are not, that are maybe foaled in Wyoming, yes, they're full, but they're not through our program. And that's not what the rules were written for. The rules are written for Wyoming accredited bred horses. What we are doing at this point is, as you'll see in chapter 8, we're reviewing in chapter 1 definitions for Wyoming breds, as well as changing some of the dates as well. But one of those changes will be to specifically say Wyoming accredited in order for like the races that are, ride a race per day for a thoroughbred quarter horse, and that the Wyoming breds that run in those races are accredited. So we have been working on those, and that's one of the things we'll discuss later on today when we're reviewing the Breeders' Awards and Chapter 8 rules for accredited Wyoming bred horses.
And what I would ask of you, if you could send that to me in an email too, that question, so we can have that, and then we'll get a response back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are there any more questions?
Your question?
No, I'm good.
We're
Yes,
good,
sir.
Randy, thank you.
Thank you, Brandy. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
No, thank you.
Thank you. This time, we will go to item E, line racing and of course, online sports. Item Cap.
Chairman Davis, the I respond to some of the things that Mr. Lauderdale said.
Go ahead, George, if you want to come up front.
Yes. I'm George Spiva. I'm chairman of the Wyoming Outreach Racing Association. We'll refer to that as WAGRA. I'm very proud to be part of that organization. We've spent the last 30 to 35 years representing the horsemen and the horse industry in Wyoming. I believe that we are at this time the only really recognized Horsemen's Association in Wyoming. Dan LaPierre, as he said, is proposing another association. I believe this is because of the perceived lack of support that WABRA has given 307 horse racing. If I could take just a minute, I'll go through some of the ways that we have supported them. In the late spring of 2020, Randy Bird contracted WABRA, telling that he has secured a 5-year lease at Energy Downs and asked WABRA to be their horseman's group. On June 3rd of that year, WABRA wrote a letter to the Wyoming Gaming Commission. I'm sure all of you saw that. Encouraging the commission to consider that license. I think the last paragraph of that says, we are hoping that 307 Horse Racing LLC can obtain their gaming license as soon as possible, so they may start implementing their OTBs and start generating funds to raise money for the state, counties, cities, and horsemen. On August 23rd, 2020, Randy Bureau spoke at our general membership meeting, and at that meeting, we explained the things that 307 planned to do at Energy Downs, and told us they planned to open their OTB locations as soon as they got their license, and had already made arrangements for the HHR terminals. On September 10th, Weber asked that President Davis, Director Moore, Senator Ogden Driscoll, Representative Tom Walters, our liaison to the governor, Dan Schiffer, meet with Weber representatives Dan Lee, Whitey Call, myself, and Buffalo. All were in attendance. We were glad to have them. As Weber pretty much stood the expense of the room, some meals. There was probably something over 2,000 miles traveled that one day. Chairman Davis took the brunt of that. From just east of Baggs, Wyoming to Buffalo, round trips about 650 miles. Dan Lee, one of our representatives, traveled from Riverton, round trip, or from his place out of Riverton, round trip that's over 500 miles. I have that agenda for that meeting here. We discussed the number of race dates at all the tracks, points of order, detours, the percentages that we would consider from the Breeders' Fund to raise purses. We talked about state statute 1125, 102, and 105. But the first thing on that agenda, the first thing that we asked was the status of 307 horse racing's application, and encouraged that group to do what they could to forward that application and get that license. On November 11th, Weber entered into a 3-year purse agreement with 307. That was signed by myself and Randy Gritter. In that agreement, 307 agreed to contribute $640,000 to persons in bad energy downs. They actually contributed $728,100, more than what they were contracted for. Let's get back to those figures. On December 9th, the Office of the Wyoming Attorney General issued a written opinion on the 100-mile rule, stating that other operators would have to shut down their OTV operations only during the actual live hours of the hours of the live racing in Campbell County. That in Wyoming Game Commission meetings, 307 has disputed that finding. In early spring of 2021, Jack and Randy Greer asked Weber to create entry forms and take entries for all the stakes races at Energy Downs. Weber has never done that for any other operator, but agreed to do that for a nominal fee of $25 per entries. Out of those funds, we paid our extra bookkeeping help. We bought blankets, buckles, and prizes for the Wyoming bred races at Energy Downs. In April, early April of 2021, the Campbell County Commissioners proposed a resolution that would effectively make all OTV locations in Campbell County illegal, except for those operated by 307 horse racing. Honestly, I thought that was probably political suicide. I think it was fiscally irresponsible, and in the words of some Campbell County residents, they said that they thought it was borderline corrupt. let's look at some of the numbers.
George?
Yes, sir.
What is our objective here?
Actually, I need to, since 307 doesn't seem to think that we're represented properly, I think that these numbers are important because this is something that we did not support.
So if I'm getting adjusted to this conversation, Wyoming One Horsemen's Group is a group that is being formed to represent 307 racing.
I think Dan LaPierre could probably answer that.
Yes, that's what.
I was wondering what the rambling was about, because there's nothing that is in your packet that states that was formed for 307. I would like to represent 307 in the future. They are contracted for 3 years, correct, George?
Absolutely.
And I'm not trying to get into that, but I just wanted to clarify that from my side. I had people ask me to represent a horseman. That was it. Any other questions?
I guess my question is it all right if we have multiple horsemen's groups supporting one permittee? I mean, there's multiple horses out there. Is there anything wrong with that? I mean, we have a different horsemen's group representing one down.
Exactly. I've got this much of that paper left, and right at the end of that, I would like to address that if I could.
Thank you, George. Go ahead.
Are you done with me then? Okay, I just wanted to clarify that part.
Thanks.
George and I have been friends a long time.
Yeah. And will continue to be. And when WAGRA considered representing 2 operators, we knew there would be problems. It was probably an undertaking that wasn't it was well thought out. It has caused some conflict. Eugene Joyce and I've had conversations where both of us have left with red faces and elevated blood pressures. But at the end of the day, we both knew that what we were trying to do was to benefit the horsemen and the horse industry. And I would like to have Chairman Davis, Director Moore, D. Lopez, kind of keep track of my figures. I don't want to mislead anybody with something that I've misquoted. In 2019, Wyoming horse racing and Wyoming Downs contributed $1,398,827. Half of that going to the coffers in Gillette and Campbell County. By the 1% figure that represents, that means that they handled $139,882,700. Excuse me. $139,882,750 through the OTB in Campbell County for an average about $11,650,000. With the increase of handle across the state, we're guessing probably that a $12 million monthly average now will be very conservative. Since May 22nd, the handles of Wyoming horse racing and Wyoming Downs would have been about $72 million. I believe that 307 has been approximately 12 million, including a very nice month in October, $5,956,273, a figure that I contacted 307 and congratulated them on. But that leaves a deficit of about $60 million in the last 6 months. With 0.1% going to LISRA, 0.4% going to the state. That's a total loss of $300,000. with a 0.5% going to the city of Gillette, that's a loss of about $300,000. With a 0.5% going to Campbell County, that's a loss of $300,000. The Horseman's Fund actually is, by statute, gets 0.4% of that amount. That's $240,000 loss. This is why WABR was opposed to this resolution in Gillette. Typically, about 0.3% of the overall handle goes into purses. So to me, 0.3% of 60 million is about 180,000. That means that with the 240,000 and 180,000, that's about $420,000 that the horsemen have lost in the last 6 months. I'm guessing if there was an overall total damages figure put to that resolution, I'm guessing that to this point, including the loss of approximately 50 jobs, we've already looked at something in excess of 2 million. I got a little story. It'll only take a minute. Years ago, there was a report of an accident at Glenrock Coal. Glenrock Coal is a small coal mine just north of Glenrock that supplies the Dave Johnson power plant. Apparently, and I've learned more about this over the years, as a train runs under the loadout facility, it loads each car, it checks each brake. If one car does not have brakes, everything behind it does not have brakes. There's a light at the end of that loadout facility that tells the engineer, green light, you go, red light, you stop. Pretty simple stuff. Apparently, the engineers ignored one of those lights. So off the hill that train went. One of the foremen there jumped in a pickup and hit it down the frontage road, the maintenance road for that set of tracks. When that train did wreck going down that hill, the foreman was asked, "You knew that there was anything, or told there wasn't anything that you could do to help that train?" He says, "Yeah, but I've never seen a train wreck before." The resolution in Gillette, well, that train wreck probably lasted minutes, possibly even seconds. The train wreck that the resolution in Campbell County has caused is an ongoing thing. 307 now is doing approximately $6 million in Campbell County. That's a $12 billion market. Again, using those same percentages, that's a loss of $30,000 per month to the state, the city of Gillette, Campbell County, and by those same percentages, it's a loss of $24,000 a month to the horsemen, plus another $18,000 that should have gone in first money. So the horsemen, and those are the people that I'm concerned with, are losing about $42,000 a month. Back to the $728,000 purse money that 307 had. Today, we've lost about $427,000. It'll increase by about $42,000 a month. And when I say we, I'm talking horsemen. If that, when you start adding those dollars up, that kind of makes that $728,000 purse money pale in comparison. But if they don't get more OTVs, if they don't start handling more in Campbell County, their total by the time they track the first case on this year's meet are gonna probably exceed 600, maybe $670,000. Back to Mr. Locklear's request. He has asked that the commission consider another horsemen's association. If they are registered with the Secretary of State, if they have a federal ID number and plan to file a tax return, if they have a board of directors consisting of horsemen, 50% of them being eligible to be to vote in Wyoming, if they have elected officers, a set of bylaws and a code of conduct, WABR would support their application and even do anything that they could to further their cause. Questions?
Thank you, George. And as far as my knowledge, I have not received one request. As it sits right now, Walker is still listed under 307.
Yes, and we will be for this year and next year. Yeah.
Thank you for pointing all that out, George. But our, that's of this, but, thank you. Was that, are there anything else? So we did that brief break for lunch. Probably should have returned here at 1 o'clock.
Where's David? He's got that squared away.
I think that's what he's doing right now.
Okay.
Like I said.
We're gonna return. Thank you, everyone. Be back.
You still with us? I think we have lost Commissioner Grable. Commissioner Barry? Here. Thank you, Commissioner Lyman. There's Randy. Thank you, Randy. Commissioner Curran? Here. Thank you. And we have with us, we have Jen Wildcat, we have Dan Schiffer here, and Senator Driscoll should be back soon.
Charlie,
Go ahead, Troy.
I didn't hear my name called, but I'm here.
We're here.
Sort of here.
Charlie,
Okay.
this is Sherry also, and I didn't hear mine either.
Well, we didn't see your green phone number, so we kind of assumed.
So it is 1:10. We're still on item 7, general business.
Number 10, Frank.
And we're at E, live racing and personnel. Yes, sir, we're going to sports. We're going to finish up, if you don't mind. We have Dr. Hazel with us here today. And volunteers would like to join us. From the Wyoming Livestock Board. Sorry.
May I say something yet?
Yeah.
We're on item E.
We're on E, yes. We're finishing up E. And we also have the Director of the Wyoming Livestock Board joining us via Zoom, Steve True, Director True. Thank you for joining us, sir. Appreciate you. I know Dr. Hazel has a couple slides that she would like to share with you and also introduce herself. I'll turn it over to you, Dr.
Thank you for the invitation and good afternoon, everyone. I apologize, I didn't have my name tag when I came in, so I'm an anonymous person, so sometimes that's convenient. But I'm Dr. Callie Hazel, I'm the new Wyoming State Veterinarian, effective July 16th, following in the footsteps, the huge footsteps of Dr. Jim Logan, and I mean huge because he was essentially serving our state. He is still active in some things, and he is still out there and dabbling in lots of things, so he's around. But thank you to Jim for all that he did, and for keeping the relationship and establishing a very good relationship with this commission. So thank you, and I hope we can continue that. A little bit about myself, just so you know my background and where I come from. I did 15 years in private practice on the Kansas-Colorado border, livestock mostly, and then went to work for USDA as a field veterinarian for about 12 years on the same area. And then became the Texas veterinarian in charge for USDA in Texas. And then spent the last 7 years on the Texas-Mexico border as the director of the cattle fever tick program and covered from Del Rio to Brownsville, Texas with about 120 employees. Definite education down there. And then the last year or so in Wyoming as a field veterinarian, and then accepted the position of state vet in July. So it's great to be here and thank you for the invitation. I am aware of your current requirements. And I apologize for one of these slides. I actually stole them from somebody else. So one of them is a format issue. But there are just a few slides I'd like to present, and they pertain to your current horse health regulations. And they're actually borrowed from Dr. Angela Pelza-McCluskey, who is the USDA equine epidemiologist. I'm sure you've all heard her name, or many of you have. And these slides were presented to us at the U.S. Animal Health Association meeting in October in Denver. And they deal with EIA and piroplasmosis, which pertain to your regulations as well. And I think they say more than I can say in a picture. The first one are
Sorry.
That's okay, you can change it all around.
I got good eyes, but that's a long way away. And I'm guessing where the start slideshow is.
If you put it on a slideshow, the incorrect part of that slide goes away.
There we go. That's what I was. Right there.
So this is just some of the most current data that we have, and it's published by USDA. For the EIA trends, EIA, I'm sure all of you are familiar with equine infectious anemia. And just a shift in the trend of what's happening out there. What she did is she compared the total number of EIA positive horses to the number of those that are positive that are quarter horse race horses. 2020 was a strange year, and I won't even get into why. I think we all can figure that out. A lot of our data for 2020 for many different things is skewed because some things just didn't happen in 2020. What did was just weird. So if you exclude the 2020 portion, you can see the trend of what's happening in our EIA positive portions is that now it's over 75% where horse race horses are the EIA positive portions. Next slide, please. All right, and where is that EIA at? Of course, it's no surprise that it happens in Texas. We do have a lot of illegal movement that comes in from Texas, as well as a lot of illegal coming in the horses. But 74 of the 87 cases currently are in quarter horse race horses. No surprise there. 12 of those horses are from an undertested population, and then of course the one illegal movement. But you can see it's not just in the South anymore. Our EIA positives are moving up in the US. And part of that is because of our racing industry and our bush track industry that's moving north as well. And that's part of one of the reasons that we're seeing EIA and further north. Utah is a population on a reservation in Utah that we deal with that has a lot of province positive portions. Next slide, please. Now we get into equine pyroclasmosis, and this is what I really wanted to focus on. There's been 29,000 horses tested since 2020, or in 2020, I'm sorry, and then about 450,000 since 2009. Although that trend that we had of positives initially did decrease, it's now starting to go back up. Once again, ignore the 2020, it's odd. But you see it went down and now it's coming back up. And the next slide, please. Of those positive horses that we are now seeing, 467 of those are quarter horse race horses. And then you can compare the other numbers, 14 thoroughbred and 33 of course. But 467 of those positives are quarter horse race horses. That is the reason that we highly encourage you to keep your pyroclasmosis testing in place. This is not going away. And one of the reasons it's not going away is our bush track industry. And we're seeing more and more horses that are not just staying in bush track or staying in sanctioned racing, but they're going back and forth. They're moving between. And as long as that is occurring, these numbers are going to continue to climb. The main reason they're climbing is because of contaminated needles, contaminated IV sets, and the intravenous drug usage is an issue, yes, but the fact that we're using contaminated needles and contaminated IV sets is the big problem as far as increasing our pyroclasmosis positive portions. If we had a way to clean that up, the drug usage isn't going to stop necessarily, the IV usage isn't going to stop. But if we could find a way to educate our folks on clean needles, clean sets, clean IVs, that would make a huge difference. And there is a lot of good material out there now produced by USDA, the state of California, Kentucky, that is bilingual in preventing EP in horses just by using clean syringes and clean needles. So that's the point I really wanted to make, is it's not going away. Any questions about this? That I can answer for anybody. I wanted to give you our current data. I think there's one more slide, maybe. I'm sorry, yes?
This is nationwide.
Yes, US. Yeah. Yes, this is US wide. Our current data. You don't have anything in there from 2021, of course, yet. Yes. And then 2020 makes it look like it dropped, but I wish we could just take off 2020. And this is just a summary of what we see as causing these increases. It relates back to bush tracks and blood doping, but it's the use of contaminated needles and syringes that's the biggest issue as far as the equine pyroclasmosis spread. That's kind of what I wanted to emphasize today. Any questions I can answer about this or anything else?
Are there any questions from the commission? Mr. President, this phone probably for Charlie.
This is probably for Charlie S. and maybe you. Is there a rule we can implement to force these racetracks, no matter if they're coming to Wyoming or from out of state? I think we do now. Use none of that checklist with all horses, or is it a sample of horses?
We currently require a negative
pyroclasmosis test.
On all horses there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
And then if we find one that is positive, and what type of sanctions do we take this in?
Well, at that point, you know, if you do find a positive, then we would turn it over to the Wyoming State Vet and they would handle that.
Basically, it's out of our hands at that point.
USDA and Wyoming Livestock Board deal with it at that point.
Thank you.
And I want to emphasize too, there are just a handful of states, like just over 14 states that have pyroclasmosis rules right now. That is changing. Part of that problem is, as you, I'm sure aware, there are several states that don't have a horse racing commission. Tennessee being one of those, and they're having a significant increase in pyroclasmosis. So until all that's in place, some of these states cannot implement a pyroclasmosis rule. Thank you to Wyoming. Thank you, Dr. Logan. I think he really emphasized the need for this.
Yeah, it's been a really good working relationship that we have with Dr. Berry. You know that we've always had a very good relationship as well with the state of veterinarians. But, you know, we did have that discussion earlier, commissioners, about the potential of removing the rule. And I think from what I'm hearing from you, Dr. Hazel, is again continuing with that in place for the for however long it takes. It's kind of interesting when you solve the problem. It's very similar to what we have in our human population with different things. It's you know that maybe can't eliminate it this way, but it's that education, clean needles, clean syringes, and that's you know how would we do that at the registrar? It's kind of counterintuitive maybe to address that at the registrar and say, okay, you know, start understanding and clean your needles and syringes better. Well, that's right, you're not allowed to have them. So how would you think about that? But I think that's helpful. Anybody from the public has any questions that are here for Dr. Hazel or anyone?
My contact information is out there. Most of you know where to find us, Wyoming Livestock Board. I'm out of Cheyenne now. We did close the office in Riverton. Will be turned over to the county most likely as one of the county offices. So we're all out of Cheyenne, but we will have a field vet stationed somewhere in central Wyoming, and we have vets around, so everybody knows where to find us. Thank you for the opportunity today. It's great to meet everyone.
I had, I got a call a year or so from a angry horse breeder that it was costing further amount to have his horses tested, so it more out. And one of his arguments was none of the surrounding states require testing like we do. You know, if that still stands, do Colorado, Idaho, Utah require pyroclasmosis tests still? Or
I can't tell you exactly the answer on that. The meeting that we just had, it was in October. There are several states that are implementing it as soon as possible. So even if they don't have it at this moment, they hope to have it within the next year. But I can tell you that the cost of pyroclasmosis testing, we did check on that just this week, and for our lab anyway, it's around $40 to $50 per head. So it's not an exorbitant fee. It is expensive, but not exorbitant. But as far as surrounding states, that's been under discussion. Colorado did for a while. I don't know if they do right now, so I'm not even going to go out there because several states are changing their rules in the next year.
but they're changing toward testing.
Towards, not away. Yes.
If I can follow up on that, Dr. Berry. Nebraska, it's a racetrack option in Nebraska. Racetracks are requiring testing in Colorado. I believe that's the same there as well. So a lot of the states not necessarily mandating.
And a lot of the states, as I mentioned earlier, they can't mandate it because they don't have a racing commission to mandate it. So it comes down to individual tracks, depending upon the state and how the state manages their horse sanctioned races. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you so much.
I guess I did have one other question, Chairman. Are you aware of any bush track racing area. But is there some in Colorado? Is there any in Wyoming? I mean, it's obviously, if you knew about it, you'd probably try to stop it. I know Texas.
It's probably a question for an offline discussion. But that being said, is it in Colorado? Absolutely. Does it exist in Wyoming? I'm sure the people out here can answer that a lot better than I can. I'm not going to say that it doesn't exist. I'm going to say that there are ways to find it. And that's a discussion that you and I could probably have with Dr. Logan sometime. There are certain things that you can go look up. Everything is advertised on Facebook, everything. It's generally all in Spanish. There are some horses that travel like certain areas, certain racetracks on a regular basis, but the names may change depending upon the state of the horse. But you can find those and you can follow those animals and you can see what states they go to. And if they're going to a certain state, you know there's a bush track in that state. There are ways to locate them on Facebook. I will give you that information. It's not hard. You do need to be able to have your computer set to Spanish to be able to find some of them. But it is not hard, and I'll leave it at that. I would never say it doesn't exist in Wyoming. I will mention this too. They have found several now in the trotters for the standard breds. They've found several of the bush tracks for them as well. It's something that I think that we as a group should probably discuss sometime.
No, thank you very much, Doctor. My experiences in Oklahoma and Texas, match racing, the tracks that we're talking about, it's crude. It would be shocking, I think, to a lot of you when you experience that element. And so it's here in Wyoming. Again, I'm not necessarily aware of it, but we have the cover and share racing. It's a non-wagering. They have the potential to be a wagering event, but we do have that in the state. So again, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
We did spend a lot of time in Laredo the last 7 years of my life. A lot of bush track racing, a lot of it. And if there is a paraplasmosis positive horse at a bush track and you go in there to quarantine that horse, it isn't unusual when that horse walks off the track, they'll shoot before it gets off the track. Right there, and they'll turn around and say, is that good enough? Thank you very much. Have a nice day. End of discussion. So, all right, thank you guys.
Thank you.
And if I could just thank Steve True for being on the call and our relationship. We have an MOU with Wyoming Livestock Board. We have for several years, and we appreciate that relationship that we do have with them. Our investigators, their investigators. And so I look forward to Dr. Hazel working with you in the future.
With that, Chairman Bob, could I ask George Biden a question? Go ahead. What's Walker's philosophy regarding paraplasmosis testing? Obviously, the other group is questioning it.
I think that Wagner would say whatever's best for the horsemen and the horses we need to do. It's an expense for all of us, but I think it's an expense that in the long run will be best for the industry. Did that answer your question?
Thank you, George. With that, David? That for line item Frank. On my portfolio.
Thank you, President Davis, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is David Carpenter. I'm with the Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Commission. I serve as a project manager for online sports wagering and skill games one of these days when Nick makes me take that over. So we just got started September 1, as you all know. That first month, we did 6.2 million in total handle, which is total wagers. There was a lot of promo bets, a lot of free bets that took place just to kind of get the idea out there and get some excitement built up. And so over the course of that month, our revenue, our tax revenue was actually minus 12,000. It's nothing to be alarmed by. And especially as I'm looking at October right now, we're up over 10 million in total handle. And we've wiped out that minus 12,000, and we're up about 15,000 in tax revenue for the month of October. That report should come out here in the next few days. And going through my report, September was also very football centric. That was kind of the only game in town. There was also some postseason baseball going on. But in October, we've also seen a significant jump in basketball wagering as NBA came online, and then college basketball just began as well. I added a little bit of patron wagering activity in just kind of locations where betting is popular so far. Just as kind of an idea, and this was all data taken from our geolocation provider, which is GeoComply. And according to GeoComply, Cheyenne has far and away the most wagering activity in the state. Laramie is obviously high up there as well with college football activity in the last month. And then Casper sits at number 3, and all the way down until you get to Heartland, Wyoming, and Whirlwind, and some of the smaller towns. That's about it. I think everything's looking really positive for us moving forward. Look forward to adding a few more operators here soon. Open for questions, if anyone has any.
Do you have any forecasts for the future?
You know, it's a little bit early as far as I'm concerned to be able to really forecast anything too far. Especially, you know, what I've seen so far is during the week, it's pretty quiet, 30,000, 40,000 a day between operators. And then as you get into that weekend with college football and then NFL, it's really popping up to 400, 500,000 almost on some weekends. You know, I really want to see probably a full year's worth of data before I can really start to trend this out very far. Just given, you know, the nature of how these sports kind of flow through and everything like that. But I think, you know, we're out of that negative kind of first hiccup, and I don't think we're ever going to see that again. It's going to be up and to the right from here. Right?
Any questions from the commissioners? Is there any hands up in the audience? I didn't hear any questions today.
I think Nick is going to share with us the GeoComply map for everyone to see here.
I can kind of tie this in. Responsible gaming as well. Put on hats too. So this is our GeoComply program. This is the data that they provide us. We actually have this running in our office 24 hours a day, basically, unless we turn off the TV when we leave. This is all geolocation transactions. And so what you have in white is iOS devices, green are Android devices, and the blue are Windows operating system devices. So those are going to be your laptops and your desktop computers. You can see right there, just kind of like what I said, Cheyenne is obviously leading the way at this particular moment in time. This is probably about a 15-minute picture. And so this will zoom all the way down. You can basically see War Memorial Stadium. It'll go all the way down to a house. And so from an investigative standpoint, and I'm probably speaking out of turn because we have our investigators here, but what we can do is we also have a secondary program with GeoComply, which is called Cabana. And we'll be able to identify multiple use accounts if people are taking advantage of, you know, if they're signing up 30 different accounts, there's potential for hacking, there's potential for a number of different things. And so we're going to have the data to not only track that, but we can actually pinpoint exactly where these types of things are happening with this. And it's also just pretty interesting to look at. I think a lot of us on staff just kind of sit and stare at it every once in a while and just watch. And that's very interesting when you open it up on a Saturday right before a Wyoming game or on a Sunday, just the amount of activity that occurs in Laramie or in some of the bigger communities. Anyone have any questions about that?
The different colors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, I did.
And always remember too, these are every time they're logging in, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, this is all geolocation transactions. So it's not necessarily a wager. Oh yeah, and so here's a good example of a red one, which is red has been blocked. And so what you have here is someone trying to log in from, is this Springfield, Illinois?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so someone tried to log in from Springfield, Illinois right now, and they got blocked from the access. And so when we originally started working with GeoComply, they did the entire border of the state of Wyoming, and then they also did around the Wind River Indian Reservation. And they're in the process of giving us an upgraded map. They'll have a few more layers on it. And they're very willing to work with us on any tool that we might need for investigative purposes or just basic data mining reasons as well. Just keep track of activity.
Are there any other comments from the commission? Question?
I guess I will just add real quick, the primary data points that they like to use are actually coming from wireless routers. If they have to go down, they can use GPS on phones as well, but everything that you're going to see in the actual communities are going to be based on triangulation of wireless routers, which pinpoints down to a couple hundred feet, somewhere there.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. It'll shut down the second someone crosses the border. If you're heading down from Cheyenne and you have one of the apps open and cross that border, it's gonna turn you off.
Does it notify you that
I believe so, yes. I don't use my phone while driving. I'm gonna put that on record.
that's what it's the only kind of thing, illegal U-turn?
Yeah, that's right. I guess if you guys don't mind, I can just kind of switch over to responsible gaming real quick and just take a stab at that too.
Take it about work. That's up to you.
Okay.
That's right. Commission. Sure. What tab is it? Go for it. It's number 8.
We're gonna have Kelly, our responsible gaming liaison, do a little bit of a report for you guys on this, but she couldn't be here today. So we're kind of taking what was built into our rules for online sports wagering, and our goal is to actually expand that across all of our industries, going historic racing, live racing, and on through skill games, and at least take some of these same concepts and ideas. And essentially what we're trying to do along the way is hit some of the goals. Yeah, really good. Actually, can you turn that around and change one side? Some of our goals are to encourage patrons to make informed decisions, ensure each operator has a responsible gaming plan, implement and enforce responsible marketing campaigns, maintain and monitor integrity of our games, prevent underage gambling, and provide access to problem gaming resources. And you can go ahead and turn that around and show that to those guys. And again, going back to kind of what we were just talking about with GeoComply, they have kind of a subsidiary, which is called Conscious Gaming, and then they have a software platform that is PlayBoss. And so what we're going to do is work with them on, they're working on a self-exclusion platform for online gaming and even live gaming that actually allows jurisdictions across the nation to start to communicate these lists of patrons that have self-excluded themselves from gaming. And so the hope is that it'll expand nationwide and we'll all be able to have that same list that works together so that if someone that is on that list in Colorado comes into Wyoming, they would continue to be on that self-exclusion list and prevented from gaming. And the hope also is to one day expand that into some of our other games as well and try to keep that list available to all of our operators and vendors. And that's it. Any questions?
I have one. If I may, before I need to talk in the microphone.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
Okay, you mentioned underage gambling and trying to prevent that. Does the state of Wyoming, is it illegal to gamble on school property, primarily in secondary school?
I believe so. I don't know if we have that built into our online sports wagering rules. And we obviously do not at this point with any other rules because we're still working on them. Skill-based amusement games, we are looking at placing some sort of distance limitation on how far away you need to be from schools to set up an establishment. And so I know that that's being written in the rules right now.
Okay, because I do know some young bettors that are able to place bets on our school property.
Okay.
So that's what I was wondering. I didn't know if anything was written or if anybody on the commission knows if that's somewhere.
I assume those young bettors are over 18 but still in school. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. One thing that we could look into and we could give a GeoComply on this sometime is maybe working on that. Because with GeoComply, we can build geofences around just about anything. So it's certainly something to consider.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Well, moving on.
Okay, let's go to item G, Breeders' Award and License, Breeders' Award Fund and License. That's the grant.
That's not what we were-
There you are. You have the floor, Brandy.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
President Davis and Commissioners, sorry, we have a really hard time hearing you guys. Everything's muffled, so hopefully you can hear me. So the accredited Wyoming bred program, which I'm discussing now, is still thriving. As you can see on the handout titled Accredited Wyoming Bred, you'll see the transaction summary type from January 1st through September 30th. It's broken down with what type of transactions that our new computer system does, which includes brood mares, weanlings, 2-year-old race age horses, as well as stallions and transfers. We had, as of August 15th for the new brood mares, we accredited 106 new brood mares, bringing that total to 718 total current brood mares through our system. Now that's the current brood mares that the inspector started out inspecting, was the 718. That number will drop upon the results of all of the inspections. If there were mares that have been deceased or suspended for violating our rules, those will go down. But 718 was the start of what we started with during the inspections for this year after August 15th. As you can see on that report, the current stallion was 62, up from 45. So we are really thriving in that area as far as horses. The number of money that we've collected through September 30th just for fees is over $30,000. And we expect to have quite a bit more as the December 31st deadline will be approaching for our weanlings and yearling deadline before it moves up to the $250. So we expect, we usually get pretty slammed. Horsemen, including myself, tend to wait till last minute to do that. So I suspect we'll get quite a few more come December. But we're really looking good in that aspect. I think last year we did 125 new mares and then 100 new ones this year. So it appears from what we're seeing on the inspections right now, a lot of the mares that are not there are because they are open. They did not take, so they have moved them back out of state. They didn't want to pay the money to keep them here, which is kind of become a problem for us, which we will talk later in the rules section of this meeting. But as far as the overall program, we had more races from the trials, 10 trials for a lot of those maturity horses. So with the rise in the brood mares means a rise in the racing stock and the number of horses that will be eligible to run in Wyoming bred races. So it really is doing what it set out to do when they passed the historic racing. So I think everybody that worked so hard on that would be proud to know how successful we are and how we resurrected, running 0 race dates to running 50 this year. To be honest, we are, one of the top state bred programs in the country, and we're talking with Oklahoma and Texas, the amount of money we pay out. When I paid out in Texas, we paid out, the top money amount was 1.7 million to breeders. And, here I'm paying 3 million. So it's quite impressive what we've done, and hopefully the horsemen and the breeders, I know they're appreciative of this, but we really have a great thing going here. So I'm super proud to be the administrator of this program. I think we've come a long ways. I think we have a lot of improvements that we can do as far as doing some advertising and kind of getting the word more out there. We have horses that are going on out of state to run in challenge races that are very competitive. So there's just a lot of great things going, and I just wanted you guys to know how that program is winding up for this year. So was there any questions on the Wyoming bred program? Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you, Brady.
So I'll move on to the ADW, the out-of-state source market fees. The summary, we did that between January 1st and August 31st. For those of you who might not know what that is, it is the out-of-state advanced deposit wagering. And out of that, per rule, we get 3% that could go back to operators and the Breeders' Fund and the state fees, and then first enhancement. So on the breakdown there, as of August 31st, we collected $2,449,882.33 was the total wagered from Wyoming participants. And out of that, the Pari-Mutuel Commission has taken in $73,494.85, which is the 3% that we're authorized to take. So we'll keep calculating that, and then what happens is at the end of the year, that will go towards the purse enhancement operator, and then the state fees will be split as far as that. Due to the increase of races, we've had a lot of horsemen coming in. So the licensing has been very busy this year, not only for the Pari-Mutuel going up, but adding the skill-based games and sports wagering vendors and companies. So far, as of September 30th, we have completed 2,111 licenses. Out of that, Pari-Mutuel contributes 1,774. Skill-based is 307 licenses given, and sports wagering is at 30. That was as of September 30th, which we've had quite a few since then, but that was the cutoff for this meeting. So everything's looking really, really great there, and we're just keeping busy with that here in the office. And the last sheet on that was just, as I was talking about before, the advanced deposit wagering. We hadn't had a meeting, so we wanted to put this in. So this is the out-of-state source market fees that were collected in 2020 that was paid out in 2021 to our operators, the breeders, the operators, and the purse enhancement fund, as well as the state. So there was just a breakdown for everybody to see where those funds go and how they get split. And those have been paid to each operator and to the state as of this date. So we're all in the clear there. And that's really all I have as far as the breeders program and ADW money, as well as licensing.
Are there any questions for Brandy at this time on this information? Any hands up in the audience there?
Not online, sir.
Okay, with that, I thank you, Brandy. Oh,
Thank you.
they're here, Brandy, we have yours.
Yeah, can I think probably Brandy do this? Why don't you come on up, sit down and throw. Okay.
Identify yourself also.
George Spiegel with Wyoming Maldives Racing Association. And this is a question probably to Brandy who was coming. Has there been an audit of the number of points yet? And if not, is there kind of a timeline for that?
I had, thank you, George, President Davis and commissioners. I had actually previously on my report with the Breeders' Awards Fund, I previously said that I still have to put in the results from Sweetwater, as well as we had to go through all of the testing with the redistribution of the purses, so that would probably be done sometime by the end of this month.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Brandy at this time? With that, Brandy, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll continue down to, I, staff compensation.
Thank you, President Davis. Item 7I, staff compensation. Commissioners, if you look at your supplemental, what the goal is of this section here is we're not going to necessarily talk about pay. What I'd like to see is, considering a lot of things that are happening, additional duties, inflation that we're seeing, and several factors, is if the commission would form a committee of 2 individuals is what I'd like to do. It would review with me, staff, and but then also review like that. And look at those and come up with some recommendations moving forward. I think the last time we had an increase was 2019, I believe it was, for any of our staff. I think that was right. Make those suggestions. I can, with our process, I can facilitate staff increases, but for me, that's a situation that all the commission needs to do to move that forward and make the decisions, and then we can submit those to A&I HR division. So you understand the process. If you decide you want to give me a $200,000 a year pay bump today, well, first of all, that ain't going to happen. Probably more importantly, there's a lot of steps that have to go through. You can authorize it, but you sure have easily be denied the Human Resources Division. And so what we do is we submit a request. That request goes to HR, A&I Human Resources Division, and then they review it, see if it's appropriate. Also goes to the Budget Division to see if we have the resources to do that. So it's the ultimate stop of the raise is not here. It's at the governor's office, a lot of other. It would be nice if we did have 2-person kind of subcommittee that could communicate and do that.
What's the time frame on this?
That would be at your pleasure, sir. Right now, pay increases until you finish with the budgets are probably not likely. So.
With that in mind, where do we need to set this up to get this recommendation going forward?
I would suggest forming a committee today, possibly, inclined to, and then we can start working on the process and working on the project.
That are there 2 commissioners that would be willing to who are happy to do that? Practice. Excellent. With that, Charlie, we have the 2 volunteers.
Again, that would be your pleasure, whatever the commission would like to do. They could make the recommendations and move forward with it, give them that authority, or they could come back to the full body.
How do the commissioners feel about that? Giving them the authority to go forward? These 2 can't vote, so it's just you.
I'd like to see it before it's, I think we should.
So, if I understand everything, does that sound good with you, Troy, Randy? Okay, thank you, Randy. So with that, Charlie.
We're having a, President Davis and Charlie, we're having a real hard time hearing you, just like Randy said. As a matter of fact, it might be the person that we heard in that room the best was George Spivey when he stood behind the table standing up. And for whatever reason, it just is coming to us all garbled.
Try it again. I switched microphones.
Okay, we'll try it again. Is that better now?
Some,
Some?
not great, but
We've got 2 volunteers that work with Charlie on the future compensation for the staff. Did you follow that? And they will get back to the committee as a whole with their recommendations in the near future. That sound good? Okay.
Chairman Davis?
Okay. Yeah. Who's that? Oh, Sherry.
Hi. Hey, I just wanted to comment on Randy's comments and Brandy's. Yeah, it's very difficult for those of us that are not in the room to hear you. The echo is so bad, we can't make out any words. So if I think I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that maybe we put off the discussion with regards to compensation until we can all be in the same room together. Is that what I understand?
They'll come back to the commission as a whole with the recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. With that, Charlie, we can continue down to the director's update.
Yes, thank you. Can everybody hear me on the? Okay, the first item that I have is our biennial budget. And we submitted several 15 exception requests. Of those exception requests, 3 of them were denied. We approved for additional staffing. The additional staffing that I put in was a senior account analyst. That was denied. Also a senior accountant. That was denied. And then there's for on-site filing commissioners to be able to go to different forums. The remainder of our exceptions were approved at the governor's level. Budget book is on also state website. The exception was several exceptions would take our AWAC positions, which included David, Mike Cotard, and Kelly Ortiz, put those as fully benefited employees with our agency. We also did request the additional spending authority for increased office space, which we had already received that approval, and we moved into that additional space. We received that approval in the B11, and this is giving us the authority to extend that beyond the next 2 years. The governor did authorize us to hire 1 additional senior auditor, which is going to be needed. Then we also had some updates to our RIM system. And the RIM system is a software management program we utilize law enforcement. Also for an update on the software careers award fund, that was authorized. And then we also did need to request for additional spending authority to go along with the B11 that we requested a year ago for the additional live race days that we're experiencing. We did have some market adjustments, which was for salaries and different things that was approved as well. This is at the governor's level, these were approved. And then we had criminal background history checks approved as well. And the bulk of our increase in our budget are the statutory requirements, the payments to cities, counties, Brewers Awards, different entities that we pay out. and we added an additional $7 million to that. We still know that's short of what we're gonna need, but we did that to where we're not utilizing the 11 as often as before. The next step in our budget is always the tough one. Senator Driscoll knows it well because he spent a lot of time in some of those meetings. It's, we will go in front of the Joint Appropriations Committee, January 13th, to go over our budget and complete our case to the Appropriations Committee. It was also in the last TRW meeting, and I'm looking forward to receiving and seeing that letter. TRW, there was a motion by, I believe it was Senator Landon to send a letter to JAC and encourage JAC to please look at our requests and approve those. The commission with our duties does need these additional staffing and positions. Looking forward to seeing that letter, I hope in the near future, and having that out there. Moving off of the budget, just some of our challenges. You know, obviously, as everybody knows, the additional workload, the legislative expectations that we have, we're working through those. We're addressing a lot of these things. You know, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. You just keep kicking away at this thing and keep doing it. Not that I don't have qualified staffing, but what's really interesting, and this is a statewide thing that we're finding, and other businesses too, right now, it's really difficult to find good people. And I'm very fortunate, and I need to say it so they don't hit me here, but we've got some tremendous staff people. I'm very fortunate. But a position like a senior accountant, you know, 5 years ago, I would have 70 applicants. This year, and I only need one good one, and I found that person, thank the Lord, but we saw 10. So, you know, it's very difficult for everybody out there. You know, the complacency and some other things that we're finding that are hard and difficult is just the complacency with gaming in the state. Prior to being the gaming commission, the Pari-Mutuel commission, just a lot of that just complacency, and then trying to lift people from that level up to the regulated levels. While, you know, the people in the room here all are looking for more guidance and more regulation, we appreciate that. There's a lot of people out there that don't, and that's a problem for them. You know, what's our agency strengths? Dedicated staff, whether it's, you know, and it's not me, it's everybody else in the office. You know, what a dedicated bunch of people, I just can't say that enough. And thank you for that. Our knowledge in gaming, you know, while we're still fairly new at a lot of this stuff and different things, but on the other hand, you know, I've got some really, really fortunate good people that are very focused on gaming and the game world, and to learn that and to draw that knowledge in. And I can't say enough thanks to whether, you know, it's Laura, it's Dee, it's Randy, it's Kelly, it's Lisa at the racetrack, it's David, it's Nick, it's Mike, and it's Big Mike. Thank you as well. And it's all of you all too that trust this monstrous lift to a lot of us. The industry challenges that we see out there, and again, I'm going through a list of a lot of things. You know, cannibalization, I always bring that up quite often, and different things. You know, what's happening in the industry. You know, are we cannibalizing one for another? Again, those are discussions for our legislative branch, not for our agency. We're here to the industry. You know, I think part of my challenge I have is the lack of speed that the state can move at. Sometimes I'm a person that tries to move fairly quickly, probably too much, and You know, it's a slow process when we're working with the state and things, and we're trying to be responsive to you all, because, you know, if we're responsive to you, and I said it earlier, that's putting more revenue into the state of Wyoming's pocket. So, you know, we've got to have this, as I said earlier, this kind of work together ecosystem type of mentality. Some of the industry strengths, the agriculture, providing entertainment, tourism, the employment in the state, whether it's skill-based amusement games, historic racing, live racing, any of these things, and sports wagering as well. It's that employment. It's the state revenues, it's the municipality revenues. And again, I come back to, isn't this kind of interesting? Gambling in Wyoming is illegal, except for, you know, the lottery, tribal casinos, Pari-Mutuel, Calcutta, charitable gaming, social gaming, skill-based games, online sports wagering. So it's kind of an interesting dynamics that we have. Mr. Laramedi has provided us with and you do have, I believe, in your packets, and I don't need a commission action to move forward on this necessarily, but Mr. Laramedi and Mr. Steinberg have come up with an inventory management program. We're looking at about $5,000 to $6,000 to purchase this program. What this will do, and if I don't do it right, Nick, you can sure jump in as well. It will be to track and keep track of skill-based amusement games that are out there, along with historic racing, and then allow for our investigators, when they are in a location, they will basically, Nick, explain it.
Thank you. It's not going to work because I'm too close to that.
The entire audio crapped out now.
Randy, this is Troy.
Yes, sir.
I can still hear you, but I can't hear anybody else.
I can hear you. I don't know what I've had a hard time hearing anybody at all.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like there's people in the room.
I think they're too far from their mics, man.
It's almost better when they don't use the mics.
Yeah. All right, I'm standing by.
So am I.
all.
Randy,
Yes,
Can you hear us a little bit better now?
much better now.
Okay, so we'll forego the microphone. We're just gonna have to speak louder.
oh, I can't hear it.
Those hot mics that get everybody in trouble.
Don't say anything. I've done that. Oh. He might. There by the tennis courts.
So Nick, would you like to explain the management system?
Sure. We're going to wait until we get feedback. Okay.
Break's over, Cactus.
They are pretty good, aren't they?
Got it working, huh?
You got a lot of ground to cover.
Okay, ready? So the inventory management system is comprised of 2 handheld computers for the agents in the field and barcode, like a barcode printer and scanner that will be at the office. It'll allow us to make barcode labels and have the serial number and an actual barcode for each of the skill games. And then for the OTVs, we'll make one specific for each location. When one of the agents goes in for the skill games, we'll just scan the barcode. It'll tell you the location that it's supposed to be at, the software version that is approved for that machine, who the vendor is, how long it's been there. And then it also keeps a running track of every time that machine has been checked. So every time, when we go into these locations, we come back to the office and we do reports and we list out every location. This kind of simplifies that. Currently with the skill games, we have a spreadsheet that we go off of. So we're taking a spreadsheet into the location and comparing the spreadsheet to the machines that are in the location. This just automates that process and keeps it much easier to where we can walk in, we can scan, and everything that we need for data purposes down the road will be tracked. Same thing with the OTVs. The OTVs will be different because we don't do it based on a machine or per machine, it'll be per location. But we'll be able to go into an OTV and maybe behind the counter it'll have a barcode that we can scan. It'll tell us how many terminals have been approved for that location, and then it'll also log the date and time and which agent was in there doing the inspection.
So do you need a motion from the commission, Charlie, or approve this? Or is this already in the report?
It would be nice to have a motion if we're moving forward with this.
Motion to approve the authorization of the new technology to Nick to manage. I'll make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Who was that second? Troy. All right. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Those opposed? Somebody wants to discuss it. You want to discuss it? Yes, sir. Sorry. Way to go, Nick. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you. The next item in the rest of these, we're not at a point where we'd be ready to ask for a motion to purchase. We have been in conversation with IMS Consulting Group, the skill-based amusement game reporting system, giving, it's a twofold system. It would be for the higher tech machines, the ability to access their back end and get the data on Monday morning, close the business each week, have that data, and then the individuals would not have to submit those to us on Monday in emails. Or then there's a second option, if you don't have that accessibility, you can go in and, by the way, Commissioner Daigle has lost the call somehow. The other piece of that system would be the skill-based amusement game operators could access that on a Monday morning, enter their information, and then it's all populated directly to the commission, and then they just do their ACHs. We do not receive any checks at this point. Everybody is doing ACHs, so we don't have that concern in the office. It's just reporting, making it streamlined, getting it into a format that we can do it. IMS Consulting is a very good group and has done a lot of very good things out there in the industry in different places. So we're not at a place yet on that one for approval. You know, currently, I think all the skill-based amusement games have the ability to do this right now. We wouldn't necessarily, it's not a real-time monitoring system. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the payment, keeping track of that to where we're not doing data entry. Right now, Dee is doing data entry, and that's not what her job is. She's trying to keep track of that on spreadsheets, for all the distributions. We have Steve started that. Now she's picked it up and is doing that. And this will put it into an automated system. We can query the system, do about anything that we want to do as far as, we can drill down and find out what location and ask that question. How much wagering activity is at a specific skill game location to pull it up. And I think you have in your packets, I believe, where I sent it to you in the supplemental, the bid that we did receive. It's $15,000 to set this up. We can get on this really quickly. That way you got some other things that I outlined. I just wanted to bring you up to date. This is something that we're all working on. We are also working on another application. This is coming through ETS. It's called Gaming Revenue Reporter. It would be for all gaming activities, sports wagering, Pari-Mutuel, sort of racing, and skill-based music games. That would take, it's something that would be very similar to what the Department of Revenue has, what they built for the Department of Revenue. You can track all the data, being able to generate reports, where we're not reliant on we have that data, and we're not relying on third-party auditors. That price tag is in excess of $100,000. So we're still working through that. See if it's going to work for some things.
Better utilize their staff.
Okay, absolutely. I have a lot of other things that I wanted to bring up, but I think that I'm gonna. Well, I think that we've got a lot of ground to cover, so.
Gotta capture it all.
I know. I just don't have my notes in front of me right now, is the problem.
Do you move on? And then if we're gonna move on then, thank you, Director.
Oh, one last thing, I do apologize for this. Over the last several weeks, we've been reviewing, we had an employee leave in May, and we've been reviewing our reporting and all those systems and getting them up to date. We had noticed some inconsistencies in the 2020 skill-based game distributions. So we've gone back to, we originally reported it correctly, but we didn't distribute it correctly. We are working with an independent auditor here in Casper, Leonard Mason. We are going back, rebuilding that whole 2020 year, and we should have that project completed and audited prior to Christmas. We should have that completed, and then we'll redistribute. We under-distributed, we didn't over-distribute, and we'll get that corrected. Everything moving forward in 21 is absolutely correct. The auditors are reviewing those as well, and we'll keep working with Leonard Mason and Associates here in town to monitor that. On the horse racing side, just so commissioners understand this, we have a third-party auditor that works with us. It is the TRPB that does that. So we're being audited consistently through that process. With their skill-based amusement games, we want to have that third party look at that so we make sure we're getting everything, not only what we should be getting, but also distributing out what should be going. Again, the message is we under-distributed in 2020. It will be corrected, and we'll have a complete audit done of that.
Excellent. Any questions for the director? Okay, with that, Charlie, let's go on to item number 8, online sports wagering, operator and vendors, discussion and consideration of possible action on the following matter. FanDuel.
Item 8, FanDuel, subsidiary of Betfair Interactive US LLC. David, I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Okay. FanDuel Sportsbook, which is a subsidiary of Betfair Interactive US LLC, formally applied on September 30th of 2021 for an operator license. They operate in, I lost it here. Looks like they operate in 13 different jurisdictions within the United States right now. I'm sure there's plenty more of them to go here shortly. And staff has given approval on a staff level, and we're asking for your consideration as well. I'll quickly list off some of their vendors here, and most of them have been approved in the past. Their data center provider is going to be Continent 8, which works out of the Lunavi down in Cheyenne. They also use IMG Arena, which we have previously approved, as well as Sports Radar, Swish Analytics, Genius Sports Media, and Sports Content Co. GeoComply, which I discussed earlier, is the geolocation service. They use Independent Testing Lab, Gaming Laboratories International as their testing. They have been granted all of their certificates for all their software in Wyoming. They also use U.S. Integrity Monitoring Service, and a whole slew of Know Your Customer and payment processors, if you guys would like to know about them, includes PayPal. And I think they've all been approved as vendors. And yeah, here we are. They have all the certificates are provided in here from Gaming Laboratories. And I would like to ask you guys for your consideration and discussion.
Well, at this time then, we would be looking for a motion to consider FanDuel Sportsbook a subsidiary of Betfair as a new operator.
That would be a motion to approve or to approve. Not motion to consider,
Motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Did Randy, did you make that motion?
I did. I make a motion to approve FanDuel Sportsbook. Be licensed and to be, that they're, it be effective immediately upon approval.
I'll second that motion.
Too late. You're third. Okay, discussion, further discussion on this? Comments from the public? Well, we need you want a roll call or all in favor? All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. Commissioner Barry. With that, we can proceed on to item number 9, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC, discussion and consideration. Finally, you guys get your moment.
Item number 9A, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC, request which was received on October 20, 2021. Wyoming Horse Racing request to amend its permits to include a change in ownership. Staff has received all the necessary items have been provided, including but not limited to the following: original applications, amended applications, letter outlining the changes, individual license applications, financial documentation, feasibility study, and security and operations guide. SAS Blair Mindy has reviewed all amended documentation of the above applications. Pacesetter Racing and Gaming is financially sound and is extensive knowledge to provide safe racing with no changes related to doing it at this point. Quality OTV operations, additionally, Pacesetter Racing, the gaming appears to have no criminal element attached to their application or potential employees. Furthermore, it appears that Pacesetter Racing and gaming will continue on the horse race operation in a similar manner that they've been operating for years. Pacesetter Racing and Gaming LLC has stated over time they would like to make changes in operations as they progress, but nothing drastically in the immediate future. In your packet, Commissioners, you do have a letter from Mr. Joyce requesting to be on the agenda. And just as a note, this office has been reviewing Pacesetter's meeting for several months, and Mr. Laramie has been doing background criminal history reviews of the individuals for quite some time. Not just since on the letter that we received.
With that, I will turn it over to Eugene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm tempted to quite grateful that something about a long, strange trip it's been, but I will refrain. But I think it is proper to kind of reflect on how things started and go back and look at that. 11 years ago, I was at the symposium in Tucson when I bumped into Director Moore, who informed me that there was no live horse racing anymore in Wyoming, and that he was sent to the symposium to find some, was it Sucker or someone that might be interested in coming back to Wyoming to see if we could get things started again. And so Wyoming Horse Racing was formed, we were approved in June of 2011 to start racing, just 4 days. I didn't have any great expectations. I was hoping to get about 5 or 6 OTVs up and going. I thought maybe we could generate a couple $1 million in revenue and maybe at the end of the day make $100,000 at the end of the year. I convinced a couple of old friends from Chicago, Mike and Tim Latner, to join me on this crazy venture. And then we got a lucky break in 2013. Glad to see Senator Driscoll here. He was instrumental in getting House Bill 25 passed. But there were a lot of other people that were instrumental to get it passed. A lot of help from the horsemen, but a lot of some help from Kentucky Downs and a dear friend of mine, Corey Johnson. He came to Wyoming. We met with legislative committees. We met with the governor, and he kind of explained exactly the benefits of historic horse racing and what it could mean to the state of Wyoming. And so the connection between me and Mr. Johnson goes way back 45 years, when my father hired him at Arlington Park to help promote the world's first $1 million thoroughbred race, the Arlington Million. And so I was introduced to the gentleman to my left, Mr. Nick Hughes, who was involved in the startup of Kentucky Downs. And he is known in Kentucky as the guru of historic horse racing. And it was through his company, Magellan Gaming, consulting with Wyoming Horse Racing LLC, that kind of taught us the ropes about historic horse racing. And we've had an incredible run. And we kind of got knocked on our butts a little bit in the COVID year. But, you know, there's the pioneers, and then there's the guys that come in on the railroad to build the cities. And I believe that me and my partners, we've taken this just about as far as we can go. And we believe that it's in the best interest, not only ourselves, but our employees, the cities, the counties, the state of Wyoming, the horsemen, the breeders, the owners, to bring in some new blood. You know, the horse breeding industry thrives on new blood and an injection of capital. And I will tell you that knowing these gentlemen, getting to know Mr. Pete McGorry and Mr. John Sheldon, as well as I've gotten to know Nick. I've known Nick for 10 years, that these people, their expertise, their integrity, their character, their business philosophy is everything I believe in. And I could not think of a better group to pass the baton to take Wyoming horse racing to the next level. But I will tell you that I am truly grateful for all the people along the way that helped me get as far as I've gotten to. Specifically, my partners Tim and Mike Latner, but the horsemen. And, you know, there's a lot of people that aren't in this room that helped get me here. Ron Cook is one. John Schiffer is another. You know, they say we stand on the shoulders of giants. Well, there has been some giants involved in this industry in Wyoming for many years. But with that, it takes me great pleasure to introduce to you the new partners in Wyoming horse racing, Mr. John Sheldon, Mr. Peter McGorry, and my good friend, Mr. Nick Hughes.
Thank you. Thank God we don't have microphones. Chairman Davis, Commissioners, Director Moore, thank you for letting us come here today. I just should really, before I go any further, just start off by clarifying one point. I'm actually not born and bred in Wyoming. That may have been, just in case there was any doubts, I wanted you all to know that. But I'm no stranger to Wyoming. As my good friend Eugene said, back in 2013, 2014, my partner and I, my partner, Corey Johnson, we were here to try and help Eugene get help with the passage of the bill. And then for 3 fun years, we helped set up Wyoming horse racing. My personal history, I'll let my fellow managing partners of Pacesetter Racing and Gaming give their own stories, but very briefly, my own history from a very early age, in the mid-70s, I've been in gaming and hospitality, which is basically gaming and hotels. About 20 years ago, it seems like yesterday, we got involved in racetracks, both in San Isidro in Buenos Aires and Moronios, which was a very well-known track in Uruguay, in Montevideo. And then in 2007, we were approached to become involved in this little track in Kentucky that was about to die. And we were asked if we want to become involved to perhaps try and get gaming, because that's what we did abroad. Our owners were very passionate about horse racing. They owned Le Pom, which is the 3rd biggest stud in South America, so this wasn't a gaming issue, this was the expansion and promotion of horse racing, with gaming as a means to promote the horse racing. I came down to Kentucky. We agreed to buy in a large percentage of Kentucky Downs.
Never got gaming, never worked in Kentucky. And then as a Hail Mary, we were told about this little quaint device that was in Arkansas. It was called an IRM, which is the initial incantation of HHR. And myself and Corey went to see it, and it was a Hail Mary. We took 250 machines. In 2000, at the end of 2011, we opened the Kentucky Downs, the first racetrack to have this machine outside of Arkansas. And in 2017, we created almost $10 million in purses for our little racetrack. To put that in context, our racetrack, it didn't have a grandstand. And when you stood and you looked at the track and the building, which was kind of like a patio, which was all it was, the actual finish line was about 500 yards down the road, down the track. So I can only tell you this, I became, when I came to America in 2012 as the resident partner, because I was the only partner with gaming experience, I moved from South America, and I've been in Europe for a long time, to America. I'm now an American citizen, I'm glad to say. My only problem is July 4th. I'm not sure which side to actually support. But if I was here at that time, I would be wearing the blue. I wouldn't be wearing the red. I say that in all honesty. But now I will tell you this, I'm no stranger to Wyoming from my previous time. We have been working with Eugene and Tim and Mike for a year almost to try and bring this deal together. I want to tell you that as somebody who knew from the beginning what was here, and has come back with all those years later, you should be hugely proud. A lot of people have complimented you all today about what Wyoming has achieved. None of it was an overstatement. If anything, they were understatements. As somebody who saw Kentucky, which had 9 racetracks, of which 4 were about to close, including Kentucky Downs, and then with the advent of alternative gaming, alternative Pari-Mutuel, saw the racing industry in Kentucky become again the signature industry. It was a dying industry. But it wasn't just the tracks, it was the associated services of the farriers, of the vets, of the feed suppliers. All those associated industries kicked back up to a level that they hadn't been in many years. I will tell you, you still have, in my considered opinion, I'm not a guru. I had to pay him $20 for that one. But I will tell you that you still have growth here. Responsible growth, and that's the most important thing, responsible growth. But you still have growth here. There is still a huge opportunity to expand the horse industry through the revenues that can be created if it's done the right way. And we will be proud to be part of that. We want to work in the spirit of cooperation, partnership, and support with the other operators, with yourselves, with the commission, and with the staff. And I can only tell you that we will make sure that we play our part in taking Wyoming from what has already been achieved, which is amazing, to the next level. And I would just like to say that when I said what everybody has done that was great, I'd also like to say my dear friend Eugene deserves a knighthood if he was in England, because he has done an amazing job. Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to Peter.
Thank you, everyone. I don't have to worry about where I was born. And by the way, I sponsored Nick as citizenship, so we're longtime friends, as we are with John Sheldon. And Nick just briefly touched on our company, Pacesetter Racing and Gaming, and the focus of the company is in its name. We really are focused on the horse industry and then the OTB. Our logo is actually 3 horses in motion racing. But beyond that, as we think about Wyoming, and we're very excited to be here, we want to do more. And we are essentially creating a foundation. The foundation is really going to be a philosophy, and we're calling it, for lack of a better word, Wyoming First. And we've been developing this concept for a while, and we think it's perfect for Wyoming. Essentially, how we want to run our company is break the philosophy down into 4 buckets, if you will. One is hire first, meaning that if we have open positions and we have candidates that are residents in Wyoming and candidates that aren't, we're going to hire the Wyoming resident first. That's number one. We are going to be working with community colleges and universities about job training, because inevitably, as Director Moore has indicated, it's hard to find good people. You may have qualified people that actually want to do the work, but don't necessarily have the skills. So we think it's important to figure out how to bridge that gap. The second bucket, if you will, inside Wyoming First is really going to be about trying to develop businesses in Wyoming. And we, as a company, will be making a lot of purchases and spending a lot of money. We want to make sure that if we can buy in Wyoming, we do that and try to deal with Wyoming vendors. The other aspect is that we actually want to try to create a bit of an incubator for startups. We've been very successful with this in the past in helping to grow businesses. Again, we expect them to be based in Wyoming, but there's a number of things we can do as a company to help that happen. And in other jurisdictions that we've done this, we've been able to quadruple the number of small businesses in different jurisdictions. So we're excited to try to do that here as well. The third bucket or pillar, if you will, of our philosophy is really focusing on helping the equine industry. Eugene touched on it. It's a broad base of community, and our view is, look, we need to support that industry as a whole beyond what we're going to be doing through the purses and live racing and all the other things that come along with the OTVs, but really try to work towards creating some traction, some relationships with and support for community 4-H programs, equine research. The doctor was up here earlier. Boy, it just seems like there's an opportunity to try to partner and really try to get ahead of some of the issues that you're facing right now. Really important. And we also obviously want to develop a closer working relationship with the horseman organization in Wyoming as well. Look forward to continuing to do that. The last bucket pillar is a philanthropic one. We want to make sure that we are present and can participate in making the communities that we operate in better. And while it's easy to create a program for the state of Wyoming, we think that's the wrong approach here. We think that each community may have different needs, and our view is we'll be meeting with leadership in each of those communities to try to develop programs that are targeting things that they're dealing with. And by that, I mean, historically, we have supported things like veterans organizations to help veterans that aren't necessarily getting the support they want. Women's shelters, women in some situation have a very difficult time. Youth and child educational health care, getting access to make sure that all of the youngsters in the community are getting access to what they need for health care. Toys for tots, making sure that the holidays are able to be enjoyed by families that may not necessarily be as fortunate. So those are the I'll say the 4 columns that we're going to be trying to operate our company. And as Nick said, we're very excited about being in Wyoming. We think there's a great opportunity. We're also pleased to see the responsible gaming brochure on the table, because candidly, from our background, this is in our DNA. You can expect huge cooperation from us. We think, as Nick said, it's the right thing to do. It's the responsible thing to do as we try to move the business and the industry to the next level, to do it in a very responsible way. So count us in. We're there. We'll be very supportive. And I think us leaving the table, we'd be remiss without adding our thanks to Executive Director Moore and Special Agent Lormende. They've been just professional, responsive in our process. We couldn't have asked for better partners. And we're all talking about partnerships. we view that this partnership is really important as well. We have a lot of ideas on how to move things ahead and grow this industry. We're going to be doing that collaboratively. There will be no surprises. We're going to be talking about things, making sure that we're inside the boundaries in terms of regulatory framework, and we're going to do it together. So we're really looking forward to all of that activity. So thank you, gentlemen, for your professionalism. And with that, I'll turn it over to John Sheldon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Davis and commissioners. Thank you for allowing us to introduce ourselves today. I'm John Sheldon. I've known these guys for 20-some years. We worked together as a team. We became partners a year and a half or so ago, looking for ventures, and found ourselves coming to Wyoming first, no pun intended to peace and comment, simply because of Nick's passion for the horse industry and business and having his experience here. So we're excited to be here, excited to have this opportunity, and hopefully you will approve us today. I'd like to introduce someone, Paul Ryder, who's over here. Paul is going to be our general manager. He'll be living here in Wyoming. He's actually just moved up from Florida, drove all the way up, just arrived yesterday, I believe. And no change in weather for him, as you might imagine. We obviously are committed to also being here frequently. There's three of us. We'll spread it around. We've already been, I've been here several times, been all over the state. I wish I was getting paid by the mile here. So again, we're looking forward to contributing to your success that you've made over the years, and as Nick alluded to said. With that, I'd also just like to close in saying it's been a pleasure engaging with this gentleman here over the last year, and he's quite a character. Anyway, thank you for your consideration.
Do you have anything to add?
I'll just echo, coming at this from a couple different points, but as a horse owner here in Wyoming, I'm just really excited about this, and it's fifth generation, all those things from Wyoming. It's fun when you see, and it makes my heart happy to see, Eugene come here and everybody that had this idea that sprouted and grew, and we're to the point now where, it's growing and they're taking that next step. And I think it's going to be great for the horsemen, great for the horse racing industry. And it really is just the progression of what we hoped this would be when we started this process.
Thank you. So proud.
Staff recommendations there. The recommendation is conditional approval to reflect the change of ownership and management on close of sale.
Is there a motion? I so moved. Over Dick. There's a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cactus. Discussion. Any discussion on this?
From my heart.
Any discussion from the commission? Any discussion from the commission over there? Any questions? Nick, anybody in the audience with a hand up?
I think Vice President Broussard just wait this way.
Troy.
No, actually, I said I'm good.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Nothing here, sir.
Hearing no further questions or discussion? Public?
I have a question real quick. What does it mean, conditional, or wire, as opposed to a full approval?
So the way that the sale is set up, one of the conditions to close is to have this approval in place. So it's kind of a chicken and egg a little bit, but you get this, then the closing will happen. And then this only comes into effect when that closing is final.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Curran.
Aye.
Commissioner Lyman.
Aye.
Commissioner Berry.
Aye.
Commissioner Daigle.
Aye.
Commissioner Covello.
Aye.
Commissioner Broussard.
Aye.
And Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
thank you, Chairman Davis, thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Keep us posted.
Well,
Hey, Bob. I want to make a quick one. I really sit here and about cry. Sue Wallace, John Shepherd, and Eugene Joyce, part of the horse racing industry in Wyoming. When that went through, for me, I'm pretty passionate about it. Welcome you fine gentlemen down. But, that track in Evanston, wouldn't have been for you guys coming. None of us would be here today. That's just entire commission. I'm pretty passionate about it. It's a success story in spades for creating a business model in Wyoming that's worth its literally in spades. So I'd like to give a hand to Eugene and the new guys coming. Wish you the best.
Okay, Charlie, with that. Number 10, live event application, race day. Number 8, Wyoming Downs LLC. I guess, should we go in?
Wyoming Downs LLC, live event application for the race day for 2020. Permit applications have been submitted, race dates, 20 days of race report, August 7th, 22 races, Saturdays and Sundays. Infrastructure, state schedule, financial statement, feasibility study, official security provided at a later date, security bond is in place, and security options. Mr. Wyoming has reviewed all the documents associated with the above application. Wyoming Downs is currently in good standing and remains that way. For conducting an extensive review. SAS Larry sees no issues or concerns. We have on the poster here the race dates, but I'll read it. Race dates, like I said, commencing June 4th and 5th, 11th and 12th, 18th and 19th, 25th and 26th, July 2nd and 3rd, 9th and 10th, 16th and 17th, 23rd and 24th, and 30th and 31st. Then all the bonds are continued to be in place at this point in time. I'm sorry, August 6th and 7th, excuse me, 20 days of racing. Is there anything I'm missing, Mr. Armando?
I do not believe so, sir.
We're currently requesting to utilize Fastnet Mobile at the racetracks again. We're working on racetracks at this time. Enforcement agreement is still in place and effective in previous years. It's an ongoing review. Excuse me.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve the Wyoming Downs LLC live event application and permitted race days as previously stated by Executive Director.
I second that.
Go. Thank you. Discussion? Any discussion amongst the commission? Any comments from the public? Hearing none, we can do this all aye. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay, with that, 307 horse racing live event application and permit 2022 and 2023.
Item number 10, live event application and race days, horse racing, live event application and race days. President Chairman Davis stated 22. All necessary items have been provided to include, but not limited to, the permit application, application race days for 16 days, and 22, commencing May 21st, June through June 26th. May 21st and 22nd, May 28th, 29th, 30th, June 4th, 5th, June 10th, 11th, and 12th, June 17th and 18th, and 19th, June 24th, 25th, and 26th, for 16 days. The rate space for the next year will be May 20th, 21st, 27th, 28th, 29th, June 3rd, 4th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 23rd, 24th, 25th, for 16 days. Racing at the complex, Wyoming. Financial statements of this feasibility study, officials will be provided with a raise, security bond is in place, and security options, operations are in place in this. Mr. Lyman, is there anything else, with this application I'm missing?
No, sir, there's not.
At this time, then, we can so number 10B, 307 horse racing. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Moved by Randy,
One second.
seconded by Dick. Discussion?
Mr. President,
Go ahead, Dick.
let me ask 307, what's the purpose of doing 4 years in advance?
They brought it back to 2 years.
I still want to know what the purpose of the event was of doing that 4 years.
Jack Greer, 307 Horse Racing, Preston Davis, and Commissioner Curra. The reason being, we would like to propose and approve as many live race dates as possible for as many years in the future as possible. That is the intention. We want to notify the horsemen and everybody involved in the industry with as much time in advance to be prepared for our race meeting.
I just was curious because none of the other farm down and one horse racing thing that was all the other days. So I was just wondering why.
Wyoming Horse Racing did approve last year for 3 years, in fact.
That's correct. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
President Davis, so when we vote on this motion, are we just voting on 1 year or 2 years?
President Davis?
Yes, go ahead, Randy.
Mr. Greer, I see in your applications that it looks like on some weekends you're going to have 3 race dates. On the Fridays that you plan to race, is that going to be a full schedule or is it going to be an abbreviated schedule?
President Davis, Commissioner Lyman, we're planning for a full race day on Fridays.
Thank you.
Time start, 1 o'clock.
It's probably around 3 o'clock.
Any other questions for Mr. Greer at this time? We've got a motion on the floor. All in favor? Aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you.
Okay, Charlie, that's 18. Let's look at C. The new guys on the block.
Well, actually, we don't have to, because we, voted those a year ago. No action.
Getting bored, I can't talk to you.
Okay, with item number 10C, no action is required. Horse Racing LLC has previously permitted through 2023, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. With that, Charlie, I believe we go to item number 11, simulcast ADW and historic racing application.
Yes, thank you. Item 11, simulcast historic racing applications. And the reason we have the live approvals first, and the simulcasting to acquire the simulcast approvals, we have to be licensed for a live event. So that's why we have that order, and also horse racing and the Pari-Mutuel side. So moving into 11A, which is winding down, simulcast ADW and historic racing applications. All the necessary items have been provided to include limited to permit applications, financial statements, security bond, security operations plans. There's also included in this 100-mile agreement between all the mountains and horse racing, which continues on. SAS that are amended, reviewed all the documents associated with the application. Wyoming Downs currently holds a valid permit and remains in good standing. As a side note for anyone who is simulcasting Chapter 10, simulcasting Section 3, requirements of simulcast facilities, a permittee shall not implement any changes in modifications or practices, procedures, or representation on which the equivalent is based prior to written approval from the commission. The permit applications and documents all appear to be compliant. This environment means this no issues or concerns. Wyoming Downs is applying for simulcasting 365 days a year at the current locations they have to include the previously authorized small sites, which are still in a test mode, utilizing Fastnet Mobile, TV sites at this point, and maybe in the future, maybe that as well. So, commissioners, I think we have everything here. Is there anything I missed?
Yes, sir. Well, if we haven't missed anything here, should be looking for a motion to approve item number 11A, Wyoming Downs LLC, simulcast ADW. Is there a motion? Moved by Cactus, is there a second? I'll second it. Thank you, Commissioner Barry. All those discussions? Any discussion? Commissioners, any questions?
Ratios.
Hands up on the, are you talking there?
Sorry to have you.
We're not, so we're good to go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, just checking.
Okay. Thank you. Those opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Yes. Okay. Item number 11B, 307 horse racing simulcast and historic racing application.
Thank you. E 307 horse racing simulcast for racing application for 2022 and 2023. And all the necessary items have been provided to include, not limited to the permit application, financial statement, feasibility studies, security bond, operation plan, security, person's agreement is provided, and that is with Robin, excuse me. And there is no other agreement provided with their application. Mr. Blair Lindy has reviewed all the documents associated with the application. We have 307 horse racing
And I see a type correct there. Currently holds a valid permit and remains in good standing. As noted previously, the premises shall not implement any changes or modifications of the practices, procedures, and representations on which the approval is usually based, but prior written to the commission. Conformity applications and documents all appear to be compliant. 307 horse racing, we applied for 365 days.
So it would be 364 technically, post Christmas.
Post Christmas Day. Sorry. Anything else, Mr. Larry?
No, sir. With all the T's dotted and I's crossed. We will be looking for a motion to approve 307 horse racing, item number 11B. Is there a motion to approve? Seconded by Dick, seconded by Catherine. Discussion? Any discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
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 Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, Charlie.
11C, Wyoming Horse Racing LLC, again, their applications are good standing current through 2023. No action.
Hey, that figure jumped out then. Okay, so we are on to item number 12. 307 horse racing, discussion and consideration and possible action on 24 terminal requests.
And I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Larry Mendy to present.
Thank you, President Davis, Commissioners. It's an addition of 24 terminals on the additional, or in the additional Boot Hill location in Gillette. The original application identified 76 terminals. With the addition of these 24 terminals, it would take it to 100 terminals on the board. 307 submitted all the documentation as well as new floor plan layouts. Really, it's just a reconfiguration of the existing floor layout. It doesn't appear to be any problems.
If you're ever like to come up.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, we're looking for one here in a minute.
Okay. I move that we approve the request for 307 horse racing as requested.
Okay, then we have
I second.
Well, these guys on the Zoom are a lot faster than the rest of us. Motion on the floor in a second. 307. Are there any questions? Does this fit? Go ahead.
First Lady Nyman, does this fit with space requirements and everything else?
Yes, it does. Yep.
You guys comfortable with this?
We're excited about it, yes.
So with these addition of 24 terminals, is games, are they on those terminals already?
It'll be the existing approved software. So it's really the same terminals that they already have, just a few more of them, with the same themes and everything else.
Any further questions?
And your floor plan here reflects the additional machines.
They would be the light gray one.
Yeah, this probably should have been printed in color. Without it. Sorry about that.
I like light gray.
Yes. Color one.
Any further discussion? This time there's a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed,
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you. Okay, with that, we're down to item number 13, Charlie. Rules.
Yes, rules.
Skill based. You'll give us the
Skill-based
update.
amusement game rules. We covered some of this ground earlier, and thank you very much for you all being here all day.
Hopefully not all night.
Trust me, I'm watching the phone. Item number 13, the rules for the skill-based amusement games. Something that's important that we all know, the promulgation of rules is not taken lightly. We complete the rules carry the same force and effect as a law. The process is intended to be methodical, measured, calculated, and most importantly, affording public input. Therefore, it does take time. As some of you know, we stood up online still later very quickly. We were very lucky in that situation. Skill-based amusement games and the regulation is not that simple, and the process will take time and will go as quickly as possible. We're taking the rules from several jurisdictions, melting those together with the intention to have a resulting set of rules which will give clear guidance to all of the tiered and uniform measures. We're considering rules from the following states: Nebraska, Ohio, and DC. As I stated earlier, the technical standards for the rules, the 45 pages long, again, they can be cut down considerably, and the rules for the skill-based amusement games are over 54 pages currently, which I expect to cut down significantly as well. We originally put out a draft. We're quite behind that. We originally put out our timeline for the rules. Disappointed that I'm not able to be on that timeline currently. And again, as I stated earlier today, we do have the drafts out there. We're going through those line by line, studying all, and getting the information, whether we have the statutory authority or not. With skill-based amusement games, with online sports wagering, rulemaking, the statutes allowed us some more latitude where we were able to bring in from other states and utilize those same rules. We have different situations with skill-based amusement games, and so we're working through that. Again, a lot of this, some of you have already heard. I won't dwell on it too much, but chapter 1 would be just the general provisions, definitions. Chapter 2 would be the permits, general permits, permit fees, applications, decal applications. Chapter 3 would consist of taxing and the payments. We will be in that as well, addressing prepayments. Chapter 4, skill-based amusement games and establishments. One of the pieces in there would be the qualifiers of new locations, the expansion of skill-based amusement games. Where we can go with that, and today I'd love to hear if you have any ideas on any of that. Share that with the commissioners so we can hear about that. Placement of decals, establishment locations, restrictions if we can or not, limitations, etc. The other piece in that same chapter would be designated areas. I think that's very important. We did discuss quite a bit about earlier today, and I do appreciate that discussion of bank secrecy, Compliance Act, operational duties. Chapter 5, skill-based amusement game standards. That would be part of the technical standards, the certification process with that, and the testing of games to make sure we have compliant. Then also there was a piece in there potentially about central monitoring of the games, so we can simplify some of the reporting process. Transportation, receipt, disposal of skill games, moving skill games within the state. Once we have that clear notification, when terminals be moved, and so we can keep track of those games and make sure we do the proper testing done. Not proper testing, but proper taxation, one of those other things. Audit and internal controls, responsible gaming and advertising, compliance, disciplinary actions, hearings. Then is what, like anything, procedures to become compliant. If you have a rule that pushes you out of compliance, it just makes total sense that we have to have a period of time transition. It can't be just turning the light off or on, however you look at it. It's got to be a period of allowing you to become compliant, to be respectful to the law. Commissioners, how would you like to, I do have a definition for the designated areas. Would you like me to read that?
Sure, can I get this more information and get out there?
Yeah. Designated area, the following requirements may apply to establishments whose patronage is not limited to those 21 years of age or older. So what we're talking about is, if it's in a bar, that takes care of itself. In a designated area. So we're talking about the non-liquor establishment type of language. An operator shall not locate a skill-based meeting in every area of establishment into which a person under the age of 21 years may enter. The designated area of the establishment shall be conspicuously marked as an age-restricted area with a clearly visible statement that indicates that plays limited to those 21 years old or older, and violators are subject to potential financial penalties. C, the designated area shall have a minimum, have a half wall, separation, or other similar structure that has received commission approval and prevents access of any person under the age of 21. The designated area shall have a single separate entrance which no one under the age of 21 may enter. E, it is the responsibility of the establishment to monitor and restrict entry to anyone into that designated area and police entry of underage players. The owner, manager, or employee of an establishment who is over 21 years of age shall be present during all hours of operation. Skill-based measures gained for the entrance to the designated must be within view of at least one owner or manager of that location. Again, these are work in progress, it's just kind of our first stab at this.
When do you think the preliminary test that you're after may come out?
I think shortly after Thanksgiving, essentially.
Is there any thought within those regulations that we have video oversight?
We do require that with the historic racing. We have that in every one of the historic racing locations. I think with video technology, that may be an appropriate approach to that. That may be something that would assist. Again, that would be something for discussion. The price of video surveillance anymore is relatively expensive. I think hear from the participants on that. And if you're not prepared to respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Catherine Wilkinson on behalf of Cowboy Skill. We want to thank you for this outline today, and we'd just like to reserve some comments before we can see the full rules. This is the first chance that we've had to review it, and while we appreciate having it, I don't have prepared comments for you yet, but we will get the announcement. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Nick Agopian, I'm representing Bankshot LLC. Again, appreciate the commission's time and effort on this. Two things that I heard that were very positive: identifying the need to manage a transition, depending on where the rules land. This is something that has been contemplated in other states that have followed a similar path to Wyoming, where they legalized existing machines with a more broad standard as and then they manage the transition as they increase the regulatory oversight over games and as rules are developed. Just one other thought that I've had to consider. Hearing you talk about centralized monitoring and having that online component, no concerns there, but it raises the question, will an online and digital opportunities be available for permit? And how can structuring the permitting in a digital space facilitate more efficiencies for the commission in terms of tracking those machines, having that information in, and not having to create a burden on staff to take paper documents and move them into the cloud, essentially. So with that, Cowboy Skills will consider the opportunity in the future. I look forward to working with this commission. Thanks, Dave, for any questions.
Do you have, Jenny, do you have any comments on the designated? You and I spoke quite a bit about, or a time or two about that.
About
the designated area. Some of the experiences you've had with that in your
sometimes to designate a specific area by a half wall or something similar does present a challenge just based on the layouts of what you have available. But it does prohibit those that are not allowed to go within those areas. It makes it clear to prevent any underage gamblers or others from going in there. I do like Cactus's comment about the surveillance, and we need to, us as regulators, we should encourage parity amongst all industries. And having something like that available would also help keeping folks out of areas they're not supposed to be. So it's having when operators have the ability to offer something in place of, that's always a good thing, because you don't want to be too restrictive. Costs start to rise, and we don't want to essentially over-regulate, but we still want to regulate effectively and in a proper manner. So I like whatever the last one was, something of similar manner.
last one was owner manager employee establishment.
Or whatever it was on there. I don't have a copy of that in front of me.
I apologize. I think I should have been distributed to you.
Yeah. The other one I had a question on is the designated area. Now, are these all ands, or are they, is it A and B, or A and, or A or B type of thing? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the other one that might be a little bit, or some of the designated areas shall have a single separate entrance through which no one under 21 years of age may enter. Since it doesn't have an or in there or an and, there's some facilities that I've seen that it would present a problem.
Yeah, because to that point, with regards to how the fire marshal is going to look at it, entrance could be real sticky, so that's something we may be with additional thoughts with this. Actually setting them up better or human like the video probably right, but I think that's
I look forward to the comments from the operators and anybody else in the industry.
Any other discussion? With that, Charlie, we'll be looking forward to this within the next 10 days or so. Okay, with that, then I would assume we go to 13D, Pari-Mutuel
Chapter 1 definitions and Chapter 8 induction of races.
Randy on the call for this? Item number 13B, what we have here is chapter 1, the definitions. Is she out there?
Well, I see her office next to her chair.
There she is.
Hello, Randy.
Sorry. Somebody at the door. What are we talking about?
Chapter 1, definitions. It's the rules time. It's yours. You're up. And again, commissioners, this set of rules hasn't completed and returned to general's office.
Okay, so we'll just go through, we're gonna start with chapter 1. Charlie, did you already discuss, that this was just discussion and there will be no, need for
an action at this point? Yes. I did catch that. Now I'm gonna jump back in, Brandon, to help you catch up. As I said, we're not really prepared for any action today on this, but we will have that here in the near future. On the first page there, you can see what we have is conforming language in chapter 1. That would be page number 1-1. Reader, we have the ER, and then corrected the statute. On 1-2, you added pursuant to. This is conforming language, and you will Taylor will go through there and make any other corrections that we need to as well. Then on page 1-5, you insert the language for Wyoming red race and race in which all entries are accredited in Wyoming courses. This is some clarification of some conditions to have to racetrack periodically. People say I'm a Wyoming red, why can't I be in the race? Well, this is limited to Wyoming, accredited Wyoming red courses. So this just clarifies that. Those were the only changes that we had in our definition pages. Then we move on to chapter 8, 1-8. Now, any of these that say needs updated to the RCI current rules, we're not considering those at this point. That was just a comment that's placed in there.
Yes, Mark.
Yes, sir.
I got some of your definitions page. We've had rodeo in general, and we've had the definition. See, it's not there on this. We've got rope fence, but I don't see the.
Damn rodeo. Thank you for that. Thank you, Senator. Moving back over to the chapter 8 rules, 8-1, comment and note would be the analog steroid rules up to the current rules. On 8-3, we're talking about the LASEX, and maybe potentially down the road making that change, not at this point. If you flip over to 8-12 through 8-16.
Don't forget 8-6.
Okay, that was another one of the ARCI comments, I believe. Yes. And that was also addressing the pyroplastosis, which we talked about how they can improve it. Brandy, this is yours now on 8-12, 13, 14, 15.
President Wyoming,
Yes, thank you, Charlie. So on 8-12, we'll start with, the definitions. Under the accredited Wyoming, breeding stock, that is just a change, we're taking out and is registered pursuant to that statute. That would be a deleted on, 2. On 3, accredited Wyoming broodmare, used for, breeding purposes, we'll take out permanently domiciled and change it with physically located within the borders of the state of Wyoming to include tribal lands and federally owned property. And with deleting in the state of Wyoming and is registered pursuant to that statute. That would be a deletion. Moving on to 4, accredited Wyoming stallion. Again, that would be taking out the permanently domiciled and replacing it with physically located within the borders of the state of Wyoming to include the tribal lands and federally owned property, taking out in the state of Wyoming and also registered within that statute. Moving on to 8, permanently domiciled, we would change that to physically located. And one of the reasons why we're changing the physically located for the permanently domiciled is through the inspections, we're getting a lot of people, once again, not realizing what permanently domiciled means. And with talking with the inspectors and Director Moore and myself, physically located seems to be something that they would totally understand. No questions asked. That way we always know where these animals are, no matter if they're up the road or across the state. They would have to tell us exactly where these horses are physically. In that same sentence there, go ahead and take out permanent domiciled on the second sentence and place with physically located. Also taking out or inserting to include tribal lands and federally owned property. Take out pursuant to Chapter 8, Section 6 in that statute. Moving on to under this.
Chairman Davis, could I interrupt for a second? Go ahead. It seems to me years ago that there was a problem with physically located. I mean, physically located mean the last 12 hours, 24 hours. I thought the whole point was we were trying to get these horses to be in Wyoming permanently and have been in Wyoming permanently, and that's why we use permanently domiciled.
President Davis, Commissioner Barry, the problem that we're having, and Nick might be able to help with this as well, but the problem that we're seeing is the permanently domiciled is like where they're taking it as where the horse lives, but if they move it in the springtime, they weren't notifying us, like to another hay pasture or another town or a mountain range. They weren't letting us know that because in their mind, they were saying that the horse was physically located at this, so it spent its most time there and not really telling us where the horse has moved to. For say, the summer they come, they turn them out, and in the winter they're on their home property. It's not that these horses are moving out of state. There are other places in Wyoming, but they're not letting us know. So changing it to physically located means we have to know at every time where this horse is. If it's up the road, you need to call us and let us know or send us a notification. Not just what's on the application that they turned in when they accredited the horse.
Well, I see that, but I don't buy it.
So, excuse me, President Davis, maybe I can clarify this. So the issue that we have and what we've run into for as long as I've been here is we'll go to locations to check horses, and they'll have leases to summer pasture their horses somewhere else. And it could be, I've gotten as far as Cheyenne to check a horse, and it's like, oh, well, that horse, yeah, it's permanently domiciled here because that's my address, but I pasture that horse in Evanston. So then I have to go from Cheyenne all the way to Evanston, and I'd already been to Evanston. I'd already checked the horses there, but I didn't know that that horse was in Evanston when I was in Evanston. So then I'm going all the way back to Evanston to check one horse because it had been moved, because we don't know where it's physically located. Because they're telling us that it's permanently domiciled, at our headquarters or at our ranch, but then they move the horse constantly. And currently in our rules, it only says that they have to notify us of out-of-state movements, not any in-state movements. So a lot of times they'll move them from pasture to pasture or town to town, and we don't know where those are at. So it makes the inspections extremely difficult.
Well, I'm thinking that years ago, we changed this because we had Utah horses coming in to race, and Wyoming bred races with a Wyoming address around Evanston, and then going back to Utah. And, we were concerned about the feed and veterinary care and all of the other aspects of having a horse in Wyoming. So is this going to negate that?
No, it doesn't. It actually makes it a little bit stronger, because even, so now what we have is, what we'll run into, especially around the southwest corner of the state, is they'll list a horse being permanently domiciled in Uintah County, but it'll be open, but it won't breed. So then the Utah owner of that horse will just take it back to Utah. So when we go to that domicile and it's not there, the horse gets suspended. We suspend the horse out of the program. So really, it's the purpose of this change is really not to confuse the permanently domiciled part. It's to make sure that the horse owners are notifying the breed registrar every time they move a horse, whether it's from one town in Wyoming to another town in Wyoming or out of state. A lot of times they won't notify us of those out of state or those opens. We find those when we do the inspections, and then they get suspended for that. And this too, really, it has the potential of, even if they move from one town in Wyoming to another town in Wyoming, if they're not notifying us, it gives the potential for the commission to suspend those horses. And the reason being is the commission feels that, especially when we're pushing, running for $3 million in the Wyoming grant program, we need to know where those horses are, because the whole purpose of that is to make sure that those horses are in Wyoming, they stay in Wyoming, and they're Wyoming bred horses. So we want to know where they're at all the time. And there's, as we get through this, you'll see there's some, there is some exceptions to that. If there's a veterinary emergency, notify us as soon as you can. But prior to that, if it's, we're going to summer pasture our horse next week, and that it's a planned move, let us know 24 hours in advance.
Except on weekends, right?
You know what? Anymore, it doesn't even matter to me. Call me on the weekend. I would much rather get a call on the weekend than that one of these guys call me when they're in Evanston saying, that horse is not here, it's saying in July. So.
President Davis, Commissioner Lyman. Tom, I agree with what you're saying to a degree. We discussed it ad nauseum in previous meetings when we changed the language the last time. I was one who advocated that we set a number of days that it has to be in the state of Wyoming, which to me meant, like 185 days, which is 6 months plus a few, that it had to be in the state of Wyoming. We decided not to get that strict with them, so we said permanently domiciled, and then we tried to determine what that meant. I understand where Nick's coming from. We discussed this previously. I agree with Nick. Every time that horse gets moved anywhere, whether it's in the state of Wyoming or out of the state of Wyoming, staff needs to be notified. And we even made it easier that they could send an email, a text, or make a phone call and follow up with the paperwork later. Isn't that correct, Brandy?
Yes, we did agree to that, which we're actually gonna ask to have that in writing now. Just because of the fact that it kind of saves the staff, from knowing, we're getting people that say, oh, I told you and you didn't put it down and, stuff like that. So we're gonna try where they have to do something in writing, but it can be a text or something, but not just calling in anymore. That way we have a paper trail.
Thank you.
Would you like me to proceed?
George? George Spiegel with.
We'll have to sit down
And talking to the mic. George Spiegel, Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Racing, President Davis, Commissioner, or Chairman Davis. We're talking horses here. Aren't these programs mainly designed to control the movement of broodmares? Broodmares and stallions in the Wyoming accredited program, but not just horses, not yearlings, not weanlings, but the broodmares and the stallions that are actually accredited. That's correct. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, you read the definition, what we have here, it says physically located, once in created one in broodmare or created one in stallions, the state breedmare pursuing the horse shall be physically located within the state.
Okay, well, thank you very much. There wasn't the extended copies left up there, so I was not available for that. But thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, moving on. So under 10, we would be adding. Sorry.
Beth Johnson, I'm a horse owner. I just have a question and clarification on this. Like at our house, when the mares are ready to have their babies, they're up at our house. And then when, or when we breed them, they're up at our house. And then we move them about a mile away into pasture. Is that something that we need to be able to let them know? Do I have to send a letter to let them know that I'm moving this mare from our house out to pasture?
So currently in the rules, the answer is no. But what we're looking for, it's tough, and I mean, every circumstance is different. Like your place, it's pretty different because from your house, I can see the pasture from your house.
Right.
There's other places that it's not.
Right.
We're talking counties.
Yeah.
Hundreds, I think, my last calculation, from January 1 to November 19, we've done 56,000 miles.
Oh, yeah.
That's how much we've done between the racing and then checking the mares. So we're just trying to eliminate that. When it's really that close, when it's neighboring pastures, and you can say, oh, well, it's right there, and I can see it from there, that's really not what we're trying to combat. We're trying to combat.
I mean, I don't have a problem if I just send a text that says, Nick, this mare's down here, this mare's up here, or whatever. We're weaning this baby off and we don't want the mare to be near her, so we're gonna do this, but they're all pretty close. But that's just what I needed clarification on.
Yes, common sense does go a long way.
Mr. Chairman, common sense to me would say that before you're going to inspect a horse, you would call and say where the horse is located. Because I think what you're building here is a nightmare, administrative nightmare, to keep track of all these emails or texts or whatever you're going to get stating the locations of these animals. And if this breeding industry grows beyond Those are 10,000 mares. There's no way you can keep up with that, or the people, buy. And they're still in the state of Wyoming, even if they're not at the location, so that they haven't truly violated the not leaving Wyoming requirement. So I think we ought to open up our discussions with other alternatives that's less burdensome on the administrators and readers.
President Davis, if I may, to that point. So the issue that we have with notifying people prior to us doing the inspections is it makes the inspections a moot point. If we notify an individual that we're going to be there the next day, if the horses aren't where they're supposed to be, specifically in the southwest corner of the state, by the time I make the trip from here, 5 hours to Evanston, those horses will be there from across the border. So the reason that these are unannounced and not notified inspections is to make sure that the program is being followed the way that it's supposed to be. And unfortunately, we do find when we do those unannounced inspections, horses not where they're supposed to be. Horses across the border in another state, which is a violation of the rules, and those horses get suspended. But if we would have called them and said, hey, I'll be down there tomorrow morning, when I got down there tomorrow morning, that horse would be there. I wouldn't be any the wiser. And then the minute that I leave, that horse is going to be on a trailer and back across the border. That's the reason why we've done that. And I think that we can streamline some of the notifications. If these rule changes go through, I think we can streamline some of the notification with technology that we have. We can make, Google forms right on our website that a horse owner can get on. Select some drop downs, click submit, it's done. It automatically fills in a spreadsheet for me and for Brandy that we can move on to our other, like the breed registrar for main spreadsheet. It should be a pretty simple process.
Continuing on here. Ready?
Yes, so we're on 813, number 10. We would like to add the reaccredited means the process of certification by the state breed registrar recognized by the commission after a previously accredited mare or stallion had been suspended from the Wyoming bred program. So basically that's kind of just defining what reaccredited means. There that once they get suspended, that they would have to reaccredit to be put back in the program. So under that on B, the following and delete one time and just have fees shall be assessed when accrediting, reaccrediting, and transferring ownership of a Wyoming bred horse. So just adding the reaccrediting to that portion. Now on the next ones on 813, it goes down to the fees. So normally when we accredit a horse, it's $200. So if you get one that's suspended and comes back in, we are suggesting to add an additional fee for reaccreditation for Wyoming brood mares to $400. What that's going to do is once you reaccredit, instead of having the 200 that they can do now, you'd have to pay an additional 200, and that's to stop from these open mares that they keep taking in and out. They'll bring them in, and if they don't get back in full, they take them out right away. So what that does is they don't notify us. So we have a bunch of open mares that, unless our inspectors go there and show that they're out of state, that they're just staying current in our system right now, because the owners are not calling the office. So we moved on and kind of did the same thing with the stallions on 6. To do reaccrediting Wyoming stallions would be $600, which is doubling the amount that it would of the 300 originally. Moving on to 814. Let's see. 814. B, The recipient mare must be permanently identified, papered, branded, or tattooed, and that's where we take out permanently domiciled and change with physically located within the borders of the state of Wyoming to include tribal lands and federally owned property. Moving down to A, the mare owner shall certify the location where the mare is, take out permanently domiciled and replace with physically located. And where the mare is going to full, will add if different from the certified location. So that would be whatever the last physically located place that they stated that the mare was at. The certification shall be submitted to the state breed register, and that's where in writing to avoid any miscommunication. And like Nick had said, we can make that easily accessible by doing a Google Doc. So they could just fill that out and just submit it right there online. And then we would add a B, change that to, or add B, and put the same, a mare may leave the state of Wyoming for breeding, medical, and sale purposes and racing without losing accreditation. That's where down further we would say properly notify the state breed registry in writing prior to leaving. Prior to leaving when she loses her accreditation and must be reaccredited. So we'd change that to in writing and prior to, not just when she's left. And then C, this would be an addition. The mare owner shall notify the state breed registry in writing, minimum of 24 hours prior, any movement, whether in state or out of state, for any non-emergency purpose. Owner shall notify the state breed register or emergency movement as soon as reasonably possible, as well as provide the state breed register written verification for a medical emergency from a licensed veterinarian. Mares moved from their certified location in another location without proper notification shall lose their accreditation and must be reaccredited to return to the program. Then moving down under item 6 would be A, the stallion owner shall give written notice when the accredited Wyoming stallion leaves and returns to Wyoming. Notification shall be given to the state breed register. That would be taken out and added, certify the physical location where the stallion is standing at all times. The certification shall be submitted to the state breed registry in writing. Moving on to 8.15, change the A to a B. Add the stallion owner shall notify the state breed registry in writing a minimum of 24 hours prior any movement, whether in state or out of state, for any non-emergency purpose. Owner shall notify the state breed registry of emergency movements as soon as reasonably possible, as well as provide the state breed registry written verification for a medical emergency from a licensed veterinarian. Stallions moved from their certified location to another location without proper notification shall lose their accreditation and must be reaccredited to return to the program. Okay, we'll change the next paragraph to a C and take out breeding and just put the entire season. Moving on to 7, all accredited stallions and mares are subject to inspection throughout the year to verify compliance with the section. Inspections are conducted at random and without prior notice. Any attempts to verify the physical location will be made within reason. If the commission is unable to verify the horse is at a certified location, the affected participant may be subject to suspension from the program and would require reaccreditation to return to the program. So basically all of that is in regards to if we're not notified that we have the right to suspend, which will make it easier on investigators to go to these locations and determine if a mayor is there or not. Currently, they go and then we try to get them to respond within 24 hours with a geolocated photo right now, if we can't get a hold of them. But this will make it to where the inspectors have some grounds to suspend these mares and stallions if they are not where they are told to be. Moving on to D, basically there we're just adding accredited. So that was one of the questions that Mr. Dan Lapierre had prior to just a Wyoming horse that's foaled in Wyoming, run in these races that are restricted to Wyoming breds. We've had quite a few people ask about that, so that is why we're adding that these races should be at least one accredited Wyoming bred quarter horse and one accredited Wyoming bred thoroughbred. And the accreditation, to be an accredited means that they have to be eligible and they have to be accredited through the Wyoming Pari-Mutuel Commission's program. I think that's it for 815. Moving on to page 816. H, this would be adding any horse found to be in violation of this section or suspended from the Wyoming bred program for violation will lose their accreditation for not less than 2 breeding seasons. And take out, these rules shall not affect the status of any horse recognized as a Wyoming bred horse prior to the 2016 breeding season. That deletion would be due that's what we had to have in there the last time we changed the rules. And then we would want to add I, violations, suspensions, or loss of accreditation levied by the breed register that you can appeal process pursuant to Chapter 3, Section 2, appeals to the commission. So if anybody wanted to appeal a decision that was made or a accreditation suspension, they could appeal it to the commission. Are there any questions regarding any of that?
Randy, can you hold it a minute? We have a question.
Yeah. My question is, if.
I can't hear.
Okay.
We can't see him either. There he is.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is if this, even if you report the mare going out of state for non-medical or non-breeding, say the open mares we're talking about, they lose their accreditation, don't they, if they go out? Even if they've reported it to you?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so then are they penalized like this?
So
with a 2-year before they can get back into the program?
Brandy can explain this better, but it's a 1 year right now.
Okay.
It's a 1 year and then they have to pay the $200 to reaccredit.
Right, they have to pay more money.
Yeah.
But are they subject to this 2-year if they, they're upfront with you and say, well, this mare's open, so we're going to take it home?
Would be. It would end up being a 2 breeding season instead of 1, and then a $400 reaccreditation fee. If these went through as presented today.
Okay.
That's what it would be.
All right. That's what's my question.
And I'd like to add to that. So basically what's happening is the program's getting taken advantage of by, the mares that live permanently in Wyoming all the time. They don't have an option to go outside the state. So these mares that are coming in open are coming open and not notifying us or notifying us and moving back out of state. They're not providing any type of benefits to Wyoming. We have to keep our mares or, keep the mares in Wyoming the whole entire time. So you still are, producing money for vets and for feed programs in Wyoming and hay producers and all of that. The problem we find is half of the suspensions are because people have just said, well, my mare's just open and I'm going to bring her back in for $200. I mean, $200 to them is nothing. and neither is the 400, to be quite honest. But if they have to lose two foals in the program, which the first year, if they're open, it doesn't matter because they're not really being penalized. It's the second foal that they would want to get in that would make them keep these mares in Wyoming. And that's the theory behind it, is that these mares and the people on the bordering states are bringing mares in and just pulling them out when they feel like it and just reaccrediting them for $200 with no loss. And this, if you penalize them on the foals, the next year, that means they would have to sit out of the program for 2 years instead of maybe keeping that mare here and trying to get her in full, be a true participant in the Wyoming bred program. Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
So in light of what Brandy just said, going back to the definitions, I would feel more comfortable if we left permanently domiciled and put physically located on those two changes. I think that would eliminate some of the problems that she's talking about. Did you catch that, Randy?
No, I can't hear.
The suggestion is that we leave the verbiage in there of permanently domiciled and are physically located. Yeah.
So leave permanently domiciled in and just add also physically located.
Yes, and add the other verbiage. And located.
Okay, I made that in my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barrett.
Was there any other questions regarding that portion of the rules with the Wyoming breds?
You may have one more comment here if we try it out of it. No, not at this time.
I think the concern is, are we, well, first of all, the program is a $3+ million a year program. We do have a percentage of individuals that are taking advantage of the program. Are we creating we continue to create a regulatory nightmare with this somewhat? I don't know. You've heard from Nick and Brandy the issues and some of the concerns. Nick, maybe you can answer this. What percentage of the brood mares is this a problem? Are we dealing with 2% of the population or 30%?
I think overall it's going to be a very small percentage of people that this actually affects, because a lot of the horsemen, especially the Wyoming resident horsemen, they have their horses on their property and it never changes. Some of them have some property here and there, but I think overall it's a very small percentage that are moving their horses. But it's those ones that don't notify us because of some of this rule, and they have property 500-600 miles apart from each other, which makes it very tough for us because we don't know where the horse is at any given time. So it's kind of hit and miss when we go do inspections. We might get lucky and it might be in Cheyenne or it might be in Evanston. It's hard to know. So I think overall, hopefully I'm answering the question. I think overall it's not going to affect a lot of horsemen. I think it's going to be a very small number.
Well, I understand the motivation for this, but I think you have to look at the onus you're putting on the breeders, who are basically husbandry people, whose focus really is that. And if you make the requirement so onus on the 99%, you're really really driving them out of breeding in Wyoming. You really have to encourage, breeding is a very uncertain endeavor at the best. And you really need to encourage people to come here and breed and make as reasonable administrative interaction as you can in order to encourage them. We want this industry to grow. And certainly the incentive of $3 million is a big incentive. And on the other hand, you know, there's a lot of incentives in New York that are much larger. So if they say, well, for Randy's sakes, I gotta call Randy every time, you know, and I'm just saying that, but I mean, if that's the onus on them, you know, pretty quick they're gonna be looking at alternative physical locations to take the horses. And that's not the objective, I think, that we're looking for. I don't know if this is the answer, but I think we need to, you know, talk to both sides of the coin and see what those people have to say about what we're doing, and possibly look at other more, you know, other ways to achieve our objectives.
Community will go to,
President Davis.
yes, go ahead, Randy.
So, I mean, I respect what Mr. Schiffer is saying. However, the integrity of the program is at stake. And we get calls on this weekly about people abusing this program, not keeping their horses in here like everybody else has to. This is an ongoing complaint weekly in this office. So, and that's what's prompted us to that. Me running, you know, I run the Texas bred program. We had problems with people doing the same thing, bringing mares across from Louisiana. The integrity of the program and $3 million is a make or break for these guys. And the ones that spend the money here in Wyoming and honestly keep their mares here year round, that's the type of horsemen we need here. And I feel that that's why we have to keep these tight, and we have to we're not trying to keep people out. It's a very easy rule to apply to. But they, you know, we might suspend 50 horses a year. Out of that, at least 40 of them are because the mares were open and they just didn't want to spend money to keep their mares in Wyoming and support the Wyoming industry. The other 10 were deceased horses. So out of the ones we do suspend, it's a high number of out-of-state people that just don't want to, you know, keep their horses here like, you know, everybody else does. So to have higher penalties for those that do take them out, I think is very important for the integrity of this Wyoming bred program. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
President Davis, and I appreciate, Mr. Schiffer, I appreciate what you're saying and everything else like that. But this is our staff that we're talking about. And I understand where Nick has to, you know, where it makes it difficult to go ahead and not know where that horse is located and all of these other things. The other thing about it is that it eats up a lot of our staff time, and we're not lush with staff. You know, we don't have a whole lot. Anything that would make, as far as I'm concerned, the enforcement of the Wyoming bred program and maintaining the integrity, we should listen to our staff and let them go ahead and enforce it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the thought occurred to me, I mean, I think we can come up with some type of solution and maybe take some, you know, the weight off of the staff. We have brand inspectors all over this state. And, you know, put the onus on the horse owner. I'm not trying to, you know, cause a big, you know, cost on them, but maybe it's a system where instead of Nick Laramendi having to drive 1,000 miles to check 100 horses, that there's a way to utilize the brand inspectors to give you proof that, anytime you move cows or cattle, I mean, you're gonna load them on a truck, you gotta get, somebody to inspect them. But the other suggestion I had is, I was really impressed with the sports betting and the map and the little dots and all that. Give it to the new guy, have him track all these horses, for God's sake. I mean, he's got that map, I mean, microchips. And again, I know the thoroughbreds do have the identifying chip in them. I don't know if you can spot it from outer space or not, but certainly, like I said, a brand inspector can, come and maybe it's, look, you've got,
There could be an MOA, we could, or an MOU with the local brand inspectors.
and maybe you spend some of your money, Charlie, I mean, with them to utilize them.
My personal?
Does he have that much? No.
We have had some of those discussions with livestock, whether we talk about that. I think we can continue those discussions, placing those people like that. So.
I mean, I don't know how overworked brand inspectors are. I don't know. I know they're busy. I know they just don't show up the same day you call them. That being said, it could be a revenue stream to be an incentive to get more brand inspectors, to work for the commission.
And we've also talked about, in theory, horse moves from county to county. They're supposed to be inspected. That's in theory. However, you have the lifetime brand inspectors where you don't have to. So, we have talked about that and looked at that. Is there something else that we can implement to do this? And I think here today, we're asking, as much as anything, we're asking for you all, do you have any ideas? How do we continue to keep the integrity of this whole program going with things like this idea? What Dan said,
Yeah, I mean, nobody cared when there was, only $40,000 in the Wyoming bread account. When you're going north of 3 million, I think there's an incentive to make sure that the rules are being followed. And
the story that I've told several times is when the inspectors pulled up and contacted the individual and said, we want to see the horses. They said, great, no problem, follow us. They took off down the highway, and as they're driving down the highway to go see where the pasture was, they passed the sign that says, welcome to Idaho. And they went about 4 miles down the road, and there was the horse. And he gets out and says, hey, here's my horses. Just proud as pie to be able to show his brood mares to the inspector. Well, guess what? There was a problem. And they were suspended from the program. And so, there's that situation. And then there's, and again, the problem child appears to be, if Randy or Nick correct me, is, it's the
Utah border.
The Utah border is the issue. And it's also a little bit on the Montana border there. There's a few people. And again, they have farms in the adjoining states, and so they are moving the horses back and forth, around and about. And so that's what we do to move this issue.
Where in Evanston or it's all over that?
Yeah. I'll see you in St. George. A little further south.
And we've also had situations where people send us photographs. Oh yeah, here's a picture of our horse. And we're looking there, oh, whoa, time out.
Cactus, palm tree.
You're looking at the wrong part of the mountains and you start matching up the mountains. And Hey, wait a minute, that's not Wyoming. That match up, it's not the Utahs. It's the backside. We will, I think at this point, we'll take into advisement what Dr. Larry suggested. Keep working with the industry on this, see if we can refine this a little bit. Mr. Taylor has not had a chance to go through it as well as we'd like to, and then we'll get this back and bring this back, hopefully a little more on time.
More comment from the board.
Excuse me.
We need that public comment.
Yeah.
Written comment.
Absolutely.
Quick question, Mr. Chairman. We try to inspect every horse that's in the program, every single one in a calendar year.
At least once.
Each one, at least once in a
At
calendar.
least once, and then after we do a full run of the 780 that we have, we'll start doing spot checks, just pretty much random out of a hat.
Wow.
And then drawing straws will be good to go.
When they're at the track, they do have a few hours that they can wander the country. Any other, Randy?
Randy, do you have anything else?
There was some things in the back, Charlie, regarding, I think they were yours. Let me see.
Yeah, 826 is needs to be deleted, it's just a duplication of the language of 826, and then 827 is just, at some point, what we have to do is do a better job of defining the test line. As purses increase, as everything changes and increases, we've got to have test lines that really fulfill that mission. And racetracks need to build a real test line for these horses because, if we get a positive test on a horse, they're never going to fight you on the sample. Very seldom will they fight you on the sample. They'll fight you on the process, on the facility, on the access to the equipment. So if we don't have a test line that can be properly secured, not just gates and fans, properly secured, with proper security in those barns, which the racetracks provide those. We provide that fact and everyone in there. We're setting ourselves up for failure on this. We've been fortunate lately, but at some point in time, test barns and the working conditions in there for the veterinarian, trying to keep the sacks clean and secure is, we've just got to do a better job. So at some point, I think we're going to come up with a clear and concise definition. What is the minimum requirement for our test barns? So, I think that is it. 13C, online sports wagering, comments, more concerns. I don't think we have anybody here to comment on that under the data. I don't think you have anything to give you at this point. I hope not.
I just want to look at the schools thing a little bit more. Jenny made a good point about that. One other thing I was going to just mention real quick. This is more legislative than anything else, but 3 jurisdictions thing. One deal about that, not only does it affect the tribal situation, but there's also, we've kind of gone down this road of crypto and blockchain and all these different things. And we've actually, we're basically the only state, the only game in town that's really gone down that road very far. And as we're doing that, there's actual blockchain and crypto sports wagering type things that are coming into the markets. And with that 3 jurisdictions rule, we've actually prohibited ourselves from becoming that kind of experimental jurisdiction for that to actually become a thing. And, no one else can approve them because they don't have the legislation that we have in place. Just something to think about.
I was gonna bring that up, Chairman, kind of asked you guys, take a look, but I do think we should go back to one. There's actually one more private. So like, see why, some of the, we should make sure that all the time here is not. And also backing up to the rules. There's a new section of these rules that's outside of the horse racing that deals with that the other end of it. And I'm open to comment down the road that I don't think you need to be here stringent on the testing people with animals. Rodeo events and maybe some different fitting on that. I feel pretty strongly that the horse racing rules would set up around a national organization. We really need some flexibility on rodeo events and potentially the Indian relays, such as very popular events. I think we run on very stringent rules. That's my 2 cents, but I do think those sections need to be added in, and they need added in the thought. Well, it'd be definitions and rules, so instead of having rules, you've got 30 pages of rules on the horse race, you probably have 5 of them in the 5th-page rodeo events. Here's what disqualifies you, if you obviously want somebody out there, just wait. You know, I also don't think that it's necessary to go into testing like we do on jockeys. You know, if you start testing calf ropers and steer ropers, you're probably not going to have events. And the same thing is true for the Native American horse racing. You know, not that they do them or don't do them, they just aren't going to submit that on their animals. I think they're good events. Personally, I think it's, if you're going to have Pari-Mutuel wagering, so like the chariot races up here. I like seeing those events get wagered on. I hate to see us make it so strict that they just won't do it. And often it's the same as the short horse race. Pari-Mutuel may make the difference whether they actually hold the events or not. It helps. No hustle on it.
Going down the rodeo road for a number of years here.
I just don't think you're going to get them. You know, there's some guys I know in the rodeo world. They're just not going to do it. The RCA doesn't make them do it. They're just not going to go along. They don't test their horses now in their professional events. So it needs to follow the standard of the industry that says what, because they've got some, you can't drug your horses. You know, they've got some rules. But we need to follow the standard of the industry fair game and then do some waiting to our routes on amateur type events that really don't fit into the national market.
Let's say this was a, yes. Certain stereotypes, in charge of national stereotypes, yes, they were submitted to blood testing for their horses and themselves.
They just won't have it.
They won't have to go.
So the question I have for you all, if you don't mind, would be, you know, we talk about parity in our rules and having a lot of the same things, whether it's story rates and skill games and different things. And then here now we've got, you know, horse racing has a set of rules that are like, it's a high bar. It's a high bar for a long time. How can you set there in my mind, it's very difficult to separate that. How do you get that?
For me, it's easy, and I brought part of that. One, the horse racing has a whole national industry, and you're following the standards on that, and they've been developed over the years. For pro rodeo events, the RCA has their set of rules, how they do it, and I would say whatever rules the PRCA uses, you just step over and match those rules, because they've got them. If you go into amateur events, and you get down to that level, to me, I think there's almost no rules. And I have no problem with it. That's why we have a commission sitting here. We're doing it by statute books. Yeah, we've got to write page after page after page. My deal would be a little the way we did the gaming commission to start with, is you don't have a lot, if you guys see problems, you're a rule-making authority. And so if you see somebody gaming the system or something's not working right, come in and put a page of the rules in and say, look, this just doesn't flow, because no one wants cheating, and no one wants blatant either drug abuse or animal abuse to go on. But the flip side of it is, I don't think we see it. Rodeo events are extremely careful with this one. I don't care if it's an amateur team or a professional one. You just don't see people beating on their stock anymore. You don't see the drug guy deal you used to see. And it's cleaned up. I personally lean to the side of let's develop that good end. I'm on one instance. I just want Pari-Mutuel to be used. I think if you get very restricted, it just doesn't happen. Particularly in little towns, just a lot of things there, and they're good at that. Guarantee you that if you do it for the steer trip, you're not going to have it. There's no gamble on it. They're still going to trip. They're not going to have gamble.
That's what's happening.
So that's why I'm bringing to this. I'd like to see the commission deal with it. If they don't, probably you'll see me try to run something through the statutes, which I'm not going to like. And we can go that route. That's what the commission wants. I'm more than happy to try to build and try to bring it. But I'd still rather, my belief has been all along, I feel strongly you're a great body, good minds, and you'll react to things that are going on. I don't think you have to be horribly proactive on things. You just need to be reactive to something's happening. You don't know about this. Someone's going to come and play. But you're driving their horses or a barrel racer's doing something, someone's going to talk. That's my 2 cents.
So, here you go, Senator. We've been waiting for this to come to the commission. You're wanting us to put out starting point.
I think so. I think there's legal base set of rules, and some will come with proposals. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to get licensed. And then you've got a chance to either add on or take away from it, because they don't compete with it. Right now, passing the law hasn't done a thing. I don't see anybody running to the window to try to do it. I think it plays into local small town rodeo rules. This may help them. This may help them get attendance and do it. Maybe it doesn't, but it's kind of my staff. I helped on that bill, and it's a good one. But whatever we can do to kind of incentivize it, say that there's several. I think they are afraid right now. I haven't even come. Like, we're not going to submit the drug test and draw our horses. If we say we're not doing that, we're going to call PRC rules. Then all of a sudden, maybe we will get a sheriff, and I should name names, but a sheriff really or Cheyenne that says we'll take a stab at it. The event I've heard is lemons break. There's most interesting years right now. Which is interesting. And I can tell you for sure the PRC has looked at Pari-Mutuel events. That's their CEO is from Wyoming. I've talked to enough to know that can't tell you anything about what level, but they've talked about it at the board level as far as Pari-Mutuel.
What's the commission feel here? Ready to undertake that?
I would do it.
I wouldn't want with their simple rule. It's everybody, it's only get Christmas off.
Oh, I am.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, take off.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Keep up the good work, guys.
We're looking at item 14 right now, Charlie? Yes, sir. Wyoming down ballot consideration of possible action on the request from October 25th, IDET.com.
Chairman Davis, real quick with this, and if Commissioner Lyman and Commissioner Broussard and everybody can hear me, I have to disconnect my computer. They're not going to be able to see the presentation because it's not coming from my machine, because I can't put it on my machine. So I'm going to try to put my laptop by that screen to see if maybe they can see it on the big screen. We're going to try this, but I'm not guaranteeing nothing on this one. Yeah, I think so.
Chairman Davis, it sounds like we're limited on time, and I guess I need to get Charlie a better Christmas gift so that I'm not number 14 item on the agenda. So I just am going to make a few comments, and then we do have a presentation so you guys can see how that works. So we're glad that some of the commission members had the opportunity to tour Wyoming Downs yesterday. We do appreciate you guys making the effort to do that. What we're here today, Wyoming Downs requests that the commission approve the use of IDET as a simulcasting provider for the OTVs. Essentially, Wyoming Downs wants to do a couple of things. One is it wants to replace its current application that it uses at the small sites, which is FastBet. And then additionally, Wyoming Downs is requesting to have the ability to use IDET in its larger OTV sites when it makes sense from a business standpoint to do so. Wyoming Downs wants the ability to use IDET in its facilities to meet its simulcast requirement when Wyoming Downs determines that that's going to make sense for a location. So just a few points here. IDET, like FastBet, that's currently used in the small OTV sites, meets all of the requirements as a simulcasting provider in Wyoming. What IDET does is it uses free streaming technology to stream races instead of using a decoder to send the races. And I think yesterday when we put the system up, there were 230 races being ran, which is just really exciting. And IDET, like FastBet, is wagered on a customer's phone, smartphone or tablet. The wagering technologies, safe, virus-free, no tellers are required, and this gives us the opportunity to, I think one of the things that Director Moore said earlier today was, moving along with technology and using technology to make simulcasting and wagering on simulcasting easier. And that's really what this IDET does. So it gives us the opportunity when there's outdated equipment, when Wyoming Downs sees it as a good business decision to do so, that they can make those changes when they find it to work well from a business standpoint. And then also the Gaming Commission can observe wagering in real time, just like with FastBet. IDET works as a out-of-state ADW, and that would continue. So essentially how that works, of course, as you all know, is that there's a 3% source market fee that then comes back in tax revenue on that. And it works the same as an in-state ADW now. That's what the source market fee is the same, as I understand it now. Happy to stand for any questions. I do think that it makes sense to have Andrew show you the system. Those of you that were there yesterday kind of got to see it in action. You can, basically, we have the ability at the OTVs to put the races up on the TVs, just like now it's just that the wagering occurs on cell phone. IDVET's currently used in that way. You know, you can bet on races using IDVET currently.
Mr. Chairman, so I bet will be used only in the location themselves, it can't be used outside.
Chairman Davis, Commissioner Cavello. So, no, because the way IDVET works now, you can use it anywhere in the state. It's an out-of-state ADW. So, and I see that there's some confusion there, but essentially what our OTBs are required to have is simulcasting technology inside the OTB. It's part of our permit for our OTB. And so what we want to do is see expanded use of IDVET to meet the simulcast portion of that OTB licensure. So it's really thinking about it as using it in another way than it's currently used, which is IDVET is licensed in Wyoming as an out-of-state ADW, and you can make wagers on your cell phone right now using that system.
So essentially, we're adding possibly $560,000, $60,000 used out there, anybody with a cell phone could access it and use it.
Chairman Davis, Commissioner Cavello, the way that, if I understand what you're saying correctly, nothing would change from the user perspective on how to use IDVET as it's currently being used. The difference is that right now, the technology that's used inside the OTB to meet the simulcast provider, because we have to provide simulcasting within the OTBs, is there are different companies that you can go through to use to simulcast races. What's neat about IDVET is that because it uses free streaming technology, more tracks are actually going to that because the toters they have to pay, and this is just using free streaming technology. So what ideally we want to be able to do is in the OTB, like you were at yesterday, where you see 2 races, instead you see 10. 10 different races that we can pick and put up, and then people can wager on their cell phone at the OTB. And what it would do is the commission would agree that by using that technology, we are meeting the definition of simulcast, and that we are abiding by the commission's rules and the statutes as requiring to have that simulcast in the OTBs in addition to the HHR machines.
But again, you can still be anywhere in the state and do this if you have.
Correct. At right now, yes.
So does this fit within our parameters of how this is supposed to work? Because to me, this is a whole new game. Yeah, you're asking you.
So is there restrictions on land? I mean, so you're saying it could be sitting on home in Riverton and placing one of these bets?
So right now, as ADW or as IDVET is currently licensed in the state of Wyoming, as an out-of-state ADW, if you have an IDVET account right now, legally, yes, you can.
Or if you have a DRF, a racing form account, or a F1 account, TVG account, you can vary the state.
I think we're looking at other issues here now when we're into jurisdictional issues.
To maybe back up a little bit, several years ago, when we authorized the out-of-state DVW license. First of all, it's a may license. It's not a shall license. And I was a part of that. We were looking for additional funding for the state. The ADWs were cannibalizing the industry. They were out of state, regulated under different jurisdictions. They were accepting wagers from account holders within the state of Wyoming. So we went to TRW committee and proposed this to license those. to acquire first supplements, Reader's Award supplements, money that was basically, what was considered at the time was kind of found money. It was stuff that was out there that we couldn't control anyway, so we might as well pull them in and retain some of the money. Earlier in the presentations today, we talked about the AEW money, $50,000 going back to purses. There's also a reimbursement that goes back to the state operators that had been cannibalized from the product. So there were those mechanisms. Now, and again, we're looking at that, looking at the statutes that do apply to that, and making sure we're in the right spot. But that was the original intent of that, and that is why the IDABET was licensed, or is licensed, I guess, currently, was to acquire some of that. Now, one of the other pieces that's with that is we didn't require the ADW to pay the 3% up to 10% tax that we were allowed to do on signals that originated within the state of Wyoming, because those signals were all determined to be, the live racing at Wyoming Downs or at Wyoming Horse Racing was determined that those were live races and taxed on an in-state basis. And we didn't want to give a double taxation. We didn't want to give TVG having to pay twice if they were carrying Wyoming's races. So now we fast forwarded with a product that wants to come in, and what they're proposing is using the same technology, but in kind of, I don't know if it's reverse, maybe a little bit of a reverse situation. And just as a side note, the product is an excellent product, and it's a product that's been it's Sport Tech. Yes, Sport Tech is the parent, and they are licensed as a full-service ADW provider in Oregon. Currently, IDABET is, I guess, licensed with us at this point as an out-of-state provider. So maybe if we can compare this to the FastBet and IDABET product, if we kind of try to go down the line and compare and draw some comparisons. The FastBet product, for lack of knowing quite how to license it, because it's an account wager, we went ahead and more or less licensed it as a account wagering product. But it is geolocated to these locations. Excuse me, it's Wi-Fi located to these locations, and they're only able to use those in the locations. The IDABET product wouldn't. Wagering opportunities, FastBet Mobile or similar products are limited to what they can acquire through either Roberts Communications or through video streaming. The wagering opportunities with IDABET is virtually unlimited at this point. That may change next year. The geolocations, neither one of the products are geolocation ability, and the products aren't being done that way. You set up an account, the account is tracked by the zip codes. Site-specific limitations, like I said, the FastBet Mobile product, whether it's at the racetrack or at the OTB, is limited to the Wi-Fi network. IDABET would not be accessible via the internet anywhere. And then, I'm going to throw this out there. How does this comply with some of our county limitations? And some of those limitations we have, does it? I don't know. Those are some things that Mr. Taylor, some questions that I've got for him. You know, the Fastback mobile product was designed, or similar products that Amtoad has, designed specifically for live racing primarily. And the Fastback mobile it was designed originally as an internet-based ADW product. Again, it's an excellent product, but it wasn't really designed, but I think has been worked in brick and mortar locations. I think you all know some more on that. I don't know if it helps you in some of this.
Well, if the vet said it's being made within the state of Wyoming, he said it's still located out by zip code. So that would mean I could live in Euclid, Wyoming, have a post office box and address in Riverton, Wyoming, make a vet. If that's possible, there's federal implications on that. I think there's more that we've got to look at in regards to this.
You cannot make an account with a PO box. If you have a PO box, you have to then the server will reject you they use ideology, which is person identification on the database of all and if you put it in a PO box, it will reject you. You have to send in a copy of the ID, 2 forms of physical proof of address, and fill out their form that they have, right, before they open the account. So it will not allow anyone to use the PO box.
Is it geolocate to your phone?
But no, but I mean, just to answer
Yeah,
the PO box and it would not.
Most of Wyoming wouldn't qualify.
You have to fill out the form and.
My driver's license has a PO box. I'm also a Jewish person. So there could be some issues there. But anyway, go ahead and go forward.
Yeah, it validly operates right now as an out-of-state ADW, which is state laws. I can provide additional information. I'm happy to provide the commission any additional information. This is operated in the state for many years. Charlie, do you know when it first started operating?
ADW laws were many years ago passed.
So if we're very limited on time today, and it sounds like you have some additional questions for Mr. Taylor, I would like to take the opportunity just to run you guys through the product so you can see it.
Right here you have the actual betting interface. You get names of the horses, you get some limited stats on them. If you would like more stats, they always have the store. Or you can pick up you can purchase the track programs. Depending on your race or whatever, some of them come across for free. It just depends on the track and what they have decided to do. All the Australian ones come across for free. When we get Wyoming down, we're going to charge $1 to lower the price of it. You can then, if you want to stay on the screen and place bets, you can watch the video and you can place any type of bet you want. If a type of bet isn't offered on a particular track, it will not show up here. So sometimes if you go to all the Independence tracks, these change from each track. And the betting rounds, they just cross off the ones that you can't bet. You can edit this to be whatever you want. If you only like making 50-cent bets, you can take all this stuff off. You never click it. If you're going to place a bet, I'm just going to take a horse. You select your horse, and you select what type of bet, and you click place bet, and then it's going to pop up a receipt right here. And then if you didn't do that on purpose, it does give you a chance to cancel it. And then it just refunds it right back to your Well, on a fast bet, you do the same type of thing. You walk up to it, your account is already funded. And you go through the motions, you select your horse, and you place a bet. Just exactly the same. That's exactly how fast bet works. So, and to fund an account, this will fund through a credit card, an ACH. You can send in a check if you like. You can make wire. You can go to the Family Dollar and use the Pay Near Me services. It's all very similar to the way that sports betting is funded. They use almost exactly the same providers to do those things. When you're withdrawing, they will bank wire to you, ACH you, or mail you a check. So, and each, it's pretty fast to do the ACH or the bank wire. The check is popular because they don't charge you. Yeah. And so right here, if you go to this screen, where it says video, and we just want to watch Del Mar. So I can put that up on the whole screen. And then we can watch the Del Mar race on the TVs. If you have a couple people, if you only have one TV, you want to watch 3 different races, we're kind of running down at the end of the day. But you can select 3, 4 different tracks here, and you can have multiple races shown all at once. And then it'll give you the stats of a race right here, if you just want to put those stats to keep tabs on. Can't see it. You can select your favorite tracks and keep track of them up here. They will only pop up here on the days that they're running. So if you have 10 different tracks, it'll rotate this each day to where you can see what tracks you want to watch. So we have, here's our track schedule.
Is the mobile interface similar, or is it better to watch it on the bigger screen?
Okay, so it does have a mobile interface as well. That you can click on your phone mobile, and it'll just pop up on your phone. The mobile interface works really well.
That's pretty small.
Yeah. So this is our tracks for this week. So your access to racing is a lot more involved compared to what we currently offer. So throughout there's 230 tracks that we rotate through yearly, and we're trying to add more and more as we go. Okay, so this would pull up on your phone. This is how it would look on your phone. It's just really big right now. You can click video right here. This is the mobile, if you do the mobile product, it streamlines it, it's easier to operate on your cell phone or personal device, or it's not so hard to navigate. It is really small on that other screen. So.
But what we wanted to be able to show you is that if we're able to use this as a simulcasting provider, we're going to be able to offer more races at the OTVs, to show more races. And the whole idea, right, is to just keep the horse racing in the Pari-Mutuel wagering equation. And so it is exciting technology. I have submitted, I think, 2 letters to the commission. We started, the first letter I wrote was in December of 2020. So we're at about a year on this now. And so we'd like to be able to move forward with, with this as an option for a simulcast provider. And if you want to take action today, because it sounds like we have 2 minutes, we would request that we have the ability to come back during special meeting to do a full presentation after Mr. Taylor has an opportunity to answer the questions that he needs to answer.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's the first time I've ever been out there yesterday. Seen that. It's interesting, but I think it brings up a lot of questions. And maybe staff. So
And
let's
we're
keep going forward.
Sounds good. And we're available. We're always available.
Yeah.
To answer any questions. So
Thank
thank
you.
you. And Nick, thank you for always your help.
One of the questions that I do have is, so this is an account wagering. It's called set up an account. So what about the customers that prefer not to? Will you have for those customers that don't want to set up an account at your location?
Yes. So that equipment that you're talking about, which is the terminal equipment, we have a lot of locations where we have a lot of customers that prefer that wagering system, and where that makes business sense, we will have that. So for example, in some of our larger locations, those terminals are used. So it's the opportunity for us to, from a business model, determine whether or not that equipment is actually being used. And then if this is approved as a simulcast provider, then in the locations where we think this would make the most business sense, then we would put that as a simulcast provider in those, I'm thinking smaller locations. So it's the option to. Thank you all for your time.
Any questions of them?
Mike?
Any questions?
Not right now. I have a couple of questions.
In my review. Thank you.
No executive session. Meeting date to be determined.
One question that was brought up on the meeting dates is if we could possibly maybe go to Tuesday or Wednesdays for availability of motel rooms or tournament or volleyball teams or things like that. Thank you. The fifth was canceled for last season in the Walmart parking lot. So do something to the middle of the week or the first of the week on our next meeting.
Probably we'll have to have something in December. Zoom, potentially. And then we'll have to schedule out a meeting probably in January as well.
We're just under consideration how that with the commission is flexible enough. Zoom in.
We get the table to hear our conversations, commissioners. What we've said is we will be scheduling a meeting for yet in December. And then there will also, we'll probably have one early January prior to the session. We expect to have industry meetings with the rules for the skill games and also working with the chapter 8 issues.
Keep it on the webpage. Up and coming with that, Charlie, any other business?
Thank you very much for putting up with us for a lot of time here today. Thank you. Drive safe going home.
Sun was up when we started.
Somebody to buy dinner or something else?
Are we adjourned?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Troy.
Charlie, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
If it's all the same, I'm gonna have a hard time making Fridays through the winter.